Kim Dane was just an ordinary young man, until he suddenly found himself transmigrated into a superhero comic called Stardust. After ending up in that world, Dane chose to become a villain so he could strengthen Stardust's powers and stop every tragedy from the original story before it ever happened. But after all of that, the first heroine who used to misunderstand and judge him ended up developing feelings for him. And before long, she became completely obsessed with this villain. One day, Dane came up with a new plan and named it Villain Hunt, because according to what he knew, those villains would only grow far more dangerous later. So Dane decided to take them out early, before they could plunge the city and Stardust into chaos. Han Seon, who possessed superintelligence, knew about the plan and fully supported it. She stayed in contact with him through an earpiece. His current target was already in sight, sitting still in a chair without moving. The timing was perfect. Dane pulled back the hammer of his gun and got ready to carry out the plan. His first power was teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the gun was already aimed right at Rhino's forehead. Rhino was a top-tier A-class villain, and Dane's second power was telekinesis. Like a demon king rising from hell, Dane thundered out a chilling greeting, not giving Rhino even a moment to respond. Then he sent Rhino straight to the afterlife without hesitation. Once it was over, Dane picked up the pile of papers Rhino had been nervously handling for quite a while. Just as he expected, they were detailed plans for terrorism. In the original story, this man called Rhino would later become an S-class villain, put on a rhinoceros mask, and slaughter hundreds of people. At the same time, Han Seon warned him that the police and the heroes had already arrived. Before leaving, Dane also smeared a bloody message across the doorframe. Not long after that, the police and the hero reached the scene, and they quickly concluded that this case and the previous one had been carried out by the same person. And the message Dane had left behind was clearly meant for Stardust. That alone was enough to drive her nearly insane. Soon, the media started reporting on the incident. In the comment sections, plenty of people openly supported what Dane had done. At the same time, they criticized the heroes and complained about how they handled things. Sitting alone in his room, Dane read through those comments and felt deeply awkward about it. When she noticed him constantly tugging at his ear, Han Seon leaned in to check what was making him react so much. A fierce sense of resolve flared up inside Dane. He couldn't leave things like this, because if it continued, only his own image would keep rising. But then what would become of Stardust? Public opinion would inevitably start turning against her. Because of that, Dane made up his mind to become a truly unforgivable villain. From that moment on, the evil persona of egoistic officially made its debut. He prepared a time bomb and stuffed it inside a backpack. Elsewhere in the city, people everywhere were staring closely at their phone screens, waiting for the dramatic spectacle to begin. And just as it was about to start, Dane, now under the villain identity of egoistic, hijacked the screens and greeted the entire city. Every electronic display in the city was taken over by his live broadcast. Dane introduced himself and openly declared that he was the one who had recently eliminated Rhino and Zodiac, two notorious A-class villains. With arrogant confidence, he raised one hand toward Tower 127, while pointing the other toward the observation deck of Building 61. Everyone inside those buildings was watching the broadcast as well. Then Dane bluntly revealed that he was the one who had planted bombs in both buildings. In an instant, terror spread across every face. Some people panicked and immediately tried to run. Others were so stunned that they could only stand there frozen. With hundreds of cameras fixed on him, Dane openly threw down a challenge to the hero. And the hero he was calling out by name was none other than Stardust. He did not have to wait long, because Stardust came rushing in almost at once, swift as a gust of wind. Dane quickly checked over everything, from the long coat draping over his pants to his shoes, and even the mask covering his face. But one thing gave him away: his hands would not stop trembling, because this was the very first time he was meeting his favorite character in person. Stardust came down in a sharp, powerful landing. The moment Dane laid eyes on her, he could not help letting out a breathless little wow in pure amazement. It was no surprise at all, because Stardust was so beautiful she looked like a goddess descended from the sky. Faced with that overwhelming radiance, Dane stood there frozen for several long seconds. And in that instant, Memories came rushing back from the moment he had first been dragged into this world. Covered in scratches, Dane had looked around at the wrecked and chaotic scenes surrounding him. At the time, all he wanted was to somehow return to the world he had come from. But when he arrived at one place, the glow from a screen lit up Dane's face in the dark. That was when he recognized Stardust, the heroine he had once only seen while reading the comic. At that very moment, Dane let go of his desperate wish to return. If he became a hero, then maybe he could stand by her side. But as someone who had read the original story, he knew that even if he chose to become a hero, he still would not be able to save her. So in order to protect Stardust, Dane decided he would become a villain devoted to her alone. That takes us back to when our male lead, Dane, was only 15 years old. The wild laughter of the person shining on the TV screen was so intense it made your stomach twist, and it just would not stop. His face still looked utterly delighted, laughing like he had completely lost control. Back then, I genuinely could not understand it. Was Jackie really insane? Even for a villain, that kind of character felt way too extreme. But now that I understand how a villain thinks, I find myself joining in with a dreadful laugh too, haha. And that was despite the hero in front of him glaring as if she was ready to beat him senseless at any second. The whole world seemed to stop for a moment, including the terrified crowd below. It felt as though only one hero and one villain remained on that rooftop. So let us rewind to a few minutes before the two of them officially faced each other. Dane pointed at Stardust with a smug expression. I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate managing this broadcast has a detonation role, so don't even think about trying to overpower me by force. At those words, the hero's advancing steps halted for a brief moment. He spread both arms wide while a swarm of drones buzzed behind him. This stage I prepared exists only for Stardust. So what do you think? Her face immediately tightened into a frown. Bastard, let the innocent people go first. After that, we can fight as much as you want. Dane kept a calm smile on his face. Leaning forward, he raised a hand and looked straight into the camera. Yes, of course I have to let them go. That's what the righteous hero Stardust wants. So everyone, pay attention. Look at me now. I'm going to unlock the elevators in each observation tower. Then he snapped his fingers with a sharp click. A mechanical sound immediately rang out from the elevators in both buildings. Stardust's brows drew together slightly, because she knew these villains too well. There was no way it would end this simply. The people trapped inside the buildings rushed toward the elevators the moment they started moving again. Then someone suddenly shouted for them to stop. Wait, this is still part of Dane's plan. If we leave now, then this won't be fun for him anymore. The down button is already lit. With excited energy, he told them to just press the bomb button on the other observation deck. And then it would explode just like that. Simple enough, right? His voice almost sang with excitement. Let's see now. There are still dozens of minutes left before the bomb goes off. And before that happens, hurry up, press the button, and go down. Dane sounded like a devil whispering temptation into human weakness. Hurry up. They're all complete strangers to you anyway, aren't they? On the giant screens, the chaos inside the buildings played out live. Children cried loudly while the adults shouted over one another in panic. Stardust gritted her teeth and cursed those bastards under her breath. Pretending not to care about how furious she was, Dane said, Today, right here, I'll show everyone the ugliest selfishness humans can reach. This is Egoistic's game. The people inside the buildings had completely fallen into panic. If someone over there presses the button first, then we'll die horribly. But we have to live too. Once the timer runs out, the bomb will explode. So what? You're saying we should kill the people over there with one press of a button? Everyone was shaken, frightened, and full of doubt. They kept wondering whether the people on the other side would press it first. But there was no time to keep hesitating like this. The bomb would go off in a few dozen minutes. So what were they supposed to do now? They're going to press it. The situation had become completely chaotic now, and some people were already starting to lose control. Stardust remained perfectly still, unable to make a reckless move. Even if she could rush in and take him down in an instant, it would mean nothing if there were still other detonators hidden somewhere. If this continued, the hostages would die. Her eyes turned cold as ice, and through clenched teeth she said, Playing with human lives like this, is that really fun to you? Standing across from her, Dane was still smiling with that relaxed, narrowed gaze. Then he burst out laughing. That's not the fun part, Stardust. You're one of the few A-rank heroes in South Korea, someone who believes in justice and her own convictions, someone who never compromises with evil. Honestly, I respect you quite a lot, Stardust. Those words only made her face burn with anger and embarrassment. What kind of nonsense was he even saying? He rubbed the tip of his nose with smug delight. I just felt like praising you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Then Dane's voice rang out again, pulling everyone's attention back as he enjoyed the sight of her trapped in a helpless position, unable to act. On his face was the look of someone crazily toying with the bomb button, finding the whole thing truly entertaining. His figure flickered and vanished for a moment. I'll give you a chance to join the game too. Now then, I'll connect you to the people who are desperately waiting for their hero. Confusion and caution flashed across Stardust's face as she stared at him. What? Dane continued with the act. If you manage to persuade them, and no one presses the button within 30 minutes. He crossed one leg over the other and smiled wickedly. Then the bomb won't explode. Of course, Stardust did not believe a single word of it. You expect me to trust a bastard like you? But Dane showed no fear at all, and only pushed further. It's still better than leaving them to stare helplessly at the sky and wait. Frustration surged through her as she clenched her fist tightly at her side. Dane had no need for her agreement. He simply waved his hand as if to say, well then. A loud shout rang out. Ready. At once, all the cameras began moving around her one by one. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the performance began in full. The hero's face appeared across the giant LED screens mounted on top of the buildings. The people recognized her immediately. Stardust. Stardust. Under that invisible pressure, she quietly took a deep breath. She looked into the camera as if she were meeting each of their eyes directly. Then, holding those unseen gazes, she spoke. Hello, everyone. I am the A-rank hero, Stardust. Every person carries their own belief in their heart. Dane's handsome face went blank for a second. That's right. This is exactly what I wanted. That half-real, half-fake world around him felt almost like a dream. In the eyes of the public, I'll be painted as the villain spreading terror. And as that dream came true, she would be the one who shined. This was her stage, Stardust's stage. With that radiant posture of hers, later everyone would be able to feel proud of the choice they made today. Show this evil villain who you are. Her voice spread through people's hearts like warmth itself. We are strong. Little by little, their eyes grew steady again. Our faith will not break. We will never bow to evil. Thank you, everyone. Dane responded with a strange, knowing smirk. The countdown on the screen had already fallen to 5. The people trapped inside the buildings held on to one another tightly and prayed. Stardust watched the screen with worry written all over her face. The moment the number reached the end, everyone shut their eyes and braced for what was coming. Every single person was caught in tense uncertainty, unable to know whether punishment was about to fall or whether the villain had actually told the truth. And that was the very moment Dane stepped onto the stage himself, right then and there. The entire camera feed lurched and dropped along with his unbelievable scream. No way. People this selfish. The camera caught his confused, twisted expression of pain. There's no way they'd just accept death like that. No, impossible. At least one person must have pressed the button. There had to be someone selfish like me who would do it. Dane clutched his head and muttered with theatrical despair. Humans can't be this kind-hearted. Why? At that moment, Stardust spoke. Egoistic, people aren't as selfish as you think. Her image appeared shining with a bright, almost sacred glow. No one is completely selfless, but I still believe in the kindness people carry inside them. Dane answered, It's because of you, Stardust. You're the one who brought them together. Then his expression suddenly shifted, and he let out a low chuckle. Interesting, Stardust. Just before Stardust lunged forward, he gave her a polite bow and said, The next game is certain. Dane cast one last glance in her direction. Wow. Stardust's sky-blue eyes, burning with determination, made him gasp in admiration. Her gaze was overflowing with righteousness. And with one final confident declaration, he disappeared. I will win. At once, the people burst into joyful emotion. They shouted at the top of their lungs and happily threw their arms around each other, celebrating the hero's victory. Everywhere, people cried out the same single name together. Stardust. Stardust. Even so, the hero said nothing and remained suspended silently in the air. Meanwhile, Dane had already teleported away to another place. The moment he landed, his strength gave out, and he crumpled down helplessly on the spot. Letting out a miserable groan, he lamented, "Oh no, I'm finished." This was exactly the price of teleportation, the brutal side effect of instant movement, where the farther the jump, the more damage it dealt to the body. The heavier the body, the worse it got. He could barely drag himself forward and would probably end up stuck in bed for several days. A girl clicked her tongue and said, "I told you to stop wearing that thing already." The white-haired girl looked down at him with utter disdain. "So ugly." In a weak voice, Dane begged, "Hansun, I'm seriously about to die here. At least give me a glass of water." But the girl coldly brushed him off and walked away. "Drink it yourself." Left frozen there, he could only stare while the large LED screen switched over to breaking news. A terrorist attack had struck a building, yet the number of casualties was 0. On the screen, Stardust floated silently in midair. Grinding her teeth in anger, she muttered, "Playing with people's hearts like this, next time, I'll definitely catch you." She engraved that name into her memory, determined not to forget it until the day she caught him. Egoistic. Early one morning, at the Korean Hero Association, the organization that managed superpowered individuals across Korea, countless tabloid headlines were plastered across a giant screen. These were the recent news titles. The radio hijacker watched by the whole nation. Who exactly is the hero Stardust? A review of his actions. Who is the A-rank villain Egoistic? No casualties in the terror attack. Fear spreading across the peninsula. Overseas kidnappings through radio broadcasts. Is South Korean television security really safe like this? The host of the meeting moved to the next page. Next is the profile analysis on Egoistic, including the available information on the villain role Dane has been playing. Mask with identity recognition interference function. Presumed area of residence. Seoul. A balding, heavy-set middle-aged man finally spoke up. "All right, let's begin the report." That man was Park Jun-ho, chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images of several sealed room murder scenes appeared on the screen. He looked at them with open disgust. "Fine, we've reviewed this part enough already. Let's move on," he said, signaling for confirmation. "Yes, sir." The presenter continued calmly. "I'll first explain yesterday's incident in detail. It appears the perpetrator used teleportation to plant the bomb beforehand on the outside of the building. After it was disarmed, the device was confirmed to be a high-powered homemade bomb, strong enough to destroy the entire observation tower. It was identified as a high-performance, improvised explosive device. Our conclusion is that he most likely built it himself." Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny scalp with a troubled expression. "Still no leads on that broadcast hijacking?" The secretary answered awkwardly, "None so far. We still have no idea how he bypassed the advanced security systems and took over the broadcast. We do have one working analysis, however. Since no one with wave-related abilities has ever appeared before, we believe there is a very high chance he has an extremely skilled tech assistant helping him behind the scenes. For now, that is our best guess." The secretary's face then turned more serious. "And there is one more thing I need to add. He seems to be unusually obsessed with Stardust." At those words, everyone's eyes shifted at once toward the blonde-haired girl. Based on the scattered clues so far, we can say with confidence that the message he left at the crime scene was meant specifically for her, for Stardust. And in this latest case as well, it was confirmed that he directly referred to her in his own words, the hero in charge of Seoul, Stardust. Hearing that, Park Jun-ho turned and asked the person involved directly, what did it feel like meeting him face to face? As he said it, he pointed straight at her name, Stardust. She rose quietly to her feet and gave her opinion. He seems to be someone with a psychological disorder who enjoys toying with people's hearts. On top of that, he has the ability to carry out large-scale terrorist attacks. He is an extremely dangerous villain. 2 days after that terrorist attack, Dane was back in his room, lying in bed and groaning. "Oh my God, this is killing me." Forcing himself upright, he staggered into the kitchen to look for something to eat. Just as he was chugging a bottle of orange juice, a sudden voice rang out. "He's doing this again." Dane jerked in surprise, spat out the juice, and hurriedly defended himself. "No, that's not it, Han Seo-eun. I'm really not like that." Let me introduce this girl properly. This is Han Seoeun, a person with super intelligence. At first, I really wasn't used to her calling me Appa, just like she did in the original story. According to the original plot, she would one day grow into an S-class villain and genius hacker. Well, that was how it was supposed to go, but now I've kept her by my side. The girl angrily started making a fuss. This is my house. Don't act like it belongs to you. Because in truth, the two of them were currently inside Han Seoeun's underground base. He only smiled casually at that. Haha, well, whatever. I'm still the one paying for the living expenses and everything else. Han Seoeun immediately cut him off with a scowl. TCH, whatever. Just shut up and drink it, okay? Dane smiled softly at the girl's oddly cute threat. Then he gently reached out and patted her on the head. All right, I got it. But the warm little moment did not last long before the girl shyly pulled both his hand and the water bottle away. Ah, something else is happening. Hurry up. The door to the sleek electronic control room slid open, then shut behind them. Han Seoeun sat down in front of the advanced control screens. Remember the girl named Lee Soo-bin I mentioned before? She's the candidate I'm thinking of bringing in as our assistant. Dane barely needed a second to remember. Ah, the girl active on the deep web. Looks like she's a fan of mine. After making a few quick moves, the girl pointed at the screen. Look, she's here. The announcer's voice echoed through the room. Fanatics following Egoistic are carrying out a hostage terror incident in the heart of Incheon. The ones who planted bombs inside that building. Dane froze, then stepped closer to the screen in disbelief. What the hell is this? These lunatics. Is that girl being held hostage in there? Han Seoeun pointed toward the trembling gunman. No, it's the girl wearing the mask. The announcer continued reporting. The fanatics supporting Egoistic have declared that there will be no negotiations. They seek only terror and death. The police have confirmed that at least 3 people have already died in the attack, and around 300 hostages are still trapped inside the building. At those words, his voice fell silent. Han Seoeun, what's our principle again? The girl immediately recalled the strict rule her appa had drilled into her. Never, under any circumstances, harm civilians. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Then we clean them out. Help me, Han Seoeun. Han Seoeun gave a firm nod without hesitation. Even then, he was still thinking over how to deal with that other person, while the girl kept watching the situation carefully before making her judgment. At the scene of the hostage terror attack, Stardust stood in front of the burning building, its flames reflecting in her eyes. She pressed her lips together and stayed silent for a long moment before finally speaking into her radio. Headquarters, I'm requesting permission to breach. The other side is still refusing, and we're waiting on final orders. Once the police finish their last round of negotiations, we'll be cleared to move in, with permission to eliminate targets if necessary. This incident only made her hatred for him grow even deeper. It was all because of that bastard. Up until now, most terrorist incidents have been carried out almost entirely by villains with superpowers. But this whole spectacle had sent a massive shock through the villain world, one way or another. This time, he had not relied on powers alone. Instead, he used bombs and hostage-taking as weapons to pressure the heroes. The image of him driving us into a corner had clearly inspired ordinary people too. She cursed in frustration, and sure enough, copycat crimes began the very next day. Then an urgent voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Stardust, Egoistic has appeared at the scene and is live-streaming the inside on YouTube. Check it right now. She froze for a second. YouTube? Stardust immediately pulled out her phone. And there he was, the same new villain who had once mocked people's deaths, now appearing on screen again. Viewers poured into the stream in an instant. What is this? Is villain Egoistic live-streaming a terror attack? The world's #1 villain. The chat was packed with lunatics. This is a crime scene. Yeah, as long as it's not me. Release Kim Sun-woo. Release Kim Sun-woo. Release Kim Sun-woo. Where are the moderators? Are they censoring the stream again? The video showed Egoistic inside the building, standing face-to-face with a group dressed exactly like him. They raised their guns and shouted, "Who's there?" Then they quickly realized who it was. The moment it clicked, they immediately burst into joy. Our hero Egoistic actually came down here himself. Egoistic. Not knowing what they were really waiting for, they celebrated his arrival for real. Who? He's going to slaughter all these fools right in front of us. There was not a trace of happiness on Dane's face as he looked at that group. Oh my god, I used long-distance teleportation again, so now my whole body is wrecked, all because of these idiots. Damn it. The terrorists could only stare at him in confusion. Egoistic. Suddenly, loud laughter rang out. Ha ha. This is interesting, ha ha. They had no idea what was going on, but they awkwardly forced out laughter too. Ha ha. At that moment, Han Seon reported through the earpiece, 3 o'clock. The guy standing by the pillar is holding the detonator. Dane glanced over and confirmed it at once. And the moment that man met his eyes, his body was mercilessly torn open into the shape of a donut. The terrorists were horrified and shouted, "No, this guy isn't egoistic. He has to be an undercover cop." They hurriedly pointed their guns at him, but before any of them could fire, the weapons had already been blasted from their hands. What came next were those same gun barrels, now aimed straight back at each of their faces. Dane sneered, lifted his hand, and used his power. "I've never once accepted fools like you as my subordinates." A burst of gunfire erupted, and thick smoke quickly swallowed the inside of the building. The live stream caught the agonized screams of those who had been shot, and the comments exploded in confusion, mixed with the voices of the few sane viewers. Aren't they on the same side? Why did he wipe them out already? Just kill them all. That's satisfying. Who even is egoistic to be this violent? Those maniacs. Someone is already dead. What are the heroes even doing? The villain has taken over everything now. Ha ha ha. What's going to happen to the people in there? Boo-hoo. Is this some psychopath trying to kill everyone? Also, even from behind, egoistic looks handsome, right? There are seriously so many lunatics in this chat. This is a real-life situation, everyone. At that same moment, the higher-ups finally gave Stardust permission to move in, with the top priority being the safety of the hostages from both the terrorists and egoistic. Without hesitating, she charged forward and quickly confirmed that only one person had been left alive without being shot. And that was the exact person he had been looking for. Han Seon's voice came through again. "Appa, save her. From what I can see, those lunatics dragged her in by force. She has nothing to do with the terrorism." Curled up in the corner, she held her head and cried helplessly. "Help me, Sob." Dane's hand suddenly reached toward her, startling her so badly that she hiccuped. Then he pulled her mask right off. In a loud voice, he asked, "Did you do anything wrong or not?" Lee Soo-bin, eyes brimming with tears, choked out, "Okay. I admit it was my fault." The more she cried, the louder she became. Okay, I admit it was my fault." Dane had no patience for that. "If you keep bawling like this, you're going to get shot." Lee Soo-bin instantly went quiet and clamped both hands over her mouth. Then his footsteps turned toward the civilians who had been taken hostage. With a solemn expression, he bowed his head and apologized. "Even if this was not caused by me directly, I still feel a heavy responsibility, because this copycat behavior started from my case." That single action sent the comments into an uproar. What is this? Is he really the villain? Wait, what exactly is happening right now? In a sincere voice, he addressed the hostages and everyone who had suffered because of him with full respect. "I will send compensation money to your accounts, so please check them later. To the families of the 3 deceased victims, I offer my deepest apology. I will pay the highest compensation I possibly can." Even so, Dane was panicking a little inside because of the obvious downside. Oh no, even transfers through fake name accounts can still be traced. Well, Han Seon will figure it out somehow, right? Han Seon let out a long sigh and urged him on. Just take her and go home now." Just from hearing that tone, it was obvious the girl had agreed to handle it. Okay. Dane immediately hoisted Lee Soo-bin over his shoulder. Sniff. At that instant, his whole body felt like it was breaking apart, and the after-effects of teleportation made him tremble. Then suddenly, a violent shock ran through the entire floor. Kim Dane realized at once that there was only one person who could have done something like that: Stardust. She had rushed straight in before she had even fully understood what was really happening there. A few more days went by while Yonhee University was still buzzing from all the chaos. At a coffee shop, KPS News was airing a report saying the villain would personally cover the compensation costs. The public fell into complete confusion. At the scene of the terrorist attack, the villain egoistic had even bowed his head, and it became clear that confirming the hostages' testimonies was far from simple. Just who is this man, really? KPS digs deeper into the mystery. A blonde girl sat alone at a table, staring hard at her phone screen as her fingers scrolled through endless comments asking the same thing. Who exactly is egoistic? He sounds almost like some kind of legend. Egoistic only saves women, right? And Stardust, outside of being a hero, is just an ordinary person named Lee Hyul, a university student for now. For some reason, she let out a long, tired sigh. Her mind drifted back to the moment she had recklessly charged into that building. The entire building had been shaking from the force of the attack. The instant she burst inside, she saw the flash of surprise on Egoistic's face. Her eyes locked onto him immediately. Egoistic, you bastard. This time, I'm definitely going to catch you. Without a second thought, she twisted her course and lunged straight toward him. Luckily, Kim Dane's leg had gone weak at that exact moment, and he barely managed to dodge in time. Stardust had been far too impatient to respond properly. Dear God. And just like that, the villain she absolutely needed to capture slipped away from her. The more she replayed it, the more irritated she became. Lee Hyul let out another troubled sigh, and right then another girl walked over and pulled out a chair. In a soft, caring voice, she asked, Hyul, what's wrong? Is the assignment that hard? Kim Chae-hyun, Hyul Sr. Snapping back to reality, Hyul looked up. Oh, it's nothing, Yuni. She quickly turned back to her work, trying to hide it. I'm okay. I'm just a little distracted, that's all. Stardust, South Korea's #1 hero, is actually Lee Hyul, and when she works as a hero, she hides her identity with a perception-altering filter. Because of that, everyone believes she is just an ordinary college student named Lee Hyul. Though maybe ordinary is not quite right, considering how every man's eyes seem to follow her. Lately, though, one thing in particular had been bothering her senior. Hyul kept muttering the name Egoistic under her breath. She kept circling that hateful name in her mind with growing resentment. Everyone is selfish. Yet one huge question kept rising in her mind. If that was true, then why did he save the hostage? All of a sudden, the person in front of her reached out and pinched her cheek. Look at you, making that gloomy face again. Kim Chae-hyun brightly offered a new idea, pushing the homework aside. Come on, let's go get mango bingsu. It's your favorite, Hyul. Hyul's face brightened right away. Mango. But in the very next second, what filled her mind instead was Egoistic's crazed grin and that twisted, perverted laugh of his. Ha ha ha. Hyul gave a quick blink, and then her face darkened so obviously that she could not hide it at all. Kim Chae-hyun froze as she studied that expression closely. Even mango doesn't fix it? No way. Then Hyul suddenly snapped her pen while muttering, Mango is mine. Treating her like a child, Kim Chae-hyun soothed her at once. Okay. The mango is yours. All yours. The fire inside her burned hotter and hotter, like hellfire itself. That name, Egoistic, was haunting her. No matter what, she would make him reveal himself. Even while still angry, she kept eating the mango ice cream with an oddly cute seriousness. In the middle of Seoul, where the villain kept lingering in the hero's thoughts, stood a house that looked perfectly ordinary from the outside. But when the front door opened, there was yet another door waiting right beside the entrance. And when that second door swung open, the scene beyond it was enough to make anyone stare. There was an elevator hidden inside. Once you stepped into the elevator and entered the code, the doors shut tight and the lift began descending. Dozens of floors underground, the destination was Egoistic's base. Kim Dane lay proudly inside a glass chamber in the place casually called the Ego Base, while Han Seon looked annoyed. Hey, why are you just naming someone else's house whatever you want? Using the most natural logic possible, he answered. Why not? Between us, there's no such thing as your place or my place, right? Your house is my house, and my house is your house. But the sudden pain stabbing through his knee made it impossible for him to stay that relaxed. The pain spread fast, making him flail and cry out. Han Seon scolded him with irritation. Stop spouting nonsense. If you lie still like that, you'll heal faster, so quit making a scene. Kim Dane whimpered. Please, no more. Using instantaneous movement and carrying someone too made me twice as exhausted. Then, all of a sudden, he gave a sly smile and looked toward Han Seon, the girl with superintelligence. He was clearly sending a greedy glance toward the girl sitting on the sofa. How far did you get in your reading? His face looked thoroughly pleased. Though this was not why he had brought in an assistant, those fatigue recovery capsules really were amazing. Han Seon glanced at him and casually lifted a thumbs up. What's with that weird look? The door swung open without warning. The person he had risked everything to save stepped inside. I'm home. Then, noticing the fridge was empty, she paused. Lee Soo-bin shyly asked if anyone wanted some snacks. Kim Dane immediately shouted, Hey, aren't you supposed to be hiding from people right now, or something? She eagerly explained herself again. I covered my face before I went out. He stared at her in disbelief, even more alarmed. That somehow makes you look even more suspicious. Meanwhile, little Han Seon quietly set her book down and obediently ran over to grab the Melona ice cream. But seeing that reaction gave Kim Dane a strange suspicion. Was she telling him to bring this girl here so she could put her to work? He instantly teleported right in front of the little girl and demanded, Why did you tell me to bring this person here? Peeling open the ice cream she had just gotten, the little girl replied in a casual tone, Oh, I just want to ask for a little help. Kim Dane jolted in shock and shouted, What? Lowering his voice, he whispered seriously, That kind of thing needs careful thought before someone turns into a terrorist. I'm against bringing a terrorist into our house, Han Seon. Can you guarantee she won't start shooting inside? The little girl sighed and answered flatly, No, that won't happen. The little girl stated it with confidence. And this person has no intention of becoming a terrorist. Your henchman practically drove her into a corner. Then she pointed straight at the girl and said, Sister. No. Wait, brother. No. I mean, sister. It's Lee Soo-bin, right? Startled, the girl asked, How do you know my name? Han Seon's face made it clear that she already knew everything. I know all about you, Sister Lee Soo-bin. The little girl even knew the details from her family registry. Both your parents were researchers at Hainan Corporation, weren't they? Lee Soo-bin's face turned pale at once. How do you know that? Han Seon answered calmly. I've read the post you wrote on the deep web. Those masking programs you used are full of flaws. Do you want revenge? Then the little girl stepped closer to Lee Soo-bin and asked in a low voice, Hainan Corporation, do you want revenge for what they did to your parents? I'm looking for the people at the top of that company too. I've suffered because of them as well. The girl extended her invitation clearly and firmly. We need to find those bastards and crush them before I can ever feel at ease, sister. Will you help me? In that instant, Kim Dane finally understood Han Seon's reason. So that was it. This girl was a victim of Hainan too, just like Han Seon. Back when I wanted Han Seon to become my first assistant, I convinced her by promising I'd help her get revenge. I wanted Han Seon as my first assistant, so naturally I persuaded her with a promise of revenge. Well, my real goal was to stop her from becoming an S-class villain later on, but still. This Lee Soo-bin girl barely left any impression on me in the original story, so she's probably just a side character. Maybe that alone proves she isn't dangerous. Still, before anything else, I should find out whether she can actually be useful to me. Then, all at once, he snapped back to reality when he saw the two girls hugging each other and crying. Huh. Kim Dane stood there dumbfounded while the two sobbed together. They're crying? Sis? Haha. Han Seon, this development is moving way too fast. I'm the only one here who can't keep up emotionally. Han Seon, your cool and icy image is completely shattered now. So he stayed quiet and watched the two emotional girls for a while. Then he gave up, settled back down, and returned to the recovery chamber. Well, I guess I'll just lie here quietly. That evening, in a cozy little restaurant, everyone around them felt uneasy as they watched a young couple at one table. The whole restaurant had gone quiet except for the wife's broken sobs. Tears kept streaming down her cheeks as she begged in a desperate voice, Why are you treating me like this? But the person sitting across from her only glared darkly and said, You've ruined my appetite. I'm confessing to you. So why do you look like someone died? In the end, the scene was disturbing enough that someone called the police. A cold-faced officer walked up to their table and said there had been a report of assault, ordering them to come to the station with him. The man clicked his tongue and muttered, Damn it. Let me finish eating first. Get lost. The police officer had heard enough, so he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. All right. At this point, you're under arrest. A red light flashed across his body. In the next instant, the police officer was teleported to the edge of a rooftop railing. Behind him came the man's twisted voice. "So, we're heading to the station together, huh?" With a contemptuous kick, he sneered, "Fine, but I'll send you there first." Caught completely off guard, the police officer was thrown from the tall building. The man smiled coldly. "Who do you think you are, picking a fight with me, fake cop?" This was the A-class villain Kim Hak-cheol, the man who controlled spatial displacement. The whole world seemed wrapped in chaos. A scream tore through the air. "Did you really think killing me would change this world?" Han Seon, now wearing a completely different appearance, looked like the fifth-ranked villain, the White Witch. Then a voice suddenly pulled everything back to the present. "Hey!" 16-year-old Han Seon, who loved orange juice, shouted, "You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you?" Lee Soo-bin, awkwardly washing the dishes nearby, spoke up at once. "Seon, I'm sorry. That was me. I'll go buy you more." Han Seon had been scolding her brother, but then Lee Soo-bin suddenly ran over and hugged her. The girl's expression changed instantly, and she broke into a bright smile. "It's okay, sis." Watching the whole thing, Kim Dane let out a scoff and sneered to himself. "If it were me, things would have gone differently." Then he suddenly spoke up. "But Han Seon, in the end, you finally stopped pretending to be a boy, huh?" The girl instantly shouted in anger, "Why you?" Kim Dane seized the moment and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha." And so, the lives of the three of them began to flow on in a strangely happy and peaceful way. Looking back on the tragedies mentioned in the original story, Han Seon was the girl born with superintelligence. She was the only survivor of the Blossom Project run by Hainan Corporation, where hundreds of children were used in illegal experiments. Then one day, one of the children developed an unexpected side effect. After that, everyone involved died except for Seon. At the time, the entire building came crashing down. Afterward, with her whole body covered in wounds, she escaped from the lab and hid herself in an underground shelter, slowly turning it into the hideout she uses now. And in that place, she lived alone for many long years. Until I found her. Kim Dane's sudden appearance came during the quiet, frozen days when the girl had been living shut off from everything. A chair slammed to the floor with a sharp crash. Han Seon instantly bristled like a startled hedgehog, full of alarm. Kim Dane stayed calm and made her an offer. "Don't you want revenge on them? I need your help too." Han Seon. Under the girl's frightened stare, he slowly held out his hand in a friendly, careful gesture. "I'm not here to hurt you." And that was how everything began and led to the present. He had come to save her. Unlike the original story, where Han Seon was consumed by resentment, became an S-rank villain, and died so pitifully, I swore I would never let her fall down that path again. Though I do have one question. But now that you're my accomplice, does that make you a villain too? Well, whatever happens, let's stay on the right path somehow. Sensing his intense stare, Han Seon turned around and waved a hand at him. "What are you looking at? You don't understand anything anyway." Kim Dane's eyes shifted to the other girl. Lee Soo-bin's parents had both been researchers, and both were dead now. He knew quite a bit about her too. She was majoring in computer engineering, so later on she would probably end up supporting Han Seon with the technical side of things. He casually took a sip of water. Even if she was a character he had never really known before and still seemed a little suspicious, he had to admit that her cooking was unbelievably good. Suddenly, Han Seon held out a tiny spider-shaped device. "Here, it's an external tracking sensor." Kim Dane recoiled the moment he saw it. "What do we need a tracker for?" The girl clicked her tongue in annoyance. TSK. Did you already forget what kind of work we do?" She pointed at the figure displayed on the screen. "It's for the villain you picked from the list." He stared in surprise. "The teleporter? It's him." Kim Dane understood the guy's power well enough and summed it up quickly. This man could teleport endlessly over short distances without taking any damage at all. He wasn't the kind you could tie down with normal methods. A seriously troublesome enemy. The little girl laughed with excitement. "The more troublesome the opponent, the faster we need to get rid of him." He rubbed his head in misery. "Do you even know how exhausting it is for me to keep teleporting nonstop?" Han Seon simply cheered him on. "Come on, egoistic. Time to work." Before long, they set out, heading for a small apartment tucked away in a remote area. Kim Dane peeked nervously from the rooftop. Han Seon, are you in yet? The little girl urged him on. What? You still haven't gone in? Hurry up. Even so, he stayed tense and uneasy. Was it really a good idea to teleport straight into the guy's living room? What if Kim Hak-cheol was already there? Han Seon sighed and reminded him again. I've told you over and over. You fire the shot fitted with the locator. Even if he dodges the bullet by teleporting, it'll still hit him. Kim Dane glanced at the gun gleaming in his hand. What? What? The little girl sounded even more irritated now. Because I designed it to move faster than the bullet itself. You study social sciences. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't get it. Just go already. Even then, he still hesitated. Wouldn't it be faster to just kill him somewhere out on the street? Han Seon looked ready to flip the table at his attitude. He never goes outside in the first place. He only uses teleportation. I already investigated everything and prepared this plan ahead of time. Ugh, I'm so nervous. The little girl, burning with anxiety, quickly grabbed a bottle of water and gulped it down. From the side, Lee Soo-bin cheered him on nervously. Come on, egoistic. You can do this. Hearing that, the little girl shyly joined in too. Why yeah, egoistic. Do your best. Kim Dane looked suddenly energized. All right, thanks. Let's do this. In the next moment, he teleported straight into the criminal's home. Kim Hak-cheol had just finished showering and jolted in shock the instant he saw him. Huh. Han Seon immediately shouted, Honey, fire. Kim Dane raised the gun and pulled the trigger without delay. At once, two tiny spiders shot out at unbelievable speed. But Kim Hak-cheol had already anticipated something like this, and in the very next second, he vanished from the spot. Kim Dane threw the gun aside and cursed. Damn it, Han Seon. Did the tracker lock onto him? On Han Seon's side, they grasped the situation immediately. It's locked on. Sister Soo-bin, report his location. Lee Soo-bin quickly tracked him down. Right now, he's 500 meters east of here. Without wasting time, Kim Dane moved at once. Okay. A second later, he appeared in the middle of a busy street. Huh? Who's that? What is that? The people nearby quickly recognized him. Hey, isn't that egoistic? Wait, it really is him. He frowned as he looked around at the crowd. Damn it, this wasn't part of the plan at all. And before long, news of his appearance spread all over social media. At a lecture hall in Yonhee University, Lee Ha-yeol was focused on her studies, completely unaware of what was going on outside. Then suddenly, a voice came over the radio. Egoistic has appeared in the city center. Hero Stardust, prepared to deploy under the association's orders. She shot to her feet in panic and blurted out, What? Everyone in the classroom turned to stare at her. Sorry, everyone. Lee Ha-yeol hurriedly packed up her things and rushed out. Sorry for the disturbance. She rushed out at once, wondering what kind of trouble he was stirring up this time. Egoistic. Han Seon carefully checked the tracker. Honey, he's over there, right at the intersection ahead. Kim Dane quickly spotted Kim Hak-cheol stumbling as he ran. Had the shot actually connected? Right at that moment, the traffic light changed to red. Without thinking, he leaped out recklessly to cut off Kim Hak-cheol's path. Before anything else could happen, Han Seon's startled voice rang sharply in his ear. Dane. He was so desperate to catch that top-tier criminal that he forgot the most basic thing and never checked the road before crossing. A truck came charging toward him at terrifying speed, and for a split second, it was impossible to tell whether he could react in time to survive. As he fled, Kim Hak-cheol suddenly found himself dragged back to that fateful day. Hey, Kim Hak-cheol, you must have been happy after robbing us and running off. Huh. Back then, Kim Hak-cheol had been weak and helpless, able to do nothing but groan and beg. I'll pay you back. Please, just spare me. When they felt his pleading still wasn't sincere enough, he shouted even louder, I'll pay. I swear. Those words only irritated the leader even more. Finally fed up, the man cruelly pressed a lit cigarette against the rope binding Kim Hak-cheol and sneered, I don't want it anymore. Seeing that, Kim Hak-cheol struggled even harder. No, please. I was wrong. Just this once, please let me live. But no matter how desperately he begged, the rope burned through, and he dropped straight into the sea. With nothing left to lose in that instant, Kim Hak-cheol spat out a bitter curse. Damn you bastards. Just before his face hit the water, he screamed out with every ounce of rage in his chest. I curse every last one of you to die." At that exact moment, Kim Hak-cheol suddenly vanished. And just as those men were about to leave, he abruptly reappeared nearby. The bizarre sight made all of them go pale. What the hell is this? As for Kim Hak-cheol, he was equally stunned to find himself still alive and unharmed, unable to understand what had just happened. Huh? What? Once they recovered from the shock, the group quickly rushed at him and grabbed hold of him again. Before long, Kim Hak-cheol was surrounded, yet he himself had not moved even an inch. This power. After standing frozen for a moment, Kim Hak-cheol slowly clenched his fists, joy and excitement rising inside him. So now, no one in this world can catch me anymore. The instant that thought struck him, he vanished again, making the two sides slam into each other before he escaped. No one could catch him. Back in the present, the truck driver immediately slammed on the brakes the moment he saw someone in the road. But Egoistic had already disappeared, only to appear inside the truck's cabin a second later and startle the driver. Seeing that he was completely unharmed, Kim Hak-cheol burned with fury. Damn it! Realizing things had turned against him, he spun around and fled again. He had timed that perfectly, and still it didn't get rid of him. Damn it! The moment he got out of the vehicle, Kim Hak-cheol teleported onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Watching the situation carefully, he ground his teeth in anger. It was definitely egoistic. Could it be he didn't kill those two villains over some personal grudge after all? The more Kim Hak-cheol thought about it, the harder it became to swallow his rage. After all, he and Egoistic had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Down below, as Egoistic stepped out of the truck, he was instantly surrounded by a huge crowd of bystanders. Yes, I'm busy working, so I can't talk long. Oh my God. Hey, don't be scared. I'm not here to hurt anyone. Now then, straight to hell with you. A-rank villain with instant teleportation. The moment he heard those words, a wild thought flashed through Kim Hak-cheol's mind. Could it be that this guy specialized in hunting down villains and wiping them out? Even as Kim Hak-cheol tried to shake off that thought, Egoistic suddenly appeared again out of nowhere. From then on, no matter where Kim Hak-cheol ran, Egoistic kept following him. Trash belongs in the garbage, and worthless villains should be erased from this world. Come here. After hearing that, and being chased so closely, Kim Hak-cheol snapped and grabbed a nearby civilian in desperation. Damn it. Today I'm the one getting cleaned up like trash? Why could he still hear that guy's voice right beside his ear? Kim Hak-cheol immediately hurled the person behind him and took off running again. Before the girl could even hit the ground, Egoistic reached out and caught her. Oh God, oh God. While the girl was still dazed, he gently asked, "Are you okay?" That unexpected kindness made her cheeks turn bright red. Yes, sir. After using instantaneous teleportation over and over again, Kim Hak-cheol had burned through almost all of his strength. At last, unable to keep going, he collapsed on the spot. Why did it have to be me? After making sure the girl was safe, Egoistic turned back to his real target, the A-rank villain with instant teleportation. When Kim Hak-cheol said nothing, he pulled out a pistol and pressed it right against his head. You've already confessed to your crimes. Even half unconscious, Kim Hak-cheol still seemed ready to argue when he was suddenly scolded like that. Egoistic sneered and shot back. Damn it. You're a villain too, aren't you? Yeah, but at least I'm not as pathetic and cowardly as you. After saying that, he turned and shouted loudly to the crowd watching everything. Everyone, this piece of trash stole tens of billions in assets and even murdered for innocent people. Those people were someone's husband, someone's father, someone's friend, someone's son. Are you really willing to forgive a cold-blooded murderer like this? The crowd answered without hesitation. End him. That's right, end him. Kill him. Kill him. Hearing those cries, Kim Hak-cheol struggled furiously. You bastards yelling for me to die. How are you any different from me? Egoistic listened to the crowd's answer, then smiled in satisfaction. Hak-cheol, in truth, your worst crime is what comes later, becoming an S-class villain, slaughtering hundreds, and tormenting Stardust over and over again. The moment that thought passed, he snapped back to the present and spoke in a cold, sharp voice. You think those two things are the same? Sorry, but it looks like you're the one dying here. Right after that, a scream of pain tore through the air. The sound made Egoistic stop and cautiously glance around. The first thing that caught his eye was the townspeople's strangely delighted excitement. That reaction threw him off. What was going on? They had just watched someone get shot dead. Everyone should have been panicking and screaming, but after finishing the job, he could only stand there in a daze, staring at the crowd's bright, happy faces. Aside from the existence of superpowers, this world is not all that different from the one I used to live in. But moments like this really drive home that I'm in a completely different place now. People here really are strange. After thinking that over for a second, Egoistic let it go, took off his hat, and gave them a small greeting. But I'm the villain here. Aren't you people scared of me? Hearing that, the people around him finally began to hesitate a little. Just then, a voice he knew all too well rang out. Egoistic recognized it immediately. The moment he heard it, he quickly lifted his head and looked to the sky. Stardust. Damn it. I stayed here drawing attention for way too long. Stardust dropped down in an instant and pointed at him as she shouted, "You bastard." Egoistic ignored that and focused instead on the girl in front of him, who was normally just a slightly cold university student. But the moment she became a hero, even the way she talked changed, almost like a character from an old historical drama. Thinking that, he blurted out to himself, "So cute." Of course, Stardust took that expression the wrong way. What did you do? No matter how carried away he felt, Egoistic still wore his villain mask perfectly. Do what? What are you talking about? I just dealt with an evil A-class villain who was a murderer and a bank robber. I only did the kind of work a hero should have done. Stardust found herself unable to argue back. Seeing that reaction, he pressed on. I didn't actually do anything wrong, did I? An upper-tier villain could originally be judged on the spot by a hero, with no room for appeal. Instead of answering directly, she changed the subject completely. Egoistic, do you think you're the hero? That question genuinely left Egoistic confused. I'm the villain. But as soon as he said it, something occurred to him. There were probably a lot of people here filming this and cheering for Stardust, right? This crowd is way too perfect for that. Coming back to himself, he smiled and clapped his hands lightly. True enough, Stardust. A villain like me punishing evil really does break the rules. Still, I just can't stand your rigid, unbending sense of justice. Maybe today I should just retreat. The words immediately set off another wave of murmuring through the crowd. Right? Weren't villains supposed to hide from heroes? He kept speaking with dramatic flair. After all, you were late, weren't you? You didn't defeat the teleporter. Honestly, Egoistic had not really done anything wrong here. Those thoughts left Stardust feeling uneasy and strangely downcast. She was not the only one feeling unsettled. Even Egoistic felt like the whole world had gone insane. What is this? Something feels seriously off. Just then, Han Seon's voice came through his earpiece, urging him on. Hey, stop babbling and hurry up. With that pressure in his ear and the chaos around him, he hurriedly tried to explain. No, that's not what I mean. I'm not saying I'm doing the right thing. I'll keep doing evil, and Stardust can keep trying to stop me. After a brief pause, he slipped right back into his cool pose. Anyway, let's call it a day. The moment he said that, he vanished on the spot with his power. With nothing left to gossip about, the crowd began to scatter, leaving Stardust standing there alone with her thoughts. We should probably leave too, right? Yeah, let's go. After everyone else was gone, she quietly walked over to where Kim Hak-cheol had collapsed, looking down at him with a troubled expression. Back at the base, the moment they arrived, Egoistic collapsed too, and Han Seon, who had already gotten everything ready, immediately shouted, Sister Su-bin, over here. Hurry. The moment Lee Su-bin heard her name, she ran over in a panic. What's wrong? Sitting down to check him, the girl explained that this was a side effect of overusing teleportation. After confirming it, the two girls grabbed him together and dragged him back into the room. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Just then, the phone in Egoistic's pocket started ringing. It turned out that an article about what happened that afternoon had already been uploaded to a free forum. A test of public favorability. Who likes the cool older brother type Egoistic more than that old-fashioned Aunt Stardust? Probably me. That evening, Stardust sat alone on top of a building, quietly reading that very post. After she finished reading it, she could not hide the sadness on her face as she remained sitting on the rooftop. Stardust was reminded of memories she would rather never revisit. Back when she was still 17-year-old Lee Ha-yeol, something deeply painful had happened. No mother, no father. Seeing the pain on her face, the thief holding the stolen wallet smugly thought she should have just handed it over quietly in the first place. After looking through what he had stolen for a moment, he tucked it away, pulled out a handgun, and threatened her coldly. Blame your stupid parents. Even with a gun pressed to her head, Lee Ha-yeol had already lost too much to feel fear anymore. When the robber failed to get the terrified reaction he wanted, he looked almost disappointed. Then he suddenly smiled brightly and put the gun away. Lucky. Really lucky, huh? After saying that, the robber flicked away his cigarette and turned to leave, letting the man who had killed her parents walk away free. Lee Ha-yeol burned with frustration, but in the end, all she could do was collapse and cry helplessly. If only I'd had the strength to protect my mother and father. No matter how much I regret it now, what happened is already done. Mother, father, I swear I'll put an end to that bastard. After saying that, Lee Ha-yeol could do nothing but collapse beside her parents' bodies and cry her heart out. Then, in the pitch-black sky above, a single beam of light suddenly appeared. A moment later, it shot down like a falling star, plunging straight into the narrow alley. Still crying, the young Lee Ha-yeol slowly lifted her head and stared at that strange light in confusion. The instant she looked up, a blinding flash burst into her eyes. In the next second, the entire alley was swallowed by an eerie, shimmering light. As the strange glow slowly faded away, Lee Ha-yeol had already lost consciousness, and her black hair had turned completely blonde. The next day, back at the secret base, Kim Dane finally opened his eyes after getting a full rest. Han Seon had been standing by the glass the whole time, waiting for that exact moment, and immediately brightened. He's awake. Before Kim Dane could even say a word, he was met by a visibly exhausted Han Seon leaning right into view. He had just been about to enjoy a nice hot meal when Han Seon suddenly rushed over with her phone, so he ended up eating while listening to her. Right away, the girl began reading from the article on the phone screen, neatly summarizing the facts about the villain Egoistic and his current public evaluation. As she carefully read it through, Han Seon listed one achievement after another. Kim Dane had taken down the A-rank villain Rhino, and he had also eliminated the A-rank villain in Zodiac. For the exhausted people of Korea, he had even stepped in during the observatory crisis and brought the whole special situation under control without a single casualty. It sounded like the article was over there, but the girl kept reading. At the same time, he had subdued a group of fanatics who caused chaos and took hostages, then even compensated the hostages afterward. After a short pause, Han Seon finished the rest of the article. It also mentioned an A-rank villain, Kim Hak-cheol, the instant teleporter who had hidden himself for a long time despite a bounty being placed on him. Even the authorities had judged him extremely difficult to capture. Honestly, Egoistic barely sounded like a villain at all. Still smiling as if that somehow was not shocking enough yet, the girl added one more piece of news. 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing that, Kim Dane quickly asked, then what about Stardust? The moment she heard that name, Han Seon could not hide her sulky expression. Stardust, huh? Then look at the comments right under this. Before he could grab the phone himself, she started reading aloud. Actually, Egoistic has accomplished more than Stardust. Up to now, Stardust hasn't really done much. The moment he heard that, Kim Dane sprayed the food in his mouth in shock. But it did not stop there. Han Seon kept reading. King Egoistic has already taken down 3 A-rank villains. After finally calming down a little, Kim Dane asked in a hesitant voice, then why is Stardust getting criticized? Han Seon thought it over for a moment before answering. Maybe because, out of the 3 A-rank heroes, she's the least active. Shadow Walker and Icicle have each saved dozens, even hundreds, of people on their own. But Stardust still doesn't really have much to show. Once she had finished reading everything, the girl cautiously looked over at the person beside her. See? That's how people are reacting. Hearing all of those comments, Kim Dane looked utterly hopeless and could not hide it. Is that really what most people think? As if the situation still was not devastating enough, Han Seon directly pulled up another screen, this one showing a weird apple mango image, and proudly said, Egoistic even has an official fan club. That information completely shattered Kim Dane. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head and tugging at his hair. No, that makes no sense. These lunatics. What kind of world has a fan club for a villain? Unable to accept reality, he rose to his feet with his mind already racing. All right, we can't let this keep going. After thinking it through, Kim Dane decided to start preparing his next terror attack. Come on, Seo-eun, Soo-bin. Can you two handle it? Being called out so suddenly, both girls froze in panic. Huh? Me again? Seriously? Ignoring the gloomy look on both their faces, Kim Dane was already brimming with excitement and anticipation. Anyway, we have to show the people of Korea who the real villain is and who the true hero is. Just wait for me, Stardust. I'll put you back where you belong. At that very moment, someone else was quietly savoring a cup of mango smoothie. Seriously, this is so good. While taking a sip of water, Lee Hyul suddenly noticed something outside. The cherry blossoms beyond the window had fully bloomed, painting the whole scene with a soft, romantic beauty. It should have felt poetic and lovely, but all she could hear in her head were the people's comments, acting like he was some kind of great hero. Showing up only after the work is already done, huh? Sometimes she can't even catch Kim Hak-cheol, the instant teleporter. Remembering those words, Lee Hyul let out a long sigh. She was swept away by the tide of it, and one dark thought after another flooded her mind. The public was far more excited about Egoistic, the villain hunter, than about heroes who only dealt with criminals that ended up with suspended sentences. She had truly done her best, so why was she still the one being criticized like this? Not wanting to stay trapped in that negativity, Lee Hyul lightly slapped her own cheeks a few times to pull herself together. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Hyul, why are you hitting yourself like that? The moment she heard it, she snapped back to herself. When she looked over and saw Kim Chae-hyun gently sitting down beside her, Lee Hyul gave her junior a bright, excited smile and said, "The weather's so nice today. Want to take a little break together?" Being invited like that, Kim Chae-hyun agreed without the slightest hesitation. Night? Since when did the cherry blossoms bloom this much? She said excitedly as she pulled out her phone. Hey, do you want to check this out? It's super popular these days, but maybe you haven't seen it yet. She showed her a picture of a dancing apple mango and laughed. What do you think? It's kind of hilarious, right? Lately, I feel like Egoistic has this weird charm. The moment she saw that image, Lee Hyul clenched her teeth in frustration. Even Kim Chae-hyun liked him. Then, while scrolling through the phone, something suddenly caught her eye. Huh? What's this? Kim Chae-hyun turned the screen toward her. Hyul, Egoistic is live streaming right now. Hearing that, Lee Hyul's eyes widened. What? Just as she hurriedly pulled out her own phone, a familiar voice rang out from the stream. Egoistic was once again targeting Stardust. Lee Hyul immediately headed back to the association, then prepared to move out to the scene. As soon as the announcement ended, Lee Hyul slammed her hand against the table and jumped to her feet. Kim Chae-hyun, I have something urgent, so I need to go right now. Sorry. The second she finished speaking, she turned and ran straight out of the cafe before Kim Chae-hyun could even answer. Huh? Hyul. But Lee Hyul was already gone, her resolve hardening with every step. Just wait, Egoistic. This time, I will definitely catch you. At that same time, on some cliffside, a familiar screen flickered on, followed by Egoistic's cheerful voice. Long time no see, everyone. I'm the villain, Egoistic. After finishing his introduction, he eagerly watched the comments flood in across the screen, curious to see how people would react. It was ridiculous. They were treating the whole thing like some kind of surprise event. Without thinking much of it, Egoistic pulled out his phone and joked, "There's been a lot of news about me lately. I'm not a hero, I'm a villain, and now I even have a fan club." As he said that, he gave a sly little grin and used the phone to project an image onto the railway tracks. Maybe everyone has the wrong idea. I am a villain, he declared, pointing toward the hostages who had already been taken. Then he pointed back toward the distant tracks again. Ah, and the train should be arriving any moment now. Are you watching Stardust? The moment he asked that, comments immediately popped up saying he was still a hopeless Stardust fan. Ignoring them, Egoistic calmly began to explain. The rules are simple. You choose. Then Egoistic tilted the camera down toward the tracks, and started laying on the pressure. Keep the lever as it is, and one person dies instead of 5. But if you pull it, that one person will be the one sacrificed. Thinking of Lee Soo-bin, who was controlling the train, he kept pressing the point. Don't decide too fast. If you try to save the people on the tracks by force, I'll derail the train immediately. Got that, Stardust? After finishing the explanation, Egoistic gave her the final push. You only get one choice. Pull the lever. No sooner had he said it than Stardust appeared. You bastard, Egoistic. Without a second of hesitation, she rushed straight down and landed above the tracks. Watching her arrive, he smiled in satisfaction. You came, didn't you, Stardust? As she looked at the hostages, her mind immediately started racing. If she tried to save them first, then everyone on the train would be put in danger. Think about it, Stardust, he said. How are you going to save everyone? Seeing that hesitation flicker across her face, Egoistic pushed her even harder despite the guilt in his own chest. Come on, come on. The Pentagon train is entering the station. How will our Stardust choose? Before she had even done anything, the viewers were already throwing out their guesses. Egoistic was clearly pleased by those reactions. Everyone seemed convinced Stardust would make the cruel choice. But the Stardust he knew was not that kind of person. Just then, Lee Soo-bin suddenly panicked and shouted through the earpiece. Dane, she's running toward me. What am I supposed to do? Seeing her silhouette coming in like the wind, he quickly tried to calm Lee Soo-bin down. We're live streaming, so turn off the broadcast mic first. Don't worry, she's not going to hurt you. Just keep going. Hearing that, Lee Soo-bin finally steadied herself a little. Once he had barely settled her down, Egoistic slipped right back into playing the villain. Okay, now turn the mic back on. Oh, can this really work? What is Stardust doing? She actually pulled it off? If that's true, this is going to be bad, Stardust. Why are you rushing in like you want to die? Stop. No matter what anyone said, Stardust and the train crashed straight into each other head-on. As she held her ground, she forced herself to keep going with every bit of strength she had. Just a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. But then, all at once, the train suddenly sped up. Even Egoistic was caught off guard by that change. Was it actually getting faster? The moment he realized something was wrong, panic hit him. Soo-bin, wake up. But Lee Soo-bin had already passed out long ago. Getting no answer back, he started to panic for real. He had not prepared for this situation at all. Even while looking at Stardust standing there in a daze below the mountain, Egoistic kept up the psychological pressure. Come on, the Pentagon train is entering the station. So how will our Stardust choose? That was what he said on the outside. But inwardly he was watching the girl below with intense focus, waiting to see what the righteous Stardust would decide. The person he had been waiting for all this time was now trapped in fierce psychological turmoil. After a brief moment of thought, Stardust finally made up her mind. Gritting her teeth, she burst forward and ran straight at the train. The instant he saw her choose that path, Egoistic felt completely satisfied and tugged the brim of his hat even lower. Good. Everything was moving exactly the way he had planned. Pleased with how it was unfolding, he dragged a frightened girl who was still struggling and carried her closer to the tracks. When he reached the rails, Egoistic carefully lowered the pale-faced girl onto the railway. He did not stop there. He even took out tape and tied her down securely. Even while doing all that, Egoistic was screaming inside. This is exhausting. If Shadow Walker were here, doing this at night would have been easier. Causing terror in broad daylight meant he had to stay alert every second. No matter how much he grumbled to himself, he still finished tying the final knot. After securing the hostage, Egoistic used his power to teleport in an instant to a cliff, where he could watch the whole performance. Looking down at the 5 people he had tied up beneath the platform, he felt deeply satisfied with the result and even a little proud of himself. As he watched the strangely peaceful scene in front of him, Egoistic remembered something. In the original story, Stardust would get beaten down after clashing with villains, but through that pain she would also grow. If he wiped those villains out too early to help her, then she would lose the chance to mature through those battles. Pulling himself out of that train of thought, he reached down and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. Once he finished writing, Egoistic smiled to himself with obvious pride. In his mind, this was a special physical training camp prepared just for her. Back in the present, When he saw Stardust throwing herself at the train with full force, even he was a little startled and hurriedly tried to stop her. "What are you doing? If you keep that up, you'll get crushed to pieces, Stardust." That sight also set off a huge argument among the people watching from home, and the comments only made everything feel more desperate. On the outside, he acted like this was not what he wanted, but deep inside, Egoistic was extremely satisfied with how things were unfolding, because this truly had been his plan all along. At that moment, Stardust slammed straight into the train and shattered the front section of it. Standing on top of the cliff, Egoistic watched closely and analyzed the situation. Her physical strength and even her flying ability were still lacking by around 2%. She was still only a hero hovering near A rank, so stopping a train like this should have been beyond her. But there was one thing about her that other people did not know. As he studied Stardust's strained face and tightly set expression, Egoistic made a sincere judgment. Whenever she was pushed into real danger, her powers would surge dramatically. Even as he thought that, Stardust was slowly being shoved backward. Even so, he still believed in her. She had to be able to stop this. With that strong belief in mind, the engine of the train began to rattle and clatter. But instead of slowing down, it pushed forward with even more force. That unexpected change made Egoistic start to feel uneasy. Was the train actually accelerating again? The moment he realized that, he hurriedly called for backup, but Lee Subin had already fainted ages ago. Subin, wake up." When no answer came back, Egoistic immediately fell into full panic. He had never expected things to turn out like this. Just like that, the worst possibilities started playing through his mind like scenes from a movie. If the people tied to the tracks really ended up dead, then no matter how beautifully the story was dressed up afterward, Stardust's image as a brave superhero would be completely destroyed. The moment that thought hit him, Egoistic grabbed his head and tugged lightly at his ears in frustration. What am I supposed to do? At the same time, the train kept racing closer and closer to the unlucky girl on the tracks. The instant Stardust noticed that, she clenched her teeth and forced out even more strength than before. But even then, the train refused to stop. So she poured every last bit of power she had into holding it back. Even though the front of the train was already almost completely crushed, it still had not slowed down at all. From above, Egoistic stared down at Stardust below and could do nothing but beg under his breath. "Please, please." As the gap between the train and the hostages kept shrinking little by little, all he could do was pray again and again. "Please, just stop." Then suddenly, Egoistic noticed something. After all that desperate effort, Stardust had finally managed to stop the train, and the whole moment was captured on video. Seeing that unbelievable scene, Egoistic's face instantly lit up with relief and joy. It stopped. We made it out of the worst ending, at least for now. Amid all that chaos and madness, hope surged back into him. "Come on, show yourself. Is Stardust okay?" The train had been going way too fast. Still staring at the live stream on his phone, Egoistic began spiraling into darker thoughts. Could she have died? No. Could it really be? Then, at that very moment, the familiar figure of Stardust finally appeared. The second he saw that the girl he cared about was still safe, he could not hide his excitement and almost cheered out loud. A moment later, remembering he was supposed to be the villain, he quickly forced himself to calm down. No, wait, no? She actually blocked it. She really held on, This wasn't how my plan was supposed to go. Turning his eyes to the dazed Stardust, Egoistic tried to convince himself. She had solved the dilemma in her own way, in a way only she could. Yeah, that's right. And with that, the comment section exploded all over again. As he read every single line, his whole face brightened with excitement. Yes, this is exactly the kind of reaction I needed. See, carried away by that swelling pride, he used the moment to praise the girl standing below. This is the hero called Stardust. Watch closely how her power bursts out from nothing but her desire to save people. After pushing herself completely to the limit, Stardust finally gave out and collapsed on the spot. Seeing that, his eyes filled at once with worry. Not caring how it looked anymore, he jumped straight down to check on her himself. As he moved closer, a quiet, weak scolding reached his ears, and it stung him a little. Damn you. Egoistic. No matter how shaken he felt inside, Egoistic still forced himself to focus on what mattered right now. All right, Stardust. You did really well. In a way I never even imagined. This is your victory. After saying that, he gently brushed her hair aside so she could rest, then quietly gave his final instructions. I'm leaving now. Get some rest. Other heroes will be here soon to help you. Once he had made sure Stardust could rest, he stood up, took off his hat, and ended things with a formal farewell. Yes, my terror attack ends here. Thank you all for watching. Right after that declaration, the screen faded to black and the broadcast came to an end. But one shocking comment remained behind. What is that weird atmosphere between those two? The next morning at the secret base, Han Seoeun came running around full of energy. Wake up, wake up. Come on, you lazy sleepers. Kim Dane and Lee Subin both looked completely worn out after what happened yesterday. Oh my god, I'm dying. Morning, Seoeun. Seeing them like that, the girl could not help second-guessing things a little. One terror attack, and everyone already looked this drained. Dropping the urge to nag them any further, Han Seoeun simply pointed at the table piled with food and called them over. Come on. The moment they saw the steaming dishes, both of their eyes lit up brighter than headlights. Seoeun, did you make all this? Kim Dane was fully awake in an instant. He stepped over and patted Han Seoeun on the head with warm praise. Thank you so much, Seoeun. It's nothing, she replied. After a brief moment of embarrassment, the little girl reached out and pinched his waist without warning. While Kim Dane was still squirming from that, Han Seoeun quickly sat down and urged them on. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. All right. Soon, all three of them were seated around the table, starting breakfast together. Thanks for the meal, they said together. After that, each of them focused on enjoying the food in front of them. While eating, Han Seoeun suddenly noticed the remote control lying nearby, and immediately stretched out to grab it. Then she hurriedly finished her food and ran over to the sofa to turn on the TV and check the latest news. As the news broadcast came on, Han Seoeun excitedly pointed at the screen. Let's see how yesterday's achievement was reported. Next news. Hearing that, Kim Dane kept eating, but he could not hide the pride on his face. Surely his image as a villain had been burned deep into everyone's minds this time. Of course, Stardust's reputation must have shot up too. It was like hitting two targets with one arrow. Just then, Han Seoeun suddenly burst out laughing. The strange look on her face left Kim Dane confused. Huh? What is it? Pointing excitedly at the screen, the girl shouted. They're saying you two are dating. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out from the TV. This is the story that followed after the A-rank hero Stardust stopped the train yesterday morning. First, please take a look at this photo. Immediately afterward, the screen showed the moment Egoistic brushed the girl's hair aside so she could rest, and the commentator continued speaking. Looking at this, it's hard not to say it clearly. The atmosphere between that villain and that hero feels no different from a couple in love. In another corner, Lee Hyul watched the entire news report, fury rising so hard she crushed the glass in her hand. Meanwhile, Kim Dane, the one caught in the middle of it all, was horrified, thinking, what the hell is this supposed to be? The host continued. In South Korea, the most beloved villain is Egoistic, while the rising rookie hero is Stardust. Lately, rumors of romance between the two have become incredibly hot. Reporter Park, what made those dating rumors blow up like this? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and kept talking. Look here. Do you recognize this? The host replied, huh? Ah, yes. That's a line showing the name Stardust. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the desk, jumped to his feet, and raised his voice. Wrong. It's not just some simple line. Sent to you, Stardust. This is the gift I give you. That is the real meaning behind it. Then the screen showed Kim Dane kneeling on one knee beside the unconscious Lee Hyul. In that scene, he said, all right, Stardust. You did very well, in a way I never expected. This is your victory. Pointing at that moment, Reporter Park declared with complete certainty, look closely. If this isn't love, then what is it? When Egoistic said those last words and gently closed Stardust's eyes, she quietly fell asleep. If those two aren't dating, then what else could that possibly be? Elsewhere, Lee Hyul was sitting alone in the study room, watching that exact discussion segment play out. Her mood was completely dark. Pressing a hand to her forehead, Lee Hyul thought bitterly, are all these people still in their right minds? There is no way I would ever date that insane villain. Absolutely not. Not even a chance. For a moment, Lee Hyul fell completely silent. Then she questioned herself. What is this? I'm obviously full of anger and resentment toward that guy, but somehow, there's also this strange feeling mixed in with it. While Lee Hyul sat there gloomily muttering to herself, a girl slowly walked over. Kim Chae-hyun looked at her with sympathy and said, Hyul, your soul must be exhausted from studying so much. Then Kim Chae-hyun pulled out a flyer for an ice cream festival and smiled brightly at her. Today, let me cheer you up. A second later, Kim Chae-hyun tossed the flyer down dramatically, her eyes sparkling as she said, just trust me today. Let's go out and have some fun together. Elsewhere, from inside another house, the sound of non-stop whining could be heard. Come on, come on. Han Seo-eun was sprawled across the floor throwing a tantrum because she wanted to go out, while Lee Soo-bin had no idea what to do with her. Seo-eun, stop whining like that. But Han Seo-eun stubbornly refused. We've already done 2 terror attacks, and now I want to go outside. At that point, Kim Dane finally spoke up too. Ms. Soo-bin, Son, how about the 3 of us go out together? The instant Han Seo-eun heard that, she shot upright and stopped rolling around on the floor. The girl immediately shouted with joy, celebrating on the spot, and even Lee Soo-bin ended up smiling. Kim Dane was holding the same ice cream festival flyer Kim Chae-hyun had shown earlier. Smiling to himself, he thought, this never happened in the original story, but it probably won't cause any problems. On Lee Hyul's side, her mood had lifted a little too, and she looked around with growing interest. At the ice cream festival, there were people everywhere. The whole place was lively and buzzing. Kim Dane looked around and said in surprise, wow, even though it's only weekday noon, it's still this crowded. Walking beside him with an ice cream cone in hand, Han Seo-eun asked in confusion, Dane, why are you wearing black again? Kim Dane smiled and answered, Seo-eun, men have to wear black. Han Seo-eun laughed right away. What kind of nonsense is that? Kim Dane found himself oddly surprised. Huh, why is she smiling so brightly? She's even calling me Dane. With a faint smile, Kim Dane thought to himself that she really did look genuinely happy. Then Han Seo-eun suddenly cried out and pointed ahead. The rice ice cream is over there. The next second, Han Seo-eun excitedly ran straight toward the ice cream stall. Watching her, Kim Dane smiled and said to Lee Soo-bin, coming out really was worth it. Lee Soo-bin answered cheerfully, yeah, definitely. She looks really happy. Then Lee Soo-bin activated the awareness reduction filter she had once used back when Kim Dane recruited her. Kim Dane scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and took a taste. His eyes widened at once. Oh, this is seriously good. As he scooped up another spoonful, he turned and said, Soo-bin, you should try some too. Lee Soo-bin looked at the spoonful of ice cream he was offering and immediately blushed shyly. Han Seo-eun, standing right beside them, asked innocently, what's wrong, Yinny? Hurry up and eat. Flustered, Lee Soo-bin stammered, wait. Just give me a second. Embarrassed, Lee Soo-bin slowly opened her mouth and leaned toward the spoon, all the while thinking, isn't this basically an indirect kiss? In the end, Lee Soo-bin finally tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Right after that, her whole face lit up with delight. This is really delicious. By then, Han Seo-eun had already finished her cone too. The little girl happily ran off toward another ice cream stand. Over there, mango-flavored ice cream. Kim Dane quickly called after her. Hey, wait for me, will you? Han Seo-eun stood there with shining eyes, staring intently at the ice cream behind the glass display. Then she quickly and excitedly told the vendor, 1 cone, please. The vendor smiled as he scooped the ice cream, then looked at Kim Dane and said, oh my, this kid really is the spitting image of her parents. So adorable. Kim Dane went completely speechless. What? Then, with the man smiling at him, he awkwardly just accepted it. Haha. Yeah, I guess that's right. Standing nearby, Lee Soo-bin blushed deeply, while Han Seo-eun turned back with a quiet smile and started teasing Kim Dane. This guy really does look older, doesn't he? Kim Dane did not back down either and immediately teased her back. Maybe it's because of my height, not because of you. Han Seo-eun had no comeback for that and could only let out a small snort. A moment later, the vendor brought the order over. Here you go, 1 cone for the kid and 2 cups. Everyone took their ice cream, and Kim Dane smiled as he asked Han Seong, "Did you order ours too?" The little girl answered proudly, "Since you're the leader of the Apple Mango Club, of course you have to eat mango-flavored ice cream." Kim Dane blinked in confusion at that sudden new title. Apple Mango Club? Seeing the vendor smiling at him, he had no idea where to put his face and could only mumble awkwardly, "Ah, it's nothing." Then suddenly, Kim Dane's eyes widened in shock. It turned out the sales clerk was proudly showing off the back of his shirt, and printed on it was a picture of Kim Dane in his egoistic persona. Laughing, the clerk said, "I made this myself. Looks pretty good, right?" Kim Dane really did not know how to respond, but Han Seon generously gave him a thumbs up and said, "Absolutely legendary." After that, the three of them sat together on a bench, eating their ice cream and relaxing for a while. Then suddenly, Kim Dane noticed something nearby. He turned to Han Seon and asked, "Seon, you used to be amazing at darts, right?" "Of course I was," she replied. Kim Dane, already eager to show off a little, said confidently, "Then watch this. I'll show you what I can do." Han Seon seemed to catch on right away and narrowed her eyes. "Hey, are you planning to cheat with your remote control powers?" Kim Dane instantly went stiff. The clerk explained that there was a special event going on, and the woman running the dart booth added, "If you hit the target 10 times in a row, you'll win a 10-layer ice cream cone." Han Seon, however, said she liked the second prize more. That teddy bear looked much cuter to her. Kim Dane asked the clerk whether the first prize winner could choose another reward instead, and the clerk nodded. "Yes, that's fine." Hearing that, Kim Dane proudly told Han Seon, "Seon, listen carefully. I'll win it for you." In his head, Kim Dane had already made a plan. He would just pretend to focus, then secretly use a little power at the perfect moment to guide the dart. That should do it. Just then, Kim Chae-hyun also walked up to the dart booth and asked the clerk how much each throw cost. The moment she stepped into view, she caught Kim Dane's attention at once. Startled, he thought to himself, why does this person look so familiar? Then he remembered. It was Kim Chae-hyun, Lee Ha-yeol Sr. from university. Kim Chae-hyun said again, "Ha-yeol, the prizes even include 10-layer ice cream." Then another woman's voice answered, "I'll try to win one for you." Han Seon noticed that Kim Dane had been frozen for a while and asked curiously, "What are you doing? Hurry up and throw it already." At that moment, Lee Soo-bin and Han Seon finally noticed that Lee Ha-yeol had appeared too. The three of them instantly broke out in a cold sweat and did not dare say a single word. Then Lee Ha-yeol slowly glanced over at the three of them. Her eyes landed on Kim Dane, who was still frozen in place with a dart in his hand, ready to throw. Kim Chae-hyun, full of excitement, pointed off into the distance and said brightly, "Ha-yeol, there's rice ice cream over there." The two of them headed over to the ice cream stall, and Kim Chae-hyun lit up the moment she tasted it. It was unbelievably good. Still in a great mood, she turned to Lee Ha-yeol and said, "Ha-yeol, try this one too." Lee Ha-yeol leaned down slightly and took a bite of the ice cream with her lips. The moment she tasted it, her cheeks flushed a soft pink and her eyes brightened. It really was delicious. Holding the ice cream cup, Kim Chae-hyun smiled contentedly until her eyes were almost closed. "Finally, your expression has relaxed a little, Ha-yeol." Then it seemed like both of them noticed something at the same time and turned their heads together. Kim Chae-hyun grabbed Ha-yeol's hand, her mood blooming like roses, and said, "Come on. Over there is the flavor you like most, Ha-yeol." Her eyes were fixed on the mango-flavored stall ahead. "Hurry, let's go eat that too." The moment she saw the mango sign, Lee Ha-yeol's eyes sparkled with pure delight. But not long after, her mood suddenly darkened again, and her face slowly fell. The staff member cheerfully turned around to show them the back of his shirt, which had a chibi egoistic printed on it. "I made this myself." Kim Chae-hyun immediately praised it with delight. "Oh my god, that's so cute." After that, the two women took a break on a cool stone bench, and Kim Chae-hyun stretched out comfortably. "This is really nice." She tilted her head slightly and looked at Lee Ha-yeol. "You like it too, don't you?" Her mood slowly shifting from irritation to something brighter, Ha-yeol smiled faintly and answered, "Yeah, of course, Yuni." Then Lee Ha-yeol closed her eyes tightly and quietly savored the moment. Beneath the large cherry blossom tree, a few petals drifted gently down. Lee Ha-yeol thought to herself, "How long has it been since I last came outside?" and enjoyed a view like this. A faint smile touched the corner of her lips. With her eyes still closed, it truly felt wonderful. A little later, Kim Chi-hyun pointed toward the stall in front of them. Hyul, let's finish this first. Then we can try that one too, okay? Watching her get all excited, Lee Hyul looked over with interest. Darts, huh? Right away, Lee Hyul smiled brightly, clearly interested now. Above the stall, colorful balloons were arranged neatly in bright, cheerful rows. A friendly staff member handed the two girls some darts and explained, there's an event going on. If you pop all 10 balloons, you'll win a 10-layer ice cream. Looking gentle and calm, Lee Hyul replied, yes, ma'am. Her distinctive blue eyes slowly moved around the area. Then her gaze landed on 3 players who were sweating nervously. They looked almost like a young married couple with a child. But why was the girl's hair silver? Maybe she was their granddaughter. That would make more sense. She stared for a long moment at Kim Dane, who looked especially tense, and thought, what about that man? Why does he seem so strangely familiar? Before she could think any longer, Kim Chi-hyun shouted from behind, Hyul, give it a try. Lee Hyul quickly answered, oh right. Lee Hyul stepped forward, a blazing orange light beginning to flare around her, and Kim Chi-hyun watched with sparkling eyes and delighted laughter as she scored a direct hit immediately. Watching that, Kim Dane felt a bead of sweat slide down his face. In his mind, he reminded himself that Stardust's powers were supposed to be superhuman strength and flight. But the more he watched her, the more he realized that this monstrous power was not something that could be explained as simple strength alone. Then he used the item in his hand and spoke with far more precision. In that instant, Lee Hyul gained one more supreme level throw. It was a body with astonishingly superior physical ability, far beyond the ordinary. Voices full of excitement and joy burst out around them. She had already landed 2 hits. He lowered his head, a little disappointed, and thought that for now her power only showed itself in frightening bursts when the moment demanded it. But later on, she would slowly grow into a superhuman who surpassed normal human limits. Lee Hyul happily threw the dart. It was not only her 5 senses that had sharpened. Her 6th sense had developed too, and in other words, her instincts would immediately warn her the moment something felt wrong. Lee Hyul found it strange to see Kim Dane looking so downcast. He kept thinking it over again and again, trying to prove that feeling to himself. At that very moment, she became aware enough to suspect that the guy really might be that person. If he exposed his identity here, the image of Lee Hyul becoming a superhuman flashed through his mind, and she would throw him straight into prison. Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin hugged each other in delight. A dart fired at high speed by Lee Hyul flew straight in and burst the balloon. Seeing that, Kim Ki-hyun stood beside her with a pleased look and showered her with praise. Hyul, you're incredible. You hit all 10 shots. The moment she heard that, she instantly turned shy and flustered. It was nothing, really, just a tiny thing. The staff happily handed the 2 girls 10-layer ice cream cones. Here are your 10-layer ice creams. The staff then unconsciously turned toward Kim Dane. Oh, sir, aren't you going to throw too? He was caught off guard for a second, but quickly replied, oh my, the person next to me was throwing so well that I couldn't look away. I'll give it a try right now. Kim Dane glanced at Han Seo-eun and forced out an awkward smile as he spoke. Seo-eun, look over here. I'll show you my dart throwing skills. But the girl cheering him on looked a little doubtful. Come on, hurry up already. Kim Dane picked up all 10 darts at once and thought uneasily to himself. There is no need to use any special skill. I'll just throw a few fast and slip away before anyone notices. He made up his mind and threw them forward in one swift, decisive motion. But unfortunately, every single one of his throws struck all 10 balloons perfectly. Everyone froze in shock, mouths hanging open and eyes wide. But Kim Dane was the exact opposite, standing there in confusion and wondering how on earth that had just happened. In Kim Ki-hyun's hand was the 10-layer ice cream cone, and she stared at him in surprise. Even the guest beside her looked deeply impressed. The staff brought out a stuffed bear. You said you wanted the bear even more than the first prize, right? Here, we've got the bear ready for you. But Kim Dane chose to hurry away as fast as he could. The female staff raised her hand to stop him. Wait a moment. The 3 of them ran off first, then let out awkward laughter. It's fine, we're leaving now. Han Seo-eun also quickly chimed in. Yeah, just stay there, okay. In Kim Ki-hyun's hand was the long ice cream, and she smiled brightly. I'll take this over to Hyul for you. Lee Hyul held the bear in her arms and turned her face away. Yes, but halfway there, the towering ice cream cone lost its balance and toppled all at once. The colorful layers of ice cream came crashing straight toward him. Kim Dane instantly thought that if even a little of that touched him, it would be an absolutely terrible ending. Her eyes went wide and her mouth fell open at the same time. No matter what, she had to avoid it. Kim Dane's mind spun at full speed. He darted toward the side where no ice cream was falling, then threw himself flat onto the ground. Everyone who saw that hurried over in alarm. Han Seo-eun panicked and cried out, "Sir." At the same time, Kim Ki-hyun stood there with her mouth open, feeling guilty. Are you okay? Kim Ki-hyun's eyes suddenly drooped, and she covered her mouth with one hand in concern. He quickly answered, I'm fine, so you really don't need to worry. Then Kim Dane slowly and carefully got back to his feet, touching the back of his neck with one hand. It's nothing. I just overreacted a little and had to dodge. Come on, let's get going. The girl with them had already noticed something and looked slightly irritated. What do you think you're doing? Please hurry up. If this keeps going, we're all going to die. Sweat was already running down Kim Dane's face, and before he could finish speaking, dark smoke began rising behind them. Let's get out of here fast. Lee Hyul shouted, and he immediately turned his head to look at that strange thing. Under a blood-red sky, thick black-gray smoke spread through the air, and the people around them scattered in panic. Then the sharp fangs of the green crocodile man came into view. It stood tall and leaned its body forward as it shouted, Stardust, Stardust, come out right now. The system board announced, Crocodile Man, level A villain. Kim Dane pulled the two girls into his arms, making the girl beside him turn shy. Stay here for now. A sharp, suspicious look rose in his eyes as he thought about the original sequence of the story. That guy was not supposed to appear yet. So why had he suddenly started moving now? Lee Hyul seemed to understand what was happening and rushed forward at once. Kim Ki-hyun was startled. Hyul. He gritted his teeth as pain spread through him. Running back to the association for the perception-reducing filter now would take too long. If this followed the original story and it was really Stardust, the moment she revealed her face would become the beginning of a road filled with misfortune and decline. The image of a blonde-haired woman hiding her face flashed through his mind. No. In the original story, the moment she appeared, everything started going wrong. Pain ran through Kim Dane's whole body. He clenched his teeth hard. Even if the sky itself came crashing down, he would never let that happen. Kim Dane shouted at the top of his lungs. A sudden burst of purple light wrapped around his entire body. Those rays of light only grew brighter and stronger with each passing second. Kim Dane's ordinary clothes were completely blown away, flying off somewhere else. When he appeared again, he was wearing a sharp suit and an elegant hat. He looked completely different from usual. I'll clean this up later, soon. The girl standing behind him asked, What are you trying to do? Not long after that, he started giving orders to the little girl, telling her to help broadcast for him. Han Seo-eun sat alone, hugging the stuffed bear, while Kim Dane. The monster wildly tore everything up with its hands. Stardust, if you don't come out, I will destroy everything here. Its eyes blazed with golden light. Then a voice suddenly came through the speaker. Hello, dear viewers. The black speaker let out a deep, resonant sound. The true villain of this era. Then he lifted the mic. Smiling as he bared his teeth, the common enemy of South Korea, egoistic. His voice spread far and wide through the speaker. How dare you step into my territory, you little crocodile. Standing below, the monster burned with anger and prepared to move. What? Discussions exploded across forums and websites. Mangastic? Some people cried. Oh my god, is that really Apple Mango? Another user wrote that he was openly calling himself everyone's common enemy, while others said, wasn't he a hero before? No one could make sense of it, but everyone was thrilled, laughing and going wild from the very start. The whole thing felt less like a crisis and more like a music festival. Kim Dane's frightening face filled the screen. Lowering his gaze, he spoke in a quiet, chilling voice. Now you die here. 3 years earlier, inside the headquarters of a major corporation. At that very moment, a voice echoed through a lecture hall inside the association. The device you see before you is absolutely essential for every hero. A middle-aged man stood at the front before a crowd of seated trainees. Pointing to the sleek machine beside him, he began to explain. This is the so-called perception-reducing filter, usually just called the filter. He went on to explain that once someone entered the device and came back out, the filter would stay applied to their face for a limited period. Any face protected by it would trigger a recognition disorder in whoever looked at it. He continued, but if your face is exposed to someone who already knows you, the filter won't work on them. Everyone understands that, right? Hearing this, the people below answered together, yes. Then his face turned grave. Gripping the microphone tightly, he warned them, even an idiot knows how dangerous it is for a hero's identity to be revealed. It doesn't just end your career. It ruins your entire life. Never forget that. From his seat below, Lee Hyul heard those words and answered back firmly, yes. Back in the present, the streets had fallen silent, buried under drifting dust. Kim Ki-hyun and Lee Hyul were crouched by the roadside, hiding desperately. Lee Hyul turned her head and scanned the area anxiously. In her mind, she thought, it's already too late to get back to headquarters and retrieve the filter. What am I supposed to do now? Then, all at once, Lee Hyul clenched both fists tightly, her expression hardening with resolve. She looked toward the terrified crowd and thought, in a situation like this, should I reveal myself as a hero just to survive? Without hesitation, Lee Hyul reached up and untied her hairband. Her shining golden hair spilled loose and fluttered in the wind. With a determined look in her eyes, she tightened her fists and stepped forward. No, she thought. Seeing this, Kim Ki-hyun panicked and shouted, Hyul. Just then, a group of people glanced at their phones, their faces suddenly lighting up, and began shouting, Egoistic is here. Egoistic has arrived. Lee Hyul froze in shock at those words and spun around. Confusion all over her face as she blurted out, what? Egoistic, the one people called the ultimate villain of this era, the common enemy of all Korea, had appeared. At that moment, Kim Dane was standing on top of a building. Beside him, two enormous speakers blasted music at full volume. Down below stood a green crocodile monster. Kim Dane shouted down at it, How dare you step into my territory, you little croc? The crocodile jerked in surprise and yelled back, What? Kim Dane bared a savage grin, pointed straight at the crocodile monster, and declared, Now you die here. Then Kim Dane grabbed the microphone and thought to himself, No, absolutely not. In the original story, Stardust suffered horribly after his identity was exposed. A hero's ordinary daily life really matters. Still fired up, Kim Dane shouted at the crocodile, Do you get that, you crocodile? The monster roared back at him, You bastard. Isn't the one always hanging around Stardust none other than Egoistic? In an instant, the crocodile monster shot upward like a gust of wind and rushed toward Kim Dane's position. Kim Dane frowned and said, Hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust? A comment popped up. A crazed Stardust fan has arrived. Then, Hey, Mr. Crocodile. The crocodile charged at Kim Dane in fury and roared, I'm going to kill you. At that point, it rapidly began scaling the outer wall of the building. Using raw strength, it latched tightly onto the edge of the rooftop. Then, with incredible speed, it hauled itself all the way up to the rooftop where Kim Dane was standing. The moment it saw Kim Dane, it turned even more aggressive and howled, Get over here. Kim Dane instantly used teleportation and jumped backward. Seeing him retreat, the crocodile monster immediately lunged straight at Kim Dane. In the next moment, Kim Dane teleported again and reappeared standing on top of the crocodile monster. What exactly are you doing, you bastard? He said. With a pleased look on his face, Kim Dane slammed the crocodile monster hard on the head and said, You know my name, but you don't even know I can teleport? Stunned by the blow, the monster reeled in shock. It thrashed its arms and legs wildly, trying to strike Kim Dane, but every time it came close, he disappeared from sight before the hit could land. Enraged, it shouted, You damn fly, fight me properly one-on-one. Kim Dane answered coolly, Hey, I'm the villain here. As soon as he said it, comments started pouring in. The villain. He's still insisting he's the villain today too. Kim Dane stared at those comments in complete confusion. More kept appearing. But why did Egoistic run all the way over there? Then he thought, wait, I need to clear this up a little. If I let this go, people are going to misunderstand and think I came here because of Stardust. Suddenly, Kim Dane stopped moving and shouted at the crocodile monster, hold on. Listen to me first. The crocodile replied, fine. Talk fast. Kim Dane shouted back in an accusatory tone. All right, but first I need to ask you something. Why did you suddenly attack me? The crocodile answered right away without the slightest hesitation. Obviously, I've set my sights on Stardust. And since you seem obsessed with Stardust too, that makes you my enemy. Kim Dane froze in disbelief and thought, what is this? What kind of nonsense logic is that? A comment appeared. Even that idiot villain knows Egoistic likes Stardust. Another read. So he can teleport, but he also knows Egoistic likes Stardust? Ha ha. Then more flooded in. Are these two fighting over a girl? Is Egoistic basically here on Stardust's behalf? What is even happening? How did these two end up tangled up like this? Ha ha ha, why now? Then the crocodile suddenly pointed at Kim Dane, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and shouted, and you were the one who said you'd kill me first. A comment instantly popped up. Ha ha, he's absolutely right. Kim Dane blinked in shock and replied, when did I ever say that? At those words, the crocodile grew even angrier, its aura flaring like fire as it bellowed. You said it. You barged into my territory calling me a little crocodile, then threatened me. You said, now you die here. It pressed him again. You did say it, didn't you? Flustered, Kim Dane tried to defend himself. No, that's not what I. Just then, another comment appeared. Why is the crocodile suddenly talking so sweetly? What kind of threat is that supposed to be? At last, the crocodile seemed to hit its breaking point. It screamed at Kim Dane in pure rage. I'm seriously furious now. Then it opened its long jaws wide, and a blazing fireball slowly began to gather deep inside its mouth. The moment he saw it, Kim Dane's face went pale with terror. His eyes widened as he thought, wait, isn't that its ultimate move? Before he could even finish the thought, a massive torrent of flames exploded from the crocodile's mouth, scorching nearly everything in front of it. It was Crocodile Man's ultimate skill, a devastating fire breath. Fortunately, Kim Dane reacted at once and used teleportation to dodge what would have been a fatal hit. He reappeared behind the crocodile in an instant. Staring at the horrifying destruction with fear and disbelief, he muttered, if that hits even once, it's instant death. The crocodile turned its head toward Kim Dane and said sharply, surprised, Egoistic? At that moment, Kim Dane didn't hesitate. He flicked out a black cloth. In the very next second, countless guns burst out from Kim Dane's black cloth. All of them surged forward at once, aiming straight for the crocodile. Kim Dane stared at the monster with icy eyes, not hesitating for even a second. Tightening his fist, he said, see you in hell, you bastard. At once, every gun opened fire on the crocodile at the same time. After a deafening chain of explosions, the whole area disappeared into thick smoke. Kim Dane rose into the air, peering into the smoke as he wondered, is it dead already? But to his surprise, even after taking all those bullets, Crocodile Man was still alive. It burst out through the smoke and roared, you think bullets like that can actually hurt me? Then, all of a sudden, Kim Dane's mask slipped down right in front of the livestream camera. He immediately teleported away from the phone, then slowly pulled out a gas mask. Standing on higher ground as he looked down at Crocodile Man, he said, no, I just needed this to catch you off guard. In the next instant, Kim Dane hurled some strange object straight toward Crocodile Man. Crocodile Man saw it, scoffed at it, and immediately opened its mouth wide to swallow it whole. Then it shouted angrily, you damn flies and mosquitoes. A moment later, a powerful light burst from the strange object now lodged inside Crocodile Man's mouth. Crocodile Man suddenly looked as if it had been electrocuted. Its whole body convulsed in pain, and a golden glow spread around it. Seeing that, Kim Dane thought, yeah you. In the original story, Stardust had such a hard time because of your ridiculously thick hide. Did you really think I wouldn't know that? Did you think I wouldn't come prepared? By then, after taking that attack, Crocodile Man's body was already covered in blood. It staggered in a daze for a moment, then collapsed and lost consciousness completely. Meanwhile, Comments kept pouring in. Apple Mango. Apple Mango. The association needs to make Apple Mango a hero right now. And he still calls himself a villain. At that moment, the guns from earlier finally ran out of power as well and began dropping to the ground one by one. Kim Dane also slowly descended onto the rooftop along with the falling guns. By then, the rooftop floor was covered everywhere with guns. Kim Dane slowly gathered them up, his body trembling with fatigue. He had wanted to strike a cool pose using telekinesis, but his stamina had already been drained dry. At that point, even holding the phone felt difficult. Then Kim Dane suddenly remembered the phone that was still live streaming. He read one of the comments. So you came here to deal with the villain? The moment he saw that, he panicked and hurriedly tried to explain. Right. No. Wait. Everyone. I just came because I hate that crocodile guy. Don't think I did this for Stardust or for the good of society. Then another comment appeared. Whatever he says, it all sounds true. Just then, a golden beam of light shot in from somewhere and landed on the rooftop where Kim Dane was standing. It was Lee Hyul. After a dramatic landing, she slowly straightened up. Then Lee Hyul walked slowly toward Kim Dane and asked him in a sharp voice, "Were you the one who took that guy down?" Kim Dane answered calmly, "Yeah. He was getting in the way too much, so I took care of him." Hearing that, Lee Hyul looked a little suspicious. Staring at Kim Dane coldly, she asked, "Why?" Kim Dane shrugged and replied casually, "Why what?" "Because he kept yelling that me and Stardust had some kind of lovey-dovey thing going on, and that annoyed me." Lee Hyul was so startled by that answer that she blurted out, "What?" Then Kim Dane put on his earphones and said, Stardust." He looked at Lee Hyul, smiled, and continued, "Next time something like today happens, don't just think you can reveal your face and show off. Once your face is exposed, your life gets a whole lot harder." Lee Hyul could only stare at Kim Dane in confusion, clearly caught off guard by what he said. Then Kim Dane turned, picked up the phone, and said, "All right, today's broadcast ends here. That unexpected situation seriously wore me out. There's a big event next month, so stay tuned." Comments were already appearing. What are those two saying on stream that they turned the mic off? Then, in a flash of light, Kim Dane suddenly vanished. Well then, goodbye. Seeing that, Lee Hyul quickly raised her hand and called out, "Wait a second." There was a faint sadness in her expression. At that same moment, Kim Dane had already teleported back home. Suddenly, blood spilled from his mouth. Kim Dane's face went blank, as if all life had drained out of him. Hanson and Lee Subin saw him like that and rushed over in panic, their faces full of worry. "Brother Dane." And at that very moment, he collapsed onto the floor. Back on the rooftop, Lee Hyul found Kim Dane's mask lying on the ground and picked it up. She studied the mask in silence, deep in thought. How did he know what I was thinking? Why? Who are you really, egoistic? Lee Hyul was sitting in front of her computer, watching the news on the screen. Two breaking reports from KPS News were playing on the screen. Exclusive, chaos erupts at the ice cream festival. Top-tier villain Crocodile Man has been captured. He was subdued by Egoistic and transferred to the Eastern Hero Detention Center. The building destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. A close-up look at Egoistic, who arrived faster than anyone else. Top-tier villain Egoistic. Is he really a villain, or something else entirely? When she searched for Egoistic, around 20 to 30 results came up. The official fan club Egoistic, Apple Mango, the Mango Association, the Hero Information Portal, the true hero of this era, for Mango and by Mango. And even a fan club created specifically to honor Apple Mango. Lee Hyul grabbed her head in frustration. Then, all of a sudden, one comment caught her eye. What exactly did the hero even do today? Lately Apple Mango just walks around outside, and fans cheer for him blindly. If Korea keeps going like this, under that post was a joking icon comment from Duin. That's great, isn't it? Seeing it, Lee Hyul cried out, as if her eyes had taken damage. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes, thinking that maybe she was the only person who still disliked Egoistic. She remembered the ice cream seller proudly showing off a Mango Association shirt and saying, "I made it myself." Beside him, Kim Ki-hyun had admired it too. "Oh, that's so cute." Then she remembered his warning. Stardust. Next time something like today happens, don't just think it's fine to reveal your face and show off. Lee Hyul wrestled with the thought. Could it be that everyone else was right, and she was the only one in the wrong? Elsewhere, Lee Soo-bin and Han Seo-eun were standing in front of a glass chamber. Kim Dane was lying inside it. Han Seo-eun, still furious, said it was all because of that stardust. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, and the girl froze where she stood. Kim Dane opened his eyes and tapped lightly on the glass, asking, "Why is everyone crying like this?" The other two could only look at him with worried, shaken expressions. Han Seo-eun rushed over at once and threw her arms around him, crying hard. Seeing that, Kim Dane gently comforted her, saying, it's okay. In the end, he recovered enough to sit down and have dinner with everyone. He could barely believe he had been unconscious for a full 3 days. Thinking back on it, it was probably because he had teleported too many times and even forced his body up with outside power. No wonder it had drained him so completely. Then Han Seo-eun spoke up, telling him he had to start taking proper care of his body from now on. Kim Dane quickly nodded and said, "All right, I will." He smiled warmly at her and thought that the time he had spent with her really had made a difference, especially if she had cried for him like this. On the other side, Lee Soo-bin said worriedly, "Seriously, why did this Dane guy run over there so fast? At this rate, people are going to start thinking he's some kind of hero." Han Seo-eun agreed and added in confusion, "Exactly. I really don't get him. He's always going on about villains this and villains that." Kim Dane answered calmly, "If I don't step in, Stardust will. And what if that girl still doesn't understand how dangerous that is?" His reply made Han Seo-eun pause. "It's seriously dangerous." Kim Dane explained, "If something like that happens and a hero reveals their identity, then all of their personal information gets exposed too. After that, the usual villains with grudges, or just evil people in general, come after them one by one to hunt them down and wipe them out." Even after hearing that, Han Seo-eun still didn't fully see why it mattered so much and wondered what any of it had to do with her. Kim Dane patiently continued, "Seo-eun, the world we live in is twisted. Good and evil are completely out of balance. Most people with power don't actually choose the path of a hero. They choose the path of a villain instead. The reward for risking your life to stop enemies is too small, and the harassment never ends. So rather than struggle and suffer as heroes, a lot of them decide it's easier to live as villains." According to him, even in South Korea alone, there were only 3 A-rank heroes: Stardust, Lee Seola, and Shadow Walker. But A-rank villains were everywhere by comparison, weren't they? After hearing that, Han Seo-eun could only let out a sigh. So that was why he wanted to take down villains in their place. What a dark kind of hero. But then what did that have to do with them? Kim Dane scratched his head awkwardly and said it wasn't that dramatic. He just cared a little about the fate of South Korea. Then Han Seo-eun's face darkened a little as she suddenly asked, "You and that Stardust girl, do you like her?" Right away, Kim Dane's expression turned serious. "Hey, don't call her that, Seo-eun. Be respectful." The air between them instantly turned tense, and Lee Soo-bin could only step in and tell them both to calm down. Then Han Seo-eun changed the subject. "Why don't you tell Kim Dane about the plan we talked about earlier?" At that, Han Seo-eun brightened immediately and exclaimed, "Right." She turned toward Kim Dane and said, "Hey, you're really hard to deal with, you know that?" Han Seo-eun pleaded, "Summer's almost here. Let's go on a beach trip." Kim Dane replied, "A trip, huh? Yeah, that actually sounds nice." The moment she heard that, she cheered happily. But then Kim Dane suddenly added, "Still, let's carry out one more terrorist attack before we go." Han Seo-eun blinked in confusion. Huh? Another attack? He wanted to use it to lower his popularity a little. In truth, Kim Dane had another goal too, and that was to make Stardust stronger. He still wasn't sure if monsters like that crocodile wouldn't show up again. If Stardust had to face one alone, it would probably be incredibly hard for her. Han Seo-eun looked a little sulky and asked, "Are we really going on that trip?" To reassure her, Kim Dane held out his pinky to make a pinky promise. The little girl brightened at once and happily said, "You promise, okay?" Then Han Seo-eun cheerfully ran off to get ready, throwing herself into it at full speed. She said she had actually come up with dozens of possible plans already. She said it plainly. If I suggest one myself, Kim Dane and Lee Soo-bin are probably going to think, "Wow, she's really proactive, huh?" Then she laid out her idea. The last terrorist attacks happened at an observatory and on a train, right? Both of those were attacks on land. Then she proposed something new. So this time, let's do it underwater or up in the sky. Right away, Kim Dane began chanting dramatically, underwater and in the sky. Come here, oh great god of terrorism, please grant me an idea. Then suddenly, it felt like an electric shock ran through him, and he shouted out loud, I got it. Lee Soo-bin grabbed his hand tightly and asked in alarm, what are you doing now? Kim Dane only replied, try guessing. What came to his mind was a plane crashing into the sea. That idea made Kim Dane and Han Seo-eun exchange sly little smiles, while Lee Soo-bin looked a bit frightened by the way these two villains were thinking. Meanwhile, a plane was flying high through the sky. Everyone on board looked relaxed, completely unaware of what was about to happen next. Then, without warning, the plane suddenly lost power. Even so, the passengers stayed oddly optimistic, saying things like, look, with the lights out, the sky feels even clearer. It really does feel like we're traveling. Then the screen inside the cabin suddenly lit up, showing the words, The Ego Live. A voice echoed through the entire cabin. Everyone, it's wonderful to see you again. The biggest mystery in the sky at 25,000 feet. No, maybe I should call it the biggest quiz game in the air. Welcome to the Ego Live. An angry passenger immediately shouted, Stewardess, what the hell is going on? Kim Dane kept speaking over the announcement system. Ah, yes. And of course, the plane you're all sitting on already has a bomb attached to it. A bomb had indeed been fixed to the plane's fuselage. At that moment, the pilot realized what he was seeing and thought in shock. When did he even attach that? The instant they heard it, everyone on board panicked and started screaming. On the other side, Kim Dane smiled slyly and said, Come on, let's begin the game. The scene shifted to Hero headquarters. Lee Ha-yeol rushed into the room and immediately asked, How much time has passed since the incident started? Sitting inside the room, Park Joon-ho spoke in a low voice. Even if you go now, you may not make it in time to do anything. Those words instantly made her furious. She slammed her fist down on the table and shouted, Are those really the words of the chairman of the Hero Association? I need to leave right now. He turned slightly and replied, I never said not to go. Daytime just makes things especially difficult. Just then, someone stepped into the room. The moment Lee Ha-yeol saw who it was, her face lit up and she called out, Shadow Walker. The one who had just entered was the A-rank hero Shadow Walker, the king of the night. He looked toward Park Joon-ho and said, Get to Jew Airport quickly, then pull back. Then he warned Lee Ha-yeol, Don't push yourself too hard. We can't save everyone. As Shadow Walker activated his power, Lee Ha-yeol answered, I'll remember that. As she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two of them were swallowed by a wave of dark energy. In an instant, they were transported straight to the scene. Lee Ha-yeol immediately rushed off, still remembering to thank him. Thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone clutched their mouth and collapsed on the stairs, nearly passing out. Lee Ha-yeol dashed outside as fast as she could. The moment she looked up into the sky, horror washed over her. Her legs suddenly locked in place. Despair spread across her face. How could she possibly stop something like this? Right before her eyes, a plane was burning in the sky. The story shifted back to 1 year earlier. Inside a building, several villains were gathered in a meeting. Everyone turned their attention toward the man seated at the top as he began to speak. The day we place all of Seoul, no, all of the Republic of Korea, beneath our heels is not far away. The man laughed triumphantly. He was Thousand, an S-class villain. Then suddenly, another voice rang out. Ahem, I have a different idea. At once, everyone became alert. Who's there? Someone shouted. From the corner of the room, Shadow Walker appeared and replied, A hero. Shadow Walker, the rookie A-rank hero known as the King of the Night, stood there with his arms folded and coolly said, You villains. Thousand stepped forward to intimidate him. Hey kid, do you even know whose territory you're standing in? One of the confused subordinate villains muttered. How did he even sneak in here? Suddenly, Shadow Walker's eyes turned into a glaring white as he stood perfectly still. Thousand charged forward, throwing a punch as he shouted, This is my territory, Thousands. He unleashed a heavy, powerful blow, and that force came rushing straight toward Shadow Walker, yet he did not move an inch. Then the attack stopped the instant it touched Shadow Walker. That left thousands staring in disbelief. He and his subordinates looked around in confusion, wondering where the force had disappeared to. Then suddenly, something strange began to appear beneath a figure's shadow. In the next moment, that person was swallowed whole by the shadow. The rest of the subordinates quickly met the exact same fate. Thousand immediately wrapped himself in power, realizing he could not afford to be careless. This was no ordinary opponent. Shadow Walker's dark power quietly crept up onto his shoulder. Then Shadow Walker appeared behind him and rushed in. But Thousand had some skill of his own as well. Like a porcupine, he fired power from his back towards Shadow Walker, thinking, "You're way too cocky." He smugly turned his head and sneered. "This brat really dares to bare his claws at me?" But when he looked back again, Shadow Walker was on the ground, wrapped in dark shadowy power. Then, all of a sudden, Shadow Walker vanished, and that made him panic. With blood-red eyes, Shadow Walker appeared behind him and said, "Hey, little porcupine, you said this was your territory earlier, right?" He stretched out his hand as gray powers surged around it. "Sorry, but this place is my territory now." A dark hand spread out, wrapped around the man, and dragged him into another dimension. Remembering the sight of Shadow Walker lying on the stairs, breathing faintly and just out of reach, she thought he had to be dead for sure. All that time, Kim Dane had been watching the entire exchange between Lee Hyul and the King of the Night. To himself, he thought, "All right, the main character has finally stepped onto the stage." With a sly grin, he leaned into the microphone and said, "Well then, let's begin the final thrilling riddle." Everyone clutched their phones and prayed desperately. One man was sweating so hard from nerves that he could barely stay still. The story rewound to 30 minutes earlier, when everyone was still frozen in fear. A sharp electronic sound rang out, and Kim Dane's image appeared on the screen. Everyone stayed silent, tense and worried, too scared to make even the slightest sound. Then he began speaking. "All right, before the game starts, I'll explain the rules. Everyone, take out your phones and turn off airplane mode." You all saw the message that just came in, didn't you? The passengers all looked down at their phones in anxious silence. The message read, "The Ego Live, a pointless quiz. There will be a total of 10 questions. If even one person answers every question correctly, the bomb will be disarmed. But if no one gets any question right, everyone will be erased. Send your answers to this number. Ready?" Then Kim Dane continued, "From this point on, silence, cheating, and discussion are all forbidden. Understood? The moment there's noise, you're disqualified immediately. Now then, let's begin question number 1. The first question appeared on the phone screens. How many people can the Titanic's lifeboats hold? There were 59 seconds on the countdown for that question. One woman tried to sneak a glance to the side, and Kim Dane immediately announced that the girl who had just cheated was eliminated. Then, when she panicked and accidentally made a sound, he coldly added, "That was noise, right? She's eliminated, so the man sitting next to her is eliminated too." People watching the live stream flooded the comments. "This really is a hellish survival game. Just watching it makes me nervous." Some even asked how anyone could be this cruel. Who said egoistic was a hero? He's terrifying. When the timer reached 0, Kim Dane announced, "All right, that one was too easy, wasn't it? The answer to question 1 is 9 people." Why? Because 9 sounds like rescue. Han Son watched quietly from the side, clearly pleased. A seating chart showing everyone on board then appeared on the large screen. He went on, "More than half of you have already been eliminated. And we're only at the beginning, but it's already this chaotic. I think everyone should be a little more tense now. Let's move on to the next question." As time slowly passed, the number of eliminated contestants kept increasing. Some people let out quiet sighs of relief after barely surviving a question. Others could only clasp their hands together and pray. At last, the final question arrived. By then, only one person was left. How is it? The tension is at its peak now, isn't it? Kim Dane looked at the screen and saw Lee Hyul stepping forward. Inwardly, he thought, "Good job." Then Kim Dane extended the time limit and said, "Since this is the final round, let's do a little interview first and see how it goes. Everyone's lives now depend on what you say. This is Kim Deok Bae from Bampodong. He is our last surviving contestant. So how do you feel?" The moment his name was called, the man panicked. It was obviously far too heavy a burden for him to bear. Then Kim Dane teased him. Why are you reacting like that? I already told you what happens if someone makes a sound. Hearing that, the man and everyone else were terrified all over again. But then he let out a fake sigh and said, "Oh my, but that was only at the end of a sentence. Letting a tiny mistake like that slide should be okay, right everyone? Still, I don't really like it, haha." After dragging it out like that, he rejected the man anyway. The plane shook violently as people screamed in terror. The plane caught fire and began plunging freely toward the sea. Kim Dane laughed proudly. Now the performance is ready. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. But when Lee Ha-yeol saw that scene, she was horrified. Despair was written all over her face. Because she had no idea how she was supposed to save everyone. Looking up at the object exploding in midair, Lee Ha-yeol quietly asked, "What should we do now, President of the Hero Association?" From the other end of the line came a cold, dismissive reply. "What else can we do? Forget it. I'm busy writing a statement to deal with the criticism right now." Damn it. So this is the president's decision. She had no choice but to hang up. Lee Ha-yeol's hands clenched tightly in anger. Then she dropped down helplessly, thinking that she had once managed to stop a ship moving at 100 kilometers per hour. But even after all that, was her current strength still not enough? Damn it. What was the right way to do this? Suddenly, an old memory seemed to rise up in Lee Ha-yeol's mind. In that desperate moment, the helpless girl had cried uncontrollably from the pain of losing the people she loved. "Mom, Dad, no matter what, I'll kill that man." It had been a deeply tragic scene. In a dark, narrow alley, a girl held the lifeless body of the person she loved most. Remembering that painful moment, Lee Ha-yeol slammed her fist down so hard that cracks spread beneath it. Grinding her teeth in hatred, she thought, it was the same back then, and it's still the same now. I couldn't save anyone. Then suddenly, her communication earpiece connected to something. To her shock, a voice spoke from the other end. "Hello, Miss Stardust. This is egoistic." Elsewhere, Kim Dane was stretching and yawning as he said that this terror attack was much easier to handle since they were doing it by remote control. Seo-eun, typing at the keyboard, suddenly stiffened and called out, "Hey, Dane." He turned with a puzzled look. Seo-eun spun around, pointed at the screen, and said with a bright smile, "Miss Stardust." "No, Sister Stardust is frozen on the ground." Kim Dane's eyes flew open in surprise. Then he suddenly sprang to his feet in excitement, shouting so abruptly that Seo-eun flinched. "What is it?" "Stardust." On the screen, Shin Ha-yeol could be seen listening closely through her earpiece, her face tense and focused. Dane looked like he had realized something. He immediately turned and called out to the girl, "Seo-eun, can you connect to the earpiece Stardust is wearing?" Seo-eun's fingers flew across the keys as she answered, "Connected." "But why?" Dane pressed her at once. "There's no time. Hurry." Back on Shin Ha-yeol's side, she went still when a voice suddenly came through the earpiece. "Hello, Miss Stardust. This is egoistic." She instantly flared up and hurled curses at him, calling him a rotten piece of trash. On the other end, Dane calmly continued, "You've got me curious. Why are you just standing there instead of saving them? It's already falling. The plane is about to crash." Shin Ha-yeol glared furiously at the burning plane dropping from the sky. "This is because of you, isn't it? And now you want me to stop it?" Dane answered right back, "If you don't do it, then who will?" Shin Ha-yeol was so overwhelmed that tears ran down her cheeks. "If I touch that mass of metal falling at 1,000 kilometers an hour, my body will be torn apart. This was your plan from the start, wasn't it? You're trying to send me to my death." On his side, Dane's lips curved into a dangerous smile. "You can do it, Shin Ha-yeol." "What?" He went on without hesitation. "Just move. Clench your fist, fly up there, and save them all. You'll make it, because it's you. No one else, but you can do this." Shin Ha-yeol only grew more shaken and confused. Damn it, what is this lunatic even saying? In a blinding white space, Dane stepped closer to her and asked softly, "Why would I ever want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'd be nothing more than an ordinary villain. You're the one who made me complete." Stardust froze for a brief moment at those words, then quickly pushed herself up onto her knees. "Even if this really is a trap meant to get rid of me, I'll still try." She said that as she tore off the earpiece, while on the other end Dane fell silent in surprise. Why? Shin Hayeol clenched both hands hard enough to crush the earpiece, then drove her arms downward. At that force, the white space around her began to crack apart, then shattered into countless tiny fragments. And in the next instant, she shot upward like a rocket, racing straight toward the nose of the falling plane. Shin Hayeol pressed her lips together and told herself, "That's right. If I stand here and watch those people die, I'll carry that guilt with me for the rest of my life." Dane's image rose in her mind, saying with complete confidence, "It'll be fine, because it's you. You can do it." Shin Hayeol's face hardened with resolve. It was better to give up her own life protecting them than to survive and drown in regret forever. Then the two forces slammed into each other, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the sky. I already killed them. If I just lose focus for even a little longer right now. For a brief instant, the image of a smiling family flashed through the scene. My darling kids. Mom. Dad. The man looked down at what was happening below, tears spilling from his eyes. Then he squeezed his eyes shut, as though he had finally given himself over to fate. Inside the plane, the little girl pressed her hands tightly over her ears, gritting her teeth as she fought to stay conscious while staring outside. Then all at once, she froze in shock at what she saw beyond the window. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, is the speed slowing down? The people outside, all watching in breathless tension, could only widen their eyes at the sight unfolding before them. At that moment, a staff member reported nervously over the radio, "We're not sure exactly what happened, but the plane is currently being supported from outside and is gradually descending toward the ground." A reminder voice echoed through the cabin, asking all passengers to keep their seatbelts fastened and remain seated while waiting for further instructions. High in the sky, Shin Hayeol was straining with everything she had, trying to bear the enormous weight of the plane as it dropped at a horrifying speed. Her teeth were clenched so hard her jaw trembled, veins standing out across her face. Just a little more, just a little more. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a blurred view slowly began to sharpen into focus. A flight attendant anxiously watched the man waking up. "Mr. Kim Deok-bae, are you all right?" The man called Kim Deok-bae, only just conscious again, held his head with a weary groan, then lifted his gaze and looked around in confusion. A moment later, the two of them came down from the airplane together. The flight attendant supported the shaken survivor, while Kim Deok-bae glanced around with a dazed expression. Still utterly bewildered, he blurted out, "What's going on?" Ahead of them, Shin Hayeol was on her knees on the ground, drawing everyone's stunned attention. Kim Deok-bae cried out, "Was it you?" The flight attendant turned to him with a baffled look. "Huh?" Tears of joy streamed down Kim Deok-bae's face. "That's the one who saved us. A hero." Beside them, Shin Hayeol slowly raised her head and looked up at the sky, gasping for breath from complete exhaustion. With tears running down her face, she whispered under her breath, "Egoistic." Not long after that, the story exploded across the news. Clear shots of Shin Hayeol were splashed everywhere. America was shaken, Japan was left speechless, China openly praised her, and even France was forced to look at itself because of the hero called Stardust. China had no choice but to admit that, when it came to heroes, they had been completely outclassed by South Korea. Even 10 Japanese heroes together, they said, could not compare to Korea's best. Then the Japanese Minister of the Interior dropped a shocking statement. As that statement spread, the major broadcasts immediately picked it up and ran with it. Good morning, dear viewers. This is Morning 9 News, here to start your day. Yesterday morning, the villain Egoistic used a remote control to seize an airplane and sent it crashing down. Fortunately, every single passenger was saved in what can only be called a miracle. The one who brought that falling plane under control was none other than Stardust, the hero we proudly call our own. Many experts had predicted beforehand that, based on the powers she was known to have, stopping an accident like this would be impossible for her. But in the end, the plane gradually lost speed and, at last, Shin Hayeol returned home, and by then she had already heard the news reports about herself. She quickly switched off the TV, then quietly took a sip of water. Shin Hayeol had just finished bathing, and she looked unusually refreshed, soft, and almost adorably relaxed. Then, all of a sudden, her phone began to ring. She picked it up right away. Hello. After hearing the voice on the other end, she asked back in surprise, really? On the other side was a blue-haired woman, confirming it for her. Yes. I already asked Park Jun-ho to give Shin Hae-yeol some time off. Let's go to the beach, enjoy the view, and take a day to rest. It's been a long time since we went out together like this. Shin Hae-yeol brightened at once and exclaimed, Okay, I'll head out first thing tomorrow. The blue-haired woman replied, Yeah, and call Kim Ja-hyun over too. Later that night, Shin Hae-yeol stepped out onto the balcony to feel the breeze. But as the wind touched her face, her expression slowly turned serious, like something was weighing on her mind. Then someone's words rose clearly in her memory. You can do it. Because it's you, you'll manage somehow. Shin Hae-yeol gave a faint, quiet smile, wondering if anyone had ever trusted her that much before. After all, he was supposed to be just an ordinary villain. Then suddenly, as if a thread connected in her head, she realized something. Wait, then why did he tell me to go save that plane? If he was certain I could stop it and save everyone, then why make it crash in the first place? Dane's words echoed in her head once more. I'm just an ordinary villain. She's the one who completed me. Those words made Shin Hae-yeol press a hand to her forehead as a sharp headache hit her. Egoistic. There were far too many hidden motives behind all of this, but somehow she could not shake the feeling that he was doing everything on purpose for a reason. I have to investigate his movements properly. Her eyes sharpened with determination. Just then, the screen of her phone lit up with an incoming call from the Hero Association. The person on the other end spoke for a while, and Shin Hae-yeol suddenly blurted out in shock. What? Recalibrate the force parameters? Before long, the next morning arrived. The roosters were crowing loudly, cock-a-doodle-doo. Han Seo-eun, thrilled out of her mind, had already put a shiny gold float around her waist. At last, the day had come. Dane came out and reminded her, Seon, we're about to leave, so let some air out of that float and put it in the trunk first. The excited girl answered right away, Yes, Dane. Dane watched her with a tired look and muttered, Man. Then he rubbed his chin and paused. Come to think of it, this is my first vacation since I came to this world. Should I really just enjoy it? A moment later, Dane ended up smiling too, clearly looking forward to it. But not long after, when they saw the road ahead completely jammed with traffic, a bitter voice rang out. What is this supposed to be? Inside the car, all three of them were red from the heat and dripping with sweat. Sitting in the driver's seat, Dane complained in total irritation. Why did the air conditioner have to break today of all days? Han Seo-eun looked like she was about to snap and suggested, Hey, can't we just teleport this whole car at once? Dane panicked immediately. I'd die on the spot. Let's stop at a rest area and fix this first. Since Seo-eun had super intelligent powers, he added, And if you're too hot, just take off your jacket. Seo-eun yanked off her jacket as she shouted, If we knew it would be like this, we should have just taken the train. Why did we have to make this such a huge ordeal? Dane rejected that idea at once. No way. We brought too much stuff. Then Seo-eun curiously opened the gray case sitting beside her. What's this? Wasn't this supposed to be vacation luggage? It turned out to be a storage case for guns. Dane gave her a smug thumbs up. You never know what might happen. In the back seat, Seo-eun was practically boiling over with anger. The little girl shouted, What kind of vacation is this supposed to be? Dane hurried to calm her down. Sorry, Seo-eun. Just put the gun down first, and then we'll talk. After dealing with one problem after another on the road, the group finally made it to their destination. Seo-eun changed into a cute swimsuit and, with her yellow float on, ran straight into the sea in excitement. The ocean. Sitting on the shore, Dane watched her and laughed. Like that, you really do look like a little kid. At that moment, Lee Soo-bin popped open a can of soda and held it out to Dane. I just bought some drinks. You can have one too. She had changed into a beautiful bikini as well. Taking the can from her, he replied, Thanks, Soo-bin. Then, all of a sudden, Lee Soo-bin kept staring at Dane so intently that he glanced back at her in confusion. I've always been grateful to you. Dane blinked. Grateful? For what? Soo-bin answered softly, Just for everything. Thank you for saving me back then. And thank you for always being kind to me. Faced with her beautiful, gentle expression, Dane reacted like a complete blockhead. He only smiled with his eyes narrowed and gave her a thumbs up. What are you talking about? I should be the one thanking you. You agreed to handle the housework for us, and your cooking is amazing. Lee Soo-bin shyly lifted a hand to brush back a strand of hair, hearing that seemed to move her deeply. At that moment, Dane swallowed hard, and his face turned a little suspicious as a thought crossed his mind. Could this be some kind of death flag from a comic, or is this setting up a betrayal? Then he nervously glanced down at the can in his hand. Could it have been poisoned? The strange look twisting across his face made Lee Soo-bin stare at him in confusion. The scene then shifted away to a large building in the middle of the city. Shin Ha-yeol had come there. Around her, employees were murmuring among themselves. There's no way we measured it wrong. The data clearly says she shouldn't have been able to stop that plane. Another one added, then maybe there's an error somewhere else. Or maybe we still haven't fully understood what her real limits are. At that moment, Shin Ha-yeol stood in front of the strength testing board, lost in thought. No, the ability test itself was not wrong at all. And yet, when I managed to stop a disaster that should have been impossible for me, there was clearly something different. As that thought settled in her mind, she gathered her power and prepared to test herself once again. The sudden move made the nearby employees freeze and stare at her in shock. Shin Ha-yeol shouted as she swung her fist forward with all her strength. Her punch landed head-on against the testing board. The board cracked apart and shattered under the sheer force of the blow. Even the screws were blown clean out from the impact. The force of it spread outward through the whole space around them. The employees could only watch in horror as the aftermath rippled through the room. Staring at her own fist, Shin Ha-yeol let out a stunned breath. I've gotten stronger. Meanwhile, outside, the blazing sun was still pouring down from the sky. Seon floated lazily in the sea on her swim ring, while Dane kept an attentive eye on her from the shore. Dane laughed awkwardly and answered Lee Soo-bin a little nervously. Huh? I hope I can keep counting on your help from now on too. Seon quickly came ashore, pointed at the two of them, and called them out at once. Hey, you two. Are you seriously going to flirt while leaving me out by myself? Lee Soo-bin panicked and denied it right away, blushing. Flirt? What are you talking about? Dane only gave a calm, puzzled answer, which made her even more annoyed. The little girl shot back angrily. If this is a family trip, then we should all be playing together. Dane responded with a sly little smile. Oh, really? Seon frowned at that expression, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. A moment later, Dane turned into a scary uncle, scooping Seon up together with her float and making the little girl panic. What are you doing? Wait. Grinning mischievously, Dane tossed her straight into the sea. What do you mean, what? We're just playing together. Seon splashed down into the water and struggled for a moment before popping back up. Right after that, she hurled a piece of seaweed right into Dane's face and shouted, I got water up my nose. This is seriously so annoying. Dane forced a smile as he peeled the seaweed off his face, and in that quiet moment he thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had felt this peaceful. It was nice. Then, baring his teeth like some demon king, he splashed water right back at Seon. Sitting on the shore, Lee Soo-bin watched the whole thing and laughed with real joy. Time slipped by quickly, and before they knew it, evening had come again. Out on the road, several suspicious cars sped through the night as voices inside them spoke up. So where are we heading tonight? Busan Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. All of them. In the gloomy atmosphere, the leader declared with excitement, Let's make tonight a truly spectacular job. The scene then cut to the Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. After spending a fun day at the beach, Dane's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked politely, Hello, may I have the name for the reservation? Dane answered, it should be under Han Seon. The receptionist gave a bright smile and handed over a room card. Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 2708. Dane hesitated for a second, then asked, is there only one room? Seon, standing next to him, puffed out her cheeks and gave a nervous little whistle as if trying to explain it away. Then she just gave up. Saving money was still a good thing anyway, so she let it pass. The three of them then went over to wait for the elevator up to their floor. Suddenly, Seon exclaimed, Oh, right. The bed is huge anyway, so let's all just sleep together. Dane rolled his eyes and blurted out, Wait, there's really only one bed. Lee Soo-bin, though clearly happy and secretly looking forward to it, said as calmly as she could. It's been a long time since the three of us slept together. It'll be fun. Whatever. Dane broke into a sweat as he looked at the others. Well, yeah, I guess we've never all slept together before. But deep inside, he was quietly praying to himself. Surely nothing weird will happen, right? And really, nothing happened at all. What were you expecting, haha? The three of them simply ended up sleeping together on the bed, with Seon snoring away soundly in the middle. Dane had just closed his eyes to rest when faint whispering suddenly came from outside the door. Wait, I want to get into this room. Then a hushed countdown followed. 1, 2, 3. Two robbers dressed from head to toe and carrying guns kicked the door open, yelling, FBI, open up. Dane casually flicked one finger upward. In an instant, both men were struck under the chin and sent flying backward. After a moment, Dane sat up, rubbed his eyes, and let out a yawn. Where the hell did these guys come from? The two intruders were already sprawled unconscious on the floor. Dane carefully peeked outside and saw guests from the other rooms, still wearing their pajamas, being dragged away by those supposed FBI men. Hurry up and check on those kids, he blurted out. Is this terrorism or something? Seriously? Then he gritted his teeth and crushed part of the door frame in frustration. Damn it. I've only gone out twice, and both times something irritating had to happen. Looking something up on his phone, Dane narrowed his eyes. Wait a second. Shadow Walker is still in this area, and they still dared to pull something like this in the middle of the night. On the screen, the news was already blaring out with urgent shock. Breaking news. An A-rank hero, Shadow Walker, has been found collapsed in West Incheon. Oh my god. By then, Seoun had also woken up. Letting out a yawn, she asked what was going on. Was there a terrorist attack? Dane answered, yeah. But inside, he rolled his eyes, thinking he was not even surprised anymore. Then he vanished from the spot, leaving a quick instruction behind. Wait here a minute. I'm going to check the parking area. Wake Subin up and stay in the room. Seoun, still rubbing her sleepy eyes, wondered if they had really run into terrorists during a trip of all things. All right. I'll do what you said. A moment later, Dane appeared beside his car. Looking outside, he spotted the terrorists sneaking around among the parked cars. There was no way he could just slip away quietly without dealing with them first. With that in mind, Dane started rummaging through the inside of the car for something useful. When he pulled out a creepy mask, his face immediately twisted into a sinister grin. He had never expected the spare mask he brought would be useful this fast. Serves those bastards right for ruining our vacation. Come on, let me see your faces. After gathering the gear, Dane returned to the hotel room, where the two girls were already awake and sitting properly as they waited for him. Dane tossed the equipment toward them and said, just follow orders through the earpiece. Let's go, everyone. His face was full of excitement. Seoun let out a tired sigh. At times like this, he really did look ridiculously thrilled. Outside in the hotel lobby, the terrorists had stacked chairs into a little mountain. Their leader sat right on top of it, while his men below pointed guns in every direction. At that moment, the leader, Monkey Spanner, an A-rank villain, stroked his beard and asked, Is everything ready? Two men below him nodded at once. All set. He gave a satisfied reply. Good. Then he pointed down and shouted loudly. Tell the Hero Association and the government that we are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If the ransom is not transferred to the account we provide right away, every last one of them will die. Below him, the captured guests were kneeling on the floor with their hands bound. Monkey Spanner continued yelling. The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, and both the hostages and the terrorists turned their heads toward it. Monkey Spanner shut his mouth at once and focused warily on the source of the noise. Then Dane, now wearing an orange mask, stepped forward while clapping and laughing. That's enough. This ridiculous little terrorism show ends here. As he spoke, he stretched out one hand and released a surge of power. In an instant, one terrorist gun was ripped right out of his hand by that force. Then more and more guns were caught and controlled by the same power, until the barrels were all turned back toward the foreheads of the very men holding them. Then Dane slowly raised his fist. A violent wave of force exploded through the vast hotel lobby. Inside, the hostages were terrified by the sudden burst of power and screamed out in fear. Dane's eyes darkened, and a trace of tension passed through him as he thought, did I really burn through all the energy I'd built up over the past few months just like this? Then he leaped up and rushed straight forward to strike Monkey Spanner with an attack. Dane kicked him down hard onto the floor. Then, taking Monkey Spanner's spot, he looked down from above and flashed a sinister smile. It was absurd. Trash this week had still dared to stir up terror. Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed with a red glow. He pulled out a gun and aimed it directly at Dane. A gunshot rang out. The bullet tore straight into Dane's abdomen. Even he looked down in shock at the wound. Then wild laughter burst out. Ha ha ha, just one bullet. The look on Dane's face made Monkey Spanner falter in shock. Sitting above him with the bullet still buried in his stomach, Dane calmly smiled and asked, "That's all?" To Monkey Spanner, he now looked like some giant monster holding everything in the palm of his hand. But above that calm front, Dane was silently pouring with sweat. Under the mask, his face was twisted with pain. Damn it, this is bad. If I move wrong here, I'll bleed out and die. Below him, Monkey Spanner had already started edging backward. Every instinct he had was screaming that he needed to get out immediately. His thoughts raced. Damn it, I only planned to use Shadow Walker's absence to strike fast and retreat. That guy, that must be egoistic. Could it be that I'm on the list of people he's been hunting down too? Is that why he was waiting here in advance? Above him, Dane fought through the pain and let out a laugh. You seem really nervous. I'll be generous and give you one chance to run, if you think you can. Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth and raised a fist as he demanded, What exactly are you plotting? Still seated there, Dane went on mocking him. The thing you're desperately trying to figure out right now, that's the real plot. Because of you, my vacation is ruined. So stop bothering me and run while you still can. Inside, though, he was tense enough to scream. Please stop overthinking it and just leave already. Just keeping my eyes open is making me dizzy. Monkey Spanner quickly calculated his odds. This is my chance. That's right. If I boost my power enough, I can recover later no matter what. Then, to the terror and panic of the hostages, he shot toward the hotel entrance like a bolt of lightning. Inwardly, he swore to himself, I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of Korea. I cannot die in a place like this. But at that exact moment, a fist came swinging in from outside the door along with a spray of shattered glass. That single punch blasted Monkey Spanner violently backward, twisting his body out of shape as he flew. He flew backward like a rocket that had completely lost its course. Shin Hyul arrived at just the right moment and shouted a sharp warning at the terrorists. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender, Monkey Spanner's gang. But when she looked down at the floor, she saw that the terrorists were already sprawled out all over the place. Just then, a pair of long legs stepped into view. Shin Hyul looked completely bewildered by what she was seeing. Then Lee Seola, the A-rank hero Icicle, clicked her tongue and said coldly, Huh, they're already all down. Nearby, Shadow Walker, another A-rank hero, wore a frustrated look as he said, How boring. They're all already on the floor? We spread a little fake news, and they panicked and started terrorizing people right away. Then his eyes landed on Dane, who was sitting on top of the piled chairs, and he wondered, who is that supposed to be? At that moment, Dane wore a blank, almost dazed expression, with pink bubbles practically floating around his head as he quietly thought, Why is she here? Shin Hyul frowned and looked up at him. Who are you? Were you the one who took down these terrorists? Dane pressed hard against his wound and thought, If I lose focus now, I'll die on the spot. Luckily, it looks like they still don't know I'm egoistic, so I just need to stall a little longer. I only need enough strength to recover for 2 teleports. Elsewhere, Seoun and Su-bin listened tensely through the voices coming from their earpieces. Outside, Dane put on a dangerously confident act and replied, Who am I? I'm an S-rank hero who operates secretly in South Korea. That answer shocked the 3 people below, and all of them looked up at him at once. Shin Hyul immediately pointed at him and called him out. There's no record in the association of any S-rank hero like that. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who exactly are you? He calmly answered, I'm Stardust, an A-rank hero. Do you not understand what it means to operate secretly? Icicle, an A-rank hero. Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero. I'm a hero who was already active back in the generation before yours. Seon listened in total confusion and thought, Dane, What on earth are you even doing? Beside her, Su-bin frowned nervously. Outside, Dane kept acting arrogant. When you meet your seniors, you should greet them first. You kids really don't know anything. Shin Hayeol looked up at him with a face full of irritation, mixed with a trace of suspicion. He continued, shaking his head in disappointment. Huh, I can already tell from that look that you understand nothing. Fine then, I'll introduce myself properly. Listen carefully. I'm a hero. His gaze shifted for a second to a boy in a t-shirt, with the words apple mango printed across the back, and the image of a sweet fruit flashed through his mind. Then Dane blurted out the name on the spot. Apple Mango. The rescued guests listened, and the moment they heard that name, their expressions froze. Suddenly, Lee Seola heard something through her earpiece and answered, Yes, yes. Ah, he says his name is Apple Mango. No, there isn't one. Then she coldly gestured toward him and exposed him. Hey, you up there. They say there's no hero with a nickname like that. So who exactly are you? Dane shouted back angrily. You insolent brat. I even know that the association president's real name was Park Manchun. Now it's Park Junho, right? My own name was Two Country Bumpkin, so I changed it too. Go check again. That statement stunned all three of them on the spot. Inside, Dane was tense as hell. He had not expected all that random information from the original source to actually be this useful. Lee Seola answered. Even so, the president says he doesn't know you. At that moment, one of the guests suddenly spoke up. Hey, heroes. I've been watching this whole thing for a while, and honestly, I'm getting irritated, so I need to say something. That voice, full of dissatisfaction, rang out clearly. That masked guy controlled all these criminals for us. So what exactly are all of you doing? Lee Seola began sweating nervously. Everyone should stay calm. Inside, Dane screamed with joy. Oh God, perfect. Just a little more energy, and I can get out. The man kept going with his story. I saw him make the guns float in the air, and then they started firing all over the place by themselves. What was that? He's kind of like that guy who always shows up on TV. Shin Hayeol instantly caught the important part, while Dane hesitated awkwardly. Uncle, the man below even gave him a thumbs up. And with that, his heart nearly leaped in joy before he screamed inside. Stop talking. Lee Seola gave a faint smirk. Now this is starting to feel suspicious. Dane silently tensed up and sweat poured down his face. Just a little more. The three below began gathering their power. First, they needed to restrain him. Then they could expose his identity and figure out the rest afterward. Lee Seola stretched out her hand, and an ice pillar shot forward, stabbing firmly into the floor. Inside, Dane gritted his teeth. 3-2. Shadow Walker silently closed in behind him. Dane clutched his wound tightly and shouted in his mind, Please move. Shin Hayeol's sharp eyes locked onto him. And then she shot toward him like a missile. Dane's face twisted with worry as the situation closed in on him. At that exact moment, Dane barely managed to use his power to move downward and slip free from their control. Seo-eun and Su-bin appeared just in time beneath him and caught him before he fell. Then the two of them vanished right away, taking the injured Dane away from the scene. A little while later, their car stirred to life, and several people rushed out from inside it. Han Seo-eun's eyes spun, and he nearly slipped in his seat as he hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Kim Dane's face was badly twisted with pain. Seo-eun, right now we have to erase every trace that we were ever in Busan. The hotel guest records too, and the CCTV footage. If they find out. He could not finish the sentence. The two girls looked up at him in shock and panic. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? Blood kept pouring from the wound in his abdomen without stopping. Lee Su-bin shouted, We need to get him to a hospital right now. But Kim Dane tried to stop her at once. No, you can't. I don't even have the strength to move anymore. If we try, they'll catch us for sure and drag us back to egoistic space. Lee Su-bin clenched her teeth, her whole face tightening with strain. Then, gripping the steering wheel, she raised her voice and ordered Han Seo-eun, get the first aid kit first and do whatever basic treatment you can. With tears pooling in her eyes, Han Seo-eun looked like she was staring straight into a nightmare from the past, and she began to sob. Lee Su-bin twisted around and shouted at her urgently, Hurry! The girl quickly forced herself back together and wiped her tears in a rush. Why yes, With a grim expression, Lee Soo-bin pressed harder on the accelerator. I'll get all of us out of here first. Along the road swallowed by darkness, the car shot forward so fast it almost seemed to be flying. Earlier, back in the hotel lobby, the police were calming the hostages one by one and assuring them that things were under control. Lee Seola stood off to the side and let out a tired sigh. Seriously, this was supposed to be a rare vacation, and those villains still won't let us rest for even one day. Shadow Walker frowned deeply and asked, "Can I take a short break?" She turned to him and answered, Sure. You've done a lot already. I invited you here so you could relax a little too." Lee Seola then turned toward Stardust and said, "Since we're already here, Stardust." Meanwhile, Lee Hyul stood there with his lips pressed together, lost in thought and paying no attention to what was happening around him. At that same moment, a car was driving down the road. The driver kept yawning, exhausted and drowsy, and thought about chewing a piece of gum to stay awake. Then all of a sudden, he spotted another car charging up behind him in the rearview mirror. "What the?" he shouted. "That car is coming in like it's on fire and blowing right past us. Is that driver insane?" The speedometer had already climbed past 220 kilometers per hour. Han Seo-eun tried desperately to treat Kim Dane's wound, while Lee Soo-bin gripped the wheel with a terrifying look on her face. By then, his whole body was stained with blood. Even after being wrapped, the wound would not stop bleeding, and sweat kept dripping down him from the sheer pain. Meanwhile, Lee Hyul clenched his fist hard and said in a grave voice, "We need to keep a very close eye on his movements." The scene shifted into the past. In Kim Dane's room, voices rang out excitedly. "It's that villain again, that villain again. He'll use any method at all to get at Stardust." Kim Dane snapped the book shut with force. Then he lay back on the bed with an empty, hollow expression and murmured, "So this is how it ends." This was Kim Dane at 19, back in the past. Dark circles hung heavily under his eyes as he thought about it. To him, this whole matter felt like nothing but pure despair. An ending like that was unbearable. A moment later, the book slipped from his hand and dropped to the floor. Kim Dane rolled over on the bed again and again, muttering in misery about Stardust. He mumbled a few more words under his breath, and before long, he drifted off to sleep. Just then, a streak of light flashed across the night sky beyond the window. And with that, the scene returned to the present. Somewhere in an apartment complex, Han Seo-eun was carefully tending to Kim Dane's wound. The girl's face had gone pale from pushing herself far past exhaustion. Lee Soo-bin brought over a tray of food, but the girl refused it immediately, saying she could not eat. Still, she was gently persuaded. "Seo-eun, eat a little. Kim Dane will wake up soon." At that moment, Kim Dane lay unconscious on the glass bed. Han Seo-eun buried her face and cried without being able to stop, while Lee Soo-bin sat beside her, comforting her with a heavy, aching heart. Then, just as the girl was crying and forcing down bites of food at the same time, a voice suddenly spoke up. "You're still eating pretty well, are Seo-eun?" Kim Dane had turned his head with a faint smile and said, "And here I was, almost dying." Both girls instantly looked toward him in stunned disbelief. Then Han Seo-eun let out a small whimper and burst into loud sobs all over again. The little girl cried out and flailed at Kim Dane, hitting him as she struggled through her tears, while Lee Soo-bin watched beside them with wet eyes. He could only give a bitter laugh and yelp in pain. Ow! Outside, the world was still wrapped in pitch-black darkness. An image of Kim Dane appeared, wearing a white mask while holding a golden mask in his other hand. Online, talk about him was spreading everywhere, with people questioning whether a terrorism incident with no casualties could really even be called terrorism. Lee Hyul sat in front of the computer screen, searching through information, and quietly said, "Indeed. There were no casualties in the plane incident either. So if Egoistic's call had failed and I couldn't move, then what?" An image of Kim Dane appeared and smiled as he said, "It'll be fine, because it's you. You can do it." Lee Hyul lowered his gaze with a tense expression. He believed he would succeed no matter what, almost as if he already knew his abilities were going to grow stronger. Then she suddenly curled her lips into a faint smile and said, "How would you know? It's probably just a coincidence." Then she slowly balled her hands into fists again, but one thing was impossible to deny now. She really had become stronger. A moment later, she picked up someone's information file and looked through it. There was still another point that bothered her. It was about the villains Egoistic had killed. That man had once possessed enough power to trigger a disaster on a massive scale someday, and she had seen that with her own eyes. Egoistic was clearly not a hero, but calling him nothing more than a villain still did not feel complete. She had a strong feeling that he was laying out some huge game, like a grand chessboard no one else could fully see yet. No matter what happened, she decided that the next terrorist incident had to reveal who Egoistic really was. Lee Ha-yeol's resolve only hardened. On Han Seon's side, the girl was also quietly staring at her phone, wondering what the real purpose behind all those terrorist attacks could be. Egoistic even knew the real name of Hero Association Chairman Park Jun-ho. It was Park Man-chan. Some people were even spreading a conspiracy theory that Egoistic had once been a level 5 hero, but after clashing with the association, he crossed over and became a villain instead. The rumor that Egoistic stood in opposition to the Hero Association was spreading further. The three of them were sitting at the dining table, and the moment Kim Dane heard that, he nearly choked on his food. Seoun, I think I'm gonna throw up. Just eat your meal. Lee Soo-bin forced a smile and put her phone away. Seoun, for now, don't push Dane anymore. He's really exhausted right now. But the girl still looked deeply unhappy and asked, what exactly are you planning to do? Are you seriously going to start with that, I'm the villain, so I have to do this thing again, and keep carrying out terrorism in that condition? Once again, Kim Dane flinched at the look on her face. Soon, you. But the words would not come, and he fell silent. Then suddenly, both girls sitting across from him fixed him with sharp, piercing stares. Kim Dane had no choice but to decide. We'll rest for a while. About 3 months. The moment he said it, both of their faces loosened in visible relief. Really? Still chewing his food, he nodded and added, yeah, let's stay low for a bit. With how much public attention there is right now, if I disappear for a while, things should calm down. But in his mind, he was quietly thinking something else. During this break, they would need to recruit new members. An image of a mysterious person appeared in his thoughts. Kim Dane calculated that if things kept going like this, that person would one day become a villain who threw everything badly out of balance. If they could not kill him, then they had to bring him over to their side. Before long, 3 months passed in a flash, and then an announcement rang out. A villain has appeared. Stardust, prepare to sortie. Lee Ha-yeol quickly asked, is it Egoistic? But the answer that came back was no. It's a villain calling himself Rock Bottom. Hearing that, she answered with clear disappointment. I see. Not long after that, Lee Ha-yeol was once again in hero form, tearing through the sky like a rocket. As she sped off, one thought kept turning in her head. Egoistic, where have you been, and what have you been doing these last 3 months? The scene shifted to Kim Dane's house. He was sitting there watching a huge TV screen that showed Lee Ha-yeol on it. Oh, he's here, he's here. Kim Dane was shoveling popcorn into his mouth in total excitement, like he was watching a movie, while Han Seon sat beside him with an irritated look on her face. At that moment, a monster known as Rock Bottom, an A-class villain, was unleashing his power and growling wildly. Kim Dane cheered at the screen, yelling, come on, Stardust. Then Lee Ha-yeol shot forward to attack Rock Bottom and shouted, are you Egoistic? No, you're not. In that instant, Lee Ha-yeol looked completely consumed by fury and smashed the opponent apart with her punches. And when it was over, what lay on the ground was just a punk with his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Kim Dane got so excited that he flung the whole popcorn container into the air and cheered. See? Power-ups really are worth it, Stardust. Han Seon frowned at him in annoyance. Is it really that fun? Startled, Kim Dane looked a little uneasy. Well, it is kind of fun too. Then the girl raised her voice so suddenly that he nearly spat out his drink. Now let's get to work, okay? I seriously can't watch you keep lurking around Stardust's fan club anymore. He looked over in confusion. What, Seo? Han Seon answered in a dark voice. Dane, leader of the Stardust fan club. As if you didn't know already, I'm a pretty well-known hacker. Caught red-handed like that. Kim Dane quickly grabbed the remote, switched off the screen, and tried to make excuses. It's just a small hobby. But the girl repeated herself. Anyway, we agreed to work today, right? Kim Dane straightened up and asked, let's see. Today's the 17th, right? The girl immediately brightened with excitement. What is it? Terrorism. Kim Dane denied it. No, Han Seon kept pressing. Then is it about eliminating villains? He shook his head again. Nope, not that either. Then Kim Dane broke into a bright, easy smile and said, actually, today is about recruiting new members. The scene changed to a high corner overlooking the town, where an elderly couple stood admiring the view below. The man let out a nostalgic voice. Oh, this place really hasn't changed, has it? The scenery looks exactly the same as it did 20 years ago. Just then, someone suddenly bumped into him. The person wore a hat low over their face, so their features were hard to make out. I'm sorry, they said. He waved it off lightly. It's all right. I'm fine, student. But after the girl passed by him, a wallet was already sitting in her hand. The girl had vivid green irises that stood out sharply. When she glanced down below, she spotted a group of people waiting there. It was obviously a bunch of thugs, each one with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, all staring up at her with crooked, mocking smiles. The girl gritted her teeth, anger flashing across her face. Just then, a boy with green irises just as clear as hers came running over with a bright smile, calling out, "Sis." This boy's name was Lee Ki-hyun, and he was 13 years old. She pinched her little brother's cheek and asked, "Are you having fun?" The boy answered brightly, "Yeah." Then her eyes fell on his injured knee, and she pointed it out at once. "Your knee is scraped." Where did you get hurt?" Ki-hyun answered with complete innocence. "I slipped and fell on the way home." The girl raised her hand and used her healing power on him, then gently reminded him, "Really, be more careful next time." As he watched the wound on his knee slowly close up, he let out a surprised, "Wow." Not long after that, the cut had vanished completely without a trace. Then the girl quietly took off her hat. After that, she placed it on Ki-hyun's head and said, "You should go home first now." The boy obediently nodded. "Okay." With the hat removed, her orange hair fell into view, revealing a beautiful young girl. She smiled brightly and said, "I'm going to buy something tasty and come right back." This girl was Lee Haru, who would later become the antagonist known as X-Saint. Some time later, night had already fallen, and Lee Haru finally came back carrying a bag of food. The moment she opened the door, she called out with a bright smile, "Ki-hyun, I bought a whole bag of delicious pastries for you." But the instant she saw what was inside, Lee Haru's face went completely pale. Then a voice came from the room. "I knew it. This little brat." The bag of food slipped from her hand and hit the floor. Inside the room were the stray dogs from the dam area, a whole gang of them. At that moment, Ki-hyun was being held by a masked man, while another one spoke up coldly. "You've still got the nerve to pickpocket in our territory? If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you straight to heaven, got it?" The man's uneven eyes looked almost ridiculous, but the danger coming off him was very real. Even though Lee Haru was terrified, she still shouted, "Enough! Let Ki-hyun go. Take all that stuff and get out." The man let out an annoyed sigh and glanced at the one beside him. Then he grabbed Ki-hyun hard by the hair, making the boy cry out in pain. This man clearly enjoyed watching other people suffer, and with a twisted sneer, he said, "Hey, little girl." At the same time, Lee Haru was suddenly seized and pinned down by two other men. "You bastards." Still gripping Ki-hyun by the head, the man sneered, "Look at this. Seems like your sister has no idea what's going on." Then the scar-eyed man pressed a knife to the boy's neck and said, "Today, I'm teaching you a lesson." Seeing that, Lee Haru screamed in horror, "No, I was wrong, please." The merciless scar-eyed man raised his knife. "Too late, you bitch." Ki-hyun squeezed his eyes shut in despair. Then, in that very instant, some unseen force suddenly ripped the knife right out of his hand. He froze in shock and quickly looked back over his shoulder, only to be smashed by an invisible force and hurled straight into the wall. Right after that, several gun barrels appeared above the heads of the dam's wild dogs. The danger in the air turned overwhelming. Ki-hyun immediately took the chance and lunged forward. Lee Haru tightly pulled the boy into her arms and cried out in relief, "Ki-hyun." At that moment, Kim Dane appeared just outside their yard. He thought to himself, today is Friday the 17th. By now, Lee Haru's little brother should have been killed by that gang. Lee Haru would have fallen into darkness and started down the path of a villain. Good thing I got here early. If I'd been even a little later, it would have turned into a disaster. Ki-hyun looked outside, saw him, and gasped in shock. Could it be? Lee Haru turned at once and stepped in front of Ki-hyun protectively, then asked with suspicion, "Are you some kind of ghost?" Kim Dane smiled in a villainous way and said, sounding strangely pleased, "Very nice to meet you, Lee Haru and Ki-hyun. I've come to take both of you with me." Hearing that, Lee Haru frowned and snapped. "Why would we go with you? You're obviously one of those cruel villains too." Kim Dane calmly explained, "Of course it's to save the two of you. Didn't you just see what happened? Besides, if the police show up, it'll turn into a huge hassle." She refused immediately. "I'd rather die than go with you, you bastard. What are you trying to do?" Then Ki-hyun suddenly ran outside like a gust of wind. The sight hit Lee Haru like a bolt of lightning, and she hurriedly screamed, "Ki-hyun, no!" What appeared before her eyes was Ki-hyun running straight toward what looked like a dangerous, evil demon. But in the next moment, Ki-hyun had already reached Kim Dane, grabbed his hand tightly, and shouted, "Egoistic! You're in the Apple Mango group." The boy looked up at him with a face full of admiration and pride. Even Kim Dane felt a little embarrassed by how openly the boy adored him. Not long after that, Kim Dane brought the brother and sister to his hideout and introduced them to the others by saying, "All right then, these are our new members. Let's all say hello." Ki-hyun's eyes sparkled as he cheered. "Wow, and that means she's Egoistic's famous internet terror beauty too." Lee Subin broke out in a cold sweat at hearing that nickname. Internet terror beauty of Egoistic. Ki-hyun still looked full of excitement and admiration. So that person is the hacker? Meanwhile, Lee Haru carefully bowed and greeted them. "Ah, hello everyone. I'm Lee Haru, and this is my younger brother, Ki-hyun." Han Seon wore a serious look, almost like she was inspecting merchandise. "Humph, a new member with healing powers, and she turns out to be a girl." A little while later, the five of them had grown more at ease with each other. Kim Dane happily opened the fridge. "Mango." Ki-hyun lit up at once. "It really is mango." Han Seon stared straight ahead, thinking to herself that it felt just like the first time she had met Kim Dane. But Lee Haru, sitting beside them, still looked tense and carefully on guard. Over by the fridge, Kim Dane tilted his head back and started drinking juice straight from the container. The second Han Seon saw that, she screamed sharply, "Don't just put your mouth on it and drink straight from it like that." Kim Dane jolted in surprise and sprayed it everywhere. "It's mango juice." This one's mine, Seon. Yours is in the fridge." Even though she knew she had overreacted a little, Han Seon still sulkily reminded him, "Then be more careful next time." Lee Subin gently carried over a plate of peeled apples and cheerfully asked, "Ki-hyun, do you want some fruit?" The boy's eyes sparkled even more. "Wow, thank you." Ki-hyun quickly grabbed a fork and stabbed a piece of apple with it. Lee Haru called out tensely, "Ki-hyun." At that moment, the boy had already opened his mouth wide, ready to take a huge bite. Then, while chewing, he looked over at her with a puzzled expression. "Huh?" Lee Haru turned her head away helplessly, still unable to relax. "Oh, it's nothing." Just then, Kim Dane smiled brightly and called out, "Seon, Subin, I want to have an honest talk with them for a bit. Could you two step outside first?" Han Seon stuck out her tongue and teasingly mimicked him. "Could you two step outside for a bit?" Kim Dane was left speechless by her attitude. "Subin, please take her back to the nursing room first." After a little while, only the three of them remained in the room. Kim Dane sat across from the two siblings. He spoke first. "Lee Haru, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, didn't you?" Those words immediately made Lee Haru frown with caution. Kim Dane continued, "I already looked into everything. That director abused you all the time too. I didn't come to you by coincidence. I came with a purpose." She asked him suspiciously, "What purpose?" Kim Dane answered that it was to let the two of them live happily. Lee Haru frowned at him and stared, then asked in surprise, "What?" Kim Dane smiled and went on, Of course, I don't mean living down here in this cramped underground place. I've already prepared a teleportation gate. We'll move to a big house, live there, and you'll go to school too." Lee Haru stayed wary and asked, "Why would you do all that for us? We only met today." Thinking of Han Seon, Kim Dane replied. Because I have a younger sister too. That's why. Ki-hyun's eyes immediately lit up. I watched all those tragic bombing cases from Apple Mango. I watched them over and over. Kim Dane answered awkwardly. Really? Thanks. But inside, he could not help wondering whether an elementary school kid should really be watching things like that. Lee Haru gave him a stern warning. Ki-hyun. Then Kim Dane spoke again. Just try living with us once. It'll probably be more fun than you think. We're not as bad as you're imagining. Ki-hyun clasped his hands tightly, full of hope for the happy life ahead, while Lee Haru seemed lost in serious thought. All right then. A little later, Kim Dane led the two siblings over this way. A hidden gate opened, revealing a strange and mysterious portal. Kim Dane turned back with a bright smile and told the two of them, "Follow me." Then he stepped into the gate, and his whole body slowly disappeared from sight. Lee Haru's expression stayed tight and guarded. Ki-hyun, on the other hand, excitedly ran straight to the gate, then turned back and waved. "You're not coming yet? I'm going first." That made Lee Haru panic and call out for Ki-hyun to come back. But in the end, she could only let out a helpless sigh. Seriously. Finally, she made up her mind and followed them inside. A moment later, Lee Haru came up the stairs with surprise written all over her face. What she saw was Ki-hyun standing by the glass door, looking out as warm, brilliant light poured in. Kim Dane said, "Do you like it? This is going to be our home. Looks like Ki-hyun likes it. I'll stay on the 3rd floor, and you'll be on the 2nd. There are 2 rooms up there for you too. And don't worry about tuition. At your age, you should be in school anyway. I've got plenty of money." Lee Haru looked at him with open doubt. Kim Dane continued in a gentle voice. "If it feels awkward, just stay a few days first, and then decide. If you want to go back, you can say no anytime, all right?" Hearing that, Lee Haru stared at him with wide eyes. Then suddenly, anger rose in her again. Her pale face turned as she looked around, and the image of the scarred man pressing a knife to Ki-hyun's neck flashed back into her mind. "I'm going to make those bastards pay." Back then, the boy had his eyes squeezed shut in total despair. And then the image of Ki-hyun now appeared before her, looking bright and cheerful. Lee Haru finally nodded and accepted it. Thank you very much." Kim Dane patted her on the shoulder in reassurance. "It's nothing. Let's live well together." Elsewhere, Kim Dane wore a deeply satisfied villain's grin, pleased that he had successfully recruited the sister he had been aiming for. Then he suddenly scratched his head in confusion, as though he had forgotten something. What was it again? Night came again, with the moon hanging high in the sky. On the computer screen were posts like, "What you did yesterday, what the hero did today," the hero bulletin board, and "Is egoistic really gone?" Comment after comment kept pouring in, all worrying about where egoistic had disappeared to. Lee Hyul was still sitting in front of the computer, disappointment all over her face. "Huh, seriously, where are you? And what are you doing, egoistic?" Her tightly furrowed expression made it clear just how restless she was. She was getting so impatient she was nearly at the end of her patience. Inside a laboratory drenched in green light, the thick liquid in a gigantic tank began to boil violently. Bubbles rose and burst as though something massive was moving inside. 2 scientists stood on the balcony above, looking down with a mix of fear and excitement. One of them spoke in a trembling voice. "No matter how many times I see it, I still get goosebumps." The man in glasses, sweat beading across his forehead, tried to swallow. His smile was twisted between terror and exhilaration as he muttered, "Incredible." His eyes glittered like someone drunk on the madness of science, while the silver-haired man beside him remained still, his expression cold and sharp as steel. The silver-haired man gave a thin smile, his voice full of confidence. The Behemoth project must be completed. Then he turned to his colleague and said, "We'll present it to Dr. Kim Sun-woo once he is released." The green light spilling over his face made that smile look even more chilling. Beneath the thick layer of liquid, the gigantic creature kept convulsing. Black tentacles lashed against the walls of the tank with a sickening, bone-chilling sound. Twisting his mouth into a smile, the silver-haired man said, "When that day comes, South Korea will fall." Madness flashed uncontrollably in his eyes. "And Hanan Corporation will rule the entire world. No one will be able to stop us." All around them, clusters of scientists stood circling the test tank. their hands stretched toward the boiling creature as frantic shouts rose together. The whole room shook in trembling waves, and a harsh blue light flashed again and again. The scene looked less like science and more like some ritual meant to call a monster into the world. The scene cut back to egoistic space. In the kitchen, bright with sunlight, the knife made a steady tapping sound as mushrooms were sliced one by one. Lee Haru carefully cut each piece, her face serious but a little embarrassed, her hand trembling faintly from still not being used to kitchen work. Beside her, Lee Soo-bin washed the vegetables and smiled gently as she asked, "You could have stayed in and rested. Why did you insist on helping me?" Flustered, Lee Haru answered, "No, I just feel more at ease when I'm helping." Her voice came out small and shy. Lee Soo-bin softly murmured, "Thank you." She closed her eyes for a moment, wearing a warm and grateful expression. Lee Haru slightly knitted her brow, looking troubled, as though something was still weighing heavily on her mind. Lee Soo-bin watched Lee Haru helping clean up and smiled softly. In a tender voice, she said, "We'll be done preparing soon. It's thanks to you." Lee Haru lowered her head a little, her green eyes flickering with embarrassment. In her mind, one thought kept echoing. The beautiful victim of egoistic's bombing, Sister Soo-bin. And now, for months after that incident, she was living a happy and comfortable life. It was such a full, peaceful life that it completely swept away the ugly rumors claiming she had been assaulted. Then Han Seon's voice sounded from beside her. "Hey, can you help me up?" Kim Dane warned her again. "Try to stay steady when you walk, Seon. You're just going to hurt yourself." Inside Lee Haru's head, the same stream of thought still continued. An egoistic's true identity was Kim Dane. Kim Dane dropped into a chair and spoke sharply. "This house is so bright, but you still go sleep in that pitch-black basement." Even so, he lightly tugged at Han Seon. The girl answered tiredly, "You're the one who keeps calling it the ego base." After a few seconds of silence, Kim Dane suddenly changed his tone. "All right then, let's eat." He looked extremely excited at the food laid out in front of him. But Lee Haru's thoughts still did not stop. Someday, if he came back wounded, then with her healing power. She slowly raised a hand in front of herself, then clenched it tight with quiet determination. The scene cut to Kim Dane now sprawled out on a bed in a bare room, with light streaming through the window onto the wall calendar. In a tired voice, he murmured, "It's time." A trace of fatigue crossed his face as he stared thoughtfully up at the ceiling. It was time to prepare for the black disaster those Hainin group bastards would cause. Then suddenly, a loud bang exploded through the room. The window rattled, and a cold voice rang out. "So this is where you were hiding, Apple Mango." Han Seon burst into the room all fired up and shouted, "Now let's go terrorize them. I'm so sick of this I'm going insane." Kim Dane answered, "All right, now we're going to go terrorize them." The girl stared at him in surprise. "Really?" He only gave a faint smile, then declared, "Team Ego, all members assemble." By then, everyone had already gathered. Then Lee Haru suddenly spoke up. But first, why are we carrying out terrorism like this?" At once, the expressions on the other three darkened. Wearing a proud expression, Kim Dane began explaining. "If you're curious why we commit acts of terrorism, the answer is the world's compassion." Han Seon folded her arms and said in exasperation, "Stop. Just get to the point." "Well, that day, you were helpless. It wasn't some random thing anymore. It was this." Kim Dane's face turned serious. Lee Haru, the real villains were them. She broke into a light sweat and quietly said she understood. "So that's why we have to carry out a terror attack." Han Seon raised one finger and continued. "However, we absolutely cannot cause civilian casualties. We need to create the perfect dilemma that fits egoistic style. Oh, and it has to involve Stardust somehow. That bastard. It needs to be a terrorist act that ends up helping her too." Kim Dane could only smile bitterly. "Thanks for the summary, Seon. But didn't you just say something a little weird? That was a slip of the tongue, right?" He pulled the cap off his pen and smiled with confidence. Then he quickly sketched the image of a bridge. The next terrorist attack would center on one idea. What if the Seoul Bridge collapsed? Lee Haru still looked a little confused about why it had to be the Seoul Bridge. Because right here, at this exact point in Uedo, a giant monster will appear. Then it'll head straight north and sweep across the entire Korean peninsula. But if we make the Seoul Bridge collapse during the terrorist attack, it'll be drenched. Water is that monster's weakness, so it'll be finished. We'll commit terrorism and catch the villain too. In other words, we kill two birds with one stone. After finishing, he tipped his hat and gave a little bow, like he was ending a performance. Looking at that stack of plans, Han Seon finally had to ask, "Where in the world have you been getting all this information?" He only left her with one answer. Trade secret. Han Seon lightly raised a hand to hide her smile. It feels like we're taking down a villain and carrying out terrorism at the same time. And besides, this time it doesn't even seem to be about that damn Stardust. Kim Dane could only give a helpless smile. "Can you please stop saying damn?" Hearing that, the girl happily sat down and replied, "Perfect. So is the idea settled now?" Kim Dane answered with a confident smile. "What's the one thing we have the most of?" Han Seon answered skeptically, "Money." But Kim Dane dismissed that at once with the air of a rich man. "No, it's not money." At last, the day had come. His image appeared on every camera. He floated in the air holding a loudspeaker and a camera. Behind him stood the Seoul Bridge. Hovering high above, he began to speak. "Greetings, everyone. Chosen by the Hero Association as the most influential villain." His eyes narrowed slightly. "I, egoistic, have returned. You all know what I'm about to do here, right? What else would I be doing at Seoul Bridge? Ha ha ha. Of course, it's a bomb threat." One of the drivers shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's a terrorist attack." Even with disaster closing in, sunlight was still shining over everything. Kim Dane's face darkened as he lifted the switch and announced, "Everyone, hold on tight." The moment he pressed the button, a chain of explosions burst across the bridge in blazing succession. As the bridge lay ruined before them, his voice still rang out. "It seems the selection of new guests to assist in our little game is now complete." Down below, someone muttered in disbelief, "Who in their right mind recruits guests like that?" And his words kept broadcasting to everyone. "The participants in this game are the good citizens of this country watching this live stream. Yes, that means you. The method is simple. Send your bank account number to the link shown in this video, and I'll transfer 100,000 won immediately. However, before 7 p.m. tonight, if the number of people who accept 100,000 won from me goes over 500,000, then I will blow up this bridge. Of course, that includes everyone traveling on it." And that message reached every single person watching. Some people panicked and worried, while others, eyes shining, quickly started typing in their account numbers. He was offering them a choice. Take 100,001 for free, or risk this bridge that could blow at any moment. Now make your choice. 100,001 or the bridge. The moment he finished saying that, the screen abruptly went black. But just before the feed cut out, he dropped one final line that sent the entire chat into chaos. "Oh, Stardust, you don't need to come out today. Just get some rest." The comments exploded at once. "I'll protect my woman myself." The villain is telling Stardust to rest. That's way too sweet. Elmeo, like she'd actually stay home just because he said that. She's still a hero, you know. Finally finished, he stretched with his eyes closed and smiled to himself, figuring she was probably relieved not to have to deal with some insane villain today. But before he could even finish that thought, Stardust came tearing in from the distance at terrifying speed. And the sight of her made him blurt out without thinking, "Stardust." The instant he saw her, he awkwardly tossed the detonator control up into the air, and Stardust recognized the device at a glance. Looking at the girl standing before him, he thought quietly to himself, "It's been a while, Stardust." Her expression darkened, and she simply stared at him without saying a single word. Crushed under that deadly silence, all he could manage was a weak call. "Stardust." She still didn't answer. She only kept her eyes locked on him with a cold, razor-sharp glare. Dane, unable to understand what was going on, turned his head to look as well. At that moment, he looked unbelievably small under the pressure of this woman. What the hell is happening here? The scene shifts to a workplace. An older man calls out, "Hey, Kim, what are you doing? Sneaking off for a cigarette?" The young man over there grins brightly, raises his phone, and answers his captain. "Look at this. They're replaying footage of Dane on the phone. If you type your account number in here, he'll really send you 100,001. The older man frowned at the screen and muttered, "Let me see. If more than 500,000 people take it, then he says he'll blow up the Seoul Bridge." The young man answered, "Yeah, I know. That crazy guy really showed up again. He's pulling some terror stunt on the bridge right now." The older man beside him seemed to remember too. "Ah, that villain who keeps trying to act insane. What a joke. Who's actually going to believe something like that?" The young man, looking like he'd just struck gold, answered, "I already did it. I got the 100,001. The captain heard that and immediately shouted, "Hey, don't do that." The young man instantly bowed his head in panic and stammered, "Ah, sorry, Captain." But then the older man's face changed right away. He pulled out his own phone and smiled. "I entered mine the second you showed me." The young man relaxed at once and gave him a thumbs up. "Captain, you seriously scared me. You're way too good at acting." After that, the two of them just kept chatting. "We're really going to hit 500,000 at this rate. Forget that. Let's just have a company dinner tonight." The young man answered without missing a beat. Inside a kitchen, a mother was talking to her child on the phone. "Hey, have you eaten yet?" "Huh, my bank account number?" She looked completely confused. What's gotten into that boy all of a sudden? Since when was he sending me allowance money? Then the screen showed that 100,000 had been transferred in under the name Egoistic Team. She gasped in surprise. "Oh my, really? But what is Egoistic Team?" The scene cuts back to the burning bridge. Dane sat there shivering uncontrollably. Who would have guessed it'd be this cold today? Then his expression slowly turned serious again, because the image of Stardust came back to him. Her stare had been as sharp as a blade. It felt like if he really blew up the bridge, she would charge straight in, as though the very air around them had frozen solid. Why was she looking at me like that? Could the soul bridge hold memories that never existed in the original story? I really didn't expect her to be that angry. For a second, it almost made me feel guilty. But he forced himself to steady his resolve. There was no other choice. This was all for Stardust. If things followed the way the dark threat had been shown in the original, the power she had now would never be enough to stop it. In the original storyline, this was the first truly serious threat. It was the point where the comic stopped being a bunch of empty hero moments and stepped into something far darker. Pushing those thoughts aside, Dane pulled out his phone and checked how things were progressing. The number on the screen left him stunned. 450,000 people had already signed up, and there were still 3 full hours left. He slowly jumped down onto the packed dirt below, bit his lip, and muttered, "These people are really something else." He rubbed the back of his neck and let out a soft breath, telling himself he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to beat them at this rate. Were they really this reckless? But once he stood in front of the camera, he still had to smile and say, "Dear citizens of South Korea, I'm sure none of you would sink so low as to take that money." Below, the comments immediately rolled in. "Exactly. Of course not." He rested a hand on the white car and continued speaking. "You haven't forgotten, have you? We still have our newest guests waiting here, their lives hanging entirely on the whim of a ruthless villain." He glanced into the car and thought to himself that this part was no longer in his control. I'd love to say this was all someone else's fault, but still. Then he smiled at the person inside and said, "Hello, and thank you for joining us. Could you introduce yourself?" The man sitting in the car gave a small chuckle before answering. "Yes, hello. My name is Choi Jong-jin." From the calm look on his face, Dane could tell there was no fear left in him anymore. Dane climbed into the car and continued the interview. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Choi. Your life is in danger right now. Aren't you scared at all? Not even a little uneasy?" Hearing that question, Choi Jong-jin only laughed even more loudly. Dane blinked in surprise. The man was actually laughing. Choi Jong-jin seemed to shine with a saintly kind of light as he replied, "As long as people don't take the money, then both I and the Soul Bridge will be safe, right?" Even Dane was overwhelmed by that brightness and closed his eyes for a moment. "I'll apologize to everyone here on their behalf." The comments began to pour in one after another. "I was thinking of taking it, but never mind. You're a really good person. So I'm the trash here, huh? I'd rather take the money myself than let you suffer. I'm sorry. Seriously, I'm sorry." Dane was left speechless for a moment. Well then, that was truly a noble statement from Mr. Choi, placing his trust in his fellow Koreans. "Do you have any last words?" Stardust kept her distance, but Choi Jong-jin's voice still carried clearly to her ears. "Go to Korea. I believe in you." A faint crease formed between her brows. "What exactly are you plotting, Egoistic?" Kim Dane was still hanging around on the bridge, lightly bouncing in place as he waited. He was exhausted. Please, just this once, let people react normally. He turned his head and peered through the window into the next car. The moment they spotted him, shrill screams burst from inside the car, as if a celebrity had suddenly appeared right in front of them. The girls all started talking over one another in excitement. Apple Mango. Oh my god, he's ridiculously handsome in real life. After this, let's go buy a lottery ticket. We might die before we even get to scratch it. We're your loyal fans. But, is he really going to kill us? One of them asked nervously. He always saves people at the very last second, doesn't he? Another girl shot back. Hey, didn't you see him crush that plane before? Yeah, exactly. Their whispering only made Kim Dane more uneasy, and he could only think, this is such a mess. Using that moment as an excuse, Kim Dane quickly tried to slip away. All right, interview's over. We're done here. But one of the girls grabbed him at once. Wait, he turned back, already sounding irritated. Before he could leave, she hurriedly pulled out a tablet and asked him for an autograph. He even signed it for her. The people watching immediately started whispering among themselves. He really signed it. At this point, it was hard to tell who the real victim was. Back inside their car, they thanked him by handing over 100,000 won each. That made 400,000 won in total. Nice. Let's go get malatang later. You know we won't be eating anything if we die here today. Oh right. Kim Dane quietly made up his mind that he would never interview ordinary civilians like this again. This whole terror performance had been a total failure. Above them, the drone continued to hover in place. Kim Dane gave the next order, and Han Seo-eun brought the screen up. Kim Dane's image appeared across the giant display, and countless cameras instantly swung in his direction. Yes, everyone. The appointed time, 7 p.m., has finally arrived. The nationwide vote for option 100,001 on the bridge. Now, I will reveal the results. People immediately erupted into chatter. Come on, no way. It's already over 500,000. Don't let Choi Jongjin down, everyone. Sorry, Jongjin. Damn it, if Seoul Bridge collapses, how am I supposed to get to work tomorrow? Then the shocking result was finally announced. A total of 1,250,000 people had chosen option 100,001. And the instant he said it, fireworks burst across the sky. No one could believe what they were seeing. Citizens of the beloved Republic of Korea, even the girls from earlier, started screaming in panic. What is this? Egoistic snapped his fingers. Please enjoy this final fireworks show. A little gift for each and every one of your selfish souls. Right after that, explosions started going off one after another in rapid succession. Watching from afar, Stardust's face twisted with fury. He finally did it. Egoistic lifted his cap to his chest, gave a neat formal bow, and said, Your host, Egoistic, will be taking his leave here. At the same time, the camera shifted to the bridge itself, now blasted into wreckage. Oh my god, he really killed them. Some viewers couldn't bear to keep watching and fled the chat room. Kim Dane had been hanging there for far too long already. He was completely drained, on the verge of blacking out. He had truly reached his limit. There he stood beneath a sky full of fireworks, while everyone watched and left the fighting to Stardust. Then, all at once, a streak of light shot in from nowhere. Stardust was charging forward at terrifying speed. It turned out she was diving straight toward the falling car. She stretched out her hand, desperately trying to catch it. But she missed. Kim Dane immediately began casting his magic, cursing under his breath. Damn it! The falling car was slowly wrapped in Kim Dane's power. Both Stardust and Kim Dane were pushing themselves with everything they had. Thankfully, Stardust managed to get hold of the car in time. Little by little, she hauled both vehicles back upward. Kim Dane let out a shaky breath of relief. Thank God, everyone made it. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, all strength left his body. His heart felt like it had stopped. Then his whole body gave out, and he dropped straight down. Luckily, he managed to teleport away just in time. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud as he crashed into Ego Base. Lee Soo-bin and Han Seo-eun rushed out in panic, shouting, Dane! Blood and other fluids were spilling from his mouth and nose. His pupils had turned pale and unfocused. There was no sign of life in him. The two girls stared through the glass, overcome with fear and helpless dread at the sight before them. Inside, Kim Dane lay there receiving treatment. Outside, they could only pray in silence. Please, Open your eyes, Dane. Shinharu was standing outside the door too, lost in thought for a very long time. She slowly drew in a deep breath. Then she gently reached up and wiped away the tear on her cheek. Elsewhere, Lee Hyul stood in a daze, quietly staring up into the night sky. A deep sadness lingered inside her, and her thoughts kept circling back to Egoistic. While she held a newspaper tightly in her hands, the pages filled with articles about the two of them. His words came back to her clearly. Never show even the slightest hesitation, because if you do, both you and I are finished. Just one brief moment of hesitation, and your entire life will turn into a living hell. Even so, if he hadn't let me pull back, I never would have made it out of there. She sank deeper into thought. That had been the attitude of someone completely certain she could do it, as if he understood everything about her from the start. Then she remembered Egoistic encouraging her. You can do it. Step forward and save them. Ever since he said that, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, even though he was the one who put all those people in danger. Seeing him again after all this time left me with far too many questions in my heart. Are you really a villain? Are you truly the bad guy, Egoistic? Who are you really? Lee Hyul gently took my hand, but some strange emotion rose up in me, and in the end, I couldn't say a single word. The image of her and little Dane surfaced in her mind, followed by the moment she desperately reached out for the falling car. Please, just reach it. Then suddenly, the car was wrapped in a surge of energy. She flinched in surprise when she realized the car was starting to slow down. She quickly looked up. It was Dane, straining with all his strength to hold the car together with her. Even after the car had been saved, the thought still wouldn't leave her mind. Egoistic really is. As she sat there lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out. Why are you sitting here all by yourself? I heard it was an attack with no casualties. Lee Seola walked over holding 2 cans of soda. My cute little Lee Hyul. The moment she saw her, Lee Hyul brightened and called out. Seola, thanks for coming. The two of them shared a warm hug, and Seola answered softly. What are you saying? Of course I came. We're friends, aren't we? Lee Hyul's face turned a little red as she felt the warmth of her friend's embrace. Then the two of them sat down and started drinking. Seola puffed out her cheeks slightly and gulped down her soda 1 sip at a time. Then she exclaimed happily, Ah, this is nice. Looking out over all of Seoul like this, spending a quiet night with my Hyul. Then, all at once, something seemed to occur to her. Hey, Hyul, why are you still brooding over work when you're already off duty? Is this because of Egoistic again? Forget about that guy. Even Park Joon-ho is probably secretly pleased that crime has gone down. Of course, he'd never admit that out loud. And judging from his latest attack, it doesn't look like he's trying to target you anymore. Lee Hyul turned toward her and answered carefully. But Seola, can I tell you something? From her expression, it was clear Lee Hyul had become serious. Maybe Egoistic isn't actually a bad person. Back at Ego Base, a pair of feet stepped in as the door slowly opened. Shinharu quietly looked over at Han Seon, who had fallen asleep on the floor. She gently covered Han Seon with a blanket so she wouldn't get cold. Then her eyes slowly shifted toward the side room where Dane was lying. After a pause, she carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dane was still lying there, with no sign that he would wake up anytime soon. Standing in front of him, she hesitated. Should I really go in like this, even if he seems a little better now? What if he ends up like all the others who tried to use my power for themselves? What should I do? Shinharu's brows drew together slightly. Shinharu placed her hand against the glass and looked at him more carefully. He doesn't even know who I am, and yet he still saved me. He was kind to me without asking for anything back. And now he's lying here, right in front of me, in critical condition. A tear slipped quietly from her eye. Can I really just stand by and let him die? I'm sorry, Dane. I'm just not brave enough. You really are a good person. But if you ever learned about my power, I was scared that you would turn out just like all the others. She wiped away her fragile tears and kept staring at his battered, broken body. At last, she made up her mind to use her power. This time, I'm going to be braver. Under her touch, his wounds slowly began to heal. Not long after, they had completely vanished without a trace. Yet Dane still remained lying there motionless. Shinharu quietly stepped back out of the room. Even then, she didn't forget to glance back once and whisper, Thank you. In the end, she left the room as well, leaving Dane there by himself. A moment later, Dane opened his eyes and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, now I can recruit a healer. He slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position. His face was full of life again as he murmured, Shinharu, thank you. Back with Lee Hyul, Lee Seola suddenly spoke up again. All right, then let me just be blunt. It's weird, isn't it? Egoistic's attacks never seem to leave civilian casualties, only villains. And during that plane incident, there was that phone call, something nobody else could possibly have known. And then this time, he even caught that falling SUV. Lee Hyul answered with a small, oddly softened look. Right, exactly. Lee Seola let out a crooked little laugh. Oh, come on, Hyul. Don't tell me you actually buy into that conspiracy theory. That Egoistic is really some secret S-rank hero working in the shadows. Lee Hyul's face darkened at once. I never should have told her all of this. Lee Hyul turned her head away and replied, It's not really about believing it or not. I'm just saying, it doesn't feel like a conspiracy theory anymore. Seola quickly kept teasing. Hee hee, I'm kidding. Calm down, little Hyul. But still, you're right. There are definitely a few things that don't add up. That instantly caught Lee Hyul's attention. But Seola went on. Even so, he still does bad things, doesn't he? Even if no civilians got hurt, he still crossed the line. Lee Hyul gave a quiet hum of agreement. That's true. But Seola continued, trying to reason with her. So what matters is that you keep treating him as a villain, Hyul. Lee Hyul fell silent in thought. I think Egoistic is after something much bigger. I still don't know what it is. Before she could finish that thought, Seola's voice cut right through it. Miss Workaholic Lee Hyul, stop talking about that guy in the cap already. More importantly, have you been interested in anyone lately? You need a break. Try dating. Hyul replied with open disdain. Someone who's never dated wouldn't know how people even meet. Seola immediately blushed in embarrassment. It's just that my family is ridiculously strict about my private life, okay? It's not like I can't date. A-class hero Icicle, whose real name was Lee Seola, was the heir to the major Korean conglomerate Yuzeong. Lee Hyul seized the chance to tease her back. Hey, you're kind of cute when you're mad. Seola puffed up and shot back. What exactly is that supposed to mean? The scene then shifted to a prison somewhere far away. An inner gate slowly creaked open. An old man stepped inside. He was the S-rank villain Kim Sun-woo, technical advisor to the Hainan conglomerate. A white-haired young man greeted him first. Good work, Professor. Kim Sun-woo, flanked by two bodyguards carrying axes, brushed the formality aside. Forget that. How far along is the progress right now? The young man replied. We've completed 56% so far. At this rate, the project should be finished around September next year. Before he could even finish, Kim Sun-woo snapped at him. Damn it, he shouted in anger. Too slow. I told you everything had to be ready before winter. No excuses. The young man flinched slightly under the outburst. Later, sitting inside the car, Kim Sun-woo quietly said, Let's go. Inwardly, though, he was already calculating. Just wait. Before this winter is over, the entire Republic of Korea will kneel before me. Kim Sun-woo. The scene shifted once more, this time back to Ego Base. On the TV, a news report was playing. Dr. Kim Sun-woo, who was previously accused of concealing unethical human experimentation, was released at approximately 7 a.m. today. He is expected to return to Hainan Corporation's research facility. Dane's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned sly. All right, the players are finally stepping onto the field. Han Seo-eun, passing by and overhearing him, immediately felt suspicious. What's with that tone? 3 months later, snow was falling outside. Kim Hak-cheol shouted excitedly, Snow. Behind him, Han Seo-eun yelled, Hey, get back here. I was here first. The children ran around in excitement. Off to the side, Lee Soo-bin and Shin Haru were carrying a teapot over to the table. They sat down together, and Lee Soo-bin took a sip first. As soon as she drank it, her face lit up with delight. This feels so nice. Beside her, Shin Haru nodded and added, Yeah, it really does. From behind them, Dane suddenly called out, Hey, Son, making the girl who was busy shaping a little snow duck instinctively turn around. He scolded her right away. Can't you walk properly? What kind of steps are those? You ruined the whole patch of snow. Just a moment ago, the snow had looked beautiful, untouched, and perfectly clean. Now then, let the game begin. Before he could even finish, a snowball flew straight into his face. The kids in the distance shouted in excitement. Come on, Apple Mango. Get over here. Irritated, Dane casually brushed the snow off his face and started gathering mana in his hands, not about to let their excitement last much longer. Before long, each of them had a snowball in hand, and Dane's eyes gleamed as if a war god had descended. He declared, You little brats, get over here. I'm going to teach you some manners. His body leaped into the air, his eyes shining dramatically as if he were about to unleash some flashy ultimate move. Special skill, Super Speed Frost. Han Seon stared in disbelief and shouted, What even is that? That's totally cheating, Apple Mango. Behind her, Kim Hakcheol also joined in. That move is obviously abusing a loophole. The boy immediately raised both hands and shouted that he surrendered. Dane accepted that happily enough. Meanwhile, Han Seon turned toward her teammate in complete disbelief. Han Seon's face darkened as she gripped a snowball in each hand, ready for battle. Then Dane's devilish voice rang out. Seon, are you ready? The very next moment, Han Seon's whole body had been turned into an absurdly cute snowman. On the other side, Dane burst out laughing in victory. I'm starving. Let's go eat something light. Kim Hakcheol trailed behind unhappily, but followed anyway. Eating cookies in the middle of winter felt absolutely perfect. They couldn't help blurting out how delicious it was. They were so busy eating that none of them noticed the white figure slowly drawing closer. Dane turned around with a blank look and said, Can you ask Haru to bring a few more? Before he could even finish speaking, Han Seon had already lifted a huge snowball and smashed it straight into his head. The hit was so hard his eyes looked ready to pop out. Seeing him collapse there like a lump of meat, Han Seon got a little scared. Apple Mango's done for. Was that too much? She cried out in panic. Are you okay? The girl hurriedly shook him anxiously and kept calling out, Dane. Shin Haru, who was bringing the cake outside, looked a little surprised when she saw that scene. Then she spoke up calmly. He's laughing over there. The fake act is way too obvious. Only then did Dane turn his head and copy her words back. With that teasing grin still on his face, he went on, Wow, that's touching. Seon was actually worried about me. At that, the girl flushed bright red, both embarrassed and annoyed. A few seconds later, another chase broke out. Han Seon came running after Dane with a giant snowball piled with 2 cups on top, making it look like some weird shrimp head. He ran while shouting back, No, seriously, that really hurt. But she didn't believe a word of it, and snapped, Shut up. Watching it all, Dane found himself thinking that over the past 3 months, they had really relaxed and enjoyed the winter. At one point, I did consider staging another terror attack, but Stardust has already become as strong as she was in her 3rd year in the original timeline, so there's no need for that anymore. Actually, the only real change is that Shin Haru has started smiling a little more. Maybe she's finally begun to open her heart and let us in, bit by bit. Oh, and public opinion about me has completely flipped too. Everyone blamed Egoistic for the Soul Bridge collapse, and my reputation fell straight to the bottom. I mean, come on. Those 1.2 million people who took my money obviously needed someone to blame. It was Egoistic who set up that insane terror attack. That's right. He manipulated everything and even turned us into accomplices. Convenient, isn't it? Becoming the villain was the plan from the very beginning anyway. Now all that's left is to wait for Behemoth to appear. Back in the present, Han Seon's voice rang out. Got you. She had grabbed Dane by the hair. A triumphant smile spread across her face. I win. Then, in the very next second, she got turned into a snowman all over again. Dane ran off at once while Kim Hakcheol pointed at her and burst into laughter. The 2 women watching couldn't help laughing too. Lee Subin commented, What is that pathetic scream? Beside her, Shin Haru warned, You're really going to get hurt if you keep pulling stunts like that. Completely worn out, Dane dropped into a chair and complained, I'm starving. What should we eat tonight? We played a lot. Should we just do barbecue? Kim Hakcheol came running over after them and eagerly joined in. Ooh, nice. Let's hurry inside. It's freezing out here. Shin Haru nodded and said, Yeah, but first we need to go get Seon. She's probably sulking somewhere right now. Then the scene cut sharply to red alarm lights blaring at full volume. Inside the laboratory, cracks began spreading everywhere, and people clutched their heads as they ran in panic. Kim Sun-woo sat in front of the wreckage, shouting in disbelief. No, no, it can't end like this. Damn it. Everything around him had already been destroyed. Someone beside him stepped forward and urgently tried to persuade him. Doctor, you need to leave this place immediately. But he refused to listen and barked back. Let me go. How can I abandon the work of my entire life? Then suddenly, he froze when he heard a strange sound. A grotesque monster revealed itself before them. The others grabbed him and dragged him away while pleading desperately. Please, sir, doctor, we have to run now. Even as they pulled him back, he kept twisting around to stare. No, this can't be. Behemoth, how can test subject number 1 be like this? It was only supposed to be a prototype, and yet it has consciousness. The scene then shifted to another building. Inside, the staff were all in complete panic. Explosions were going off everywhere around them. Stardust shot forward as if she were flying. As she threw open the door to a room, Stardust asked, Mr. President, what's happening? The president pointed frantically at the screen and shouted, Stardust, look, quickly. On the screen was the image of a monster destroying the houses nearby. He stared at it in horror and asked, where did that terrifying thing even come from? Even Stardust froze for a brief moment when she saw it. Outside, people were screaming and running in every direction as the monster rampaged through the area. Every swing of its tentacles triggered another explosion. A man inside a car panicked when he saw something flying straight toward him. Luckily, he managed to yank his hand free just in time. Still worried about it, he shouted, my car. But the man next to him yelled back, who cares about the car right now? Run. The monster kept tearing everything apart while the people around it could do nothing but watch helplessly. A father and son could only cling tightly to each other and pray to God. Then suddenly, the monster leaped high into the air. At that same moment, Stardust rushed off while calling back, I'm heading out right now. Seeing this, the president shouted after her, calm down, Stardust. You can't take on something that huge by yourself. Hearing that, she spun around angrily and snapped, I'm not going to sit there and watch it rampage like that. You can stay here eating popcorn if you want, Mr. President. He froze on the spot. What did you just say? Then a sudden scream made Stardust whip her head around. The same monster from before had just plunged into the water. Little by little, its huge body sank and disappeared beneath the surface. Everyone who saw it just stood there, frozen where they were. The president's face darkened as he spoke again. Stardust, I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. And what was that nonsense about popcorn? All you ever do is say sorry. The scene shifted again. This time, Dane was the one eating popcorn. No one really knew what they were even watching, and yet they were all shouting at the screen with intense excitement. On a quiet night, beneath the glow of a full moon, the soft sound of the wind drifted through the city streets. Inside her apartment, the S-Class hero Stardust sat at her computer, clicking through page after page online. She was reading comment after comment about the notorious villain Egoistic. Public opinion seemed split, and some people were even starting to wonder whether he was really a villain at all. Then her eyes stopped on a popular post titled, a must-read for anyone who still thinks Egoistic is a villain. The writer praised him, even using the fan nickname Apple Mango, saying he had saved Korea from the recent behemoth disaster. Stardust nibbled absent-mindedly on a snack, a crooked smile tugging at her lips as the pieces slowly came together in her mind. So this is what it turned into. She realized that if Egoistic had not brought down that bridge in what looked like a terrorist attack, then no hero in Korea would have been able to stop the monster. The thought left her deeply unsettled. No, that can't be right. Unable to sit still with that realization, Stardust stepped outside and wandered into the dead of night. Her thoughts were in turmoil, but even with everything she had seen, she clung tightly to one belief. He's a villain, and I'm a hero. Then she broke into a run, her resolve growing firmer with every step despite all the contradictions. No matter what happens, I'll be the one who protects people. Just as she steadied her determination, a breaking news report revealed a shocking truth to the whole nation. The recent behemoth disaster had not been some random accident. It had been caused by experiments conducted by the major conglomerate Hainan Group, which had collapsed overnight. The report went on to say that there was no sign of human presence anywhere inside the Hanen Group building. Its chairman, the lead scientist Kim Sun-woo, and the entire research team had all vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the villain Egoistic, whose real name was Kim Dane, was having a celebratory meal with his 3 teammates. As soon as he heard the news of Hanen Group's downfall, he cheered. Woohoo! So this is how it all ends. One of his companions, a fiery orange-haired girl, immediately exploded in anger. Serves those bastards right, she shouted, cursing the corrupt people and wishing them all dead. Not yet, Kim Dane said, his voice suddenly turning serious. We still need to catch every last one of those who ran. Han Seon and the brown-haired girl beside her clearly felt the same, even joking about hunting down the remaining Hanen members themselves. But Kim Dane only smiled brightly and waved his chopsticks around. Don't worry so much, he said with easy confidence. They'll crawl back out on their own soon enough. More importantly, he continued, can everyone gather over here? The sudden shift in tone instantly made the others nervous. Han Seon got a bad feeling right away, while the other girl asked carefully, what are you planning this time? With dramatic flair, Kim Dane unrolled a giant blueprint and revealed his next destination. His teammates stared at it in disbelief and blurted out, Hanen Group's underground lab. The room erupted into chaos at once, with Han Seon practically panicking. The others kept demanding to know what could possibly be important enough in that lab to justify such a reckless mission. Ignoring all their frantic questions, Kim Dane calmly picked up a red marker and circled one specific point on the blueprint. Sector B9. Then, with a broad and slightly unsettling grin, he finally revealed the reason. Deep inside that lab, he said, there's something absolutely insane. He explained that this insane thing was a project codenamed Behemoth, an army of artificial superhumans all linked to one monstrous central entity. It had been created as the ultimate weapon, made from a miraculous material that could survive even a nuclear blast and could even nullify the powers of the S-class hero Shadow Walker. He then revealed that the Behemoth disaster Egoistic had helped stop before was only a prototype. If the true Behemoth had ever been completed, its power would have been beyond imagination. Even Kim Dane himself looked a little stunned by the scale of what he was describing, letting out a quiet, huh. The entire team fell silent, their eyes wide with shock. Han Seon glanced around at everyone, wondering why they had all suddenly gone so quiet. For Han Seon, though, the shock quickly turned into excitement. Her eyes sparkled when she realized that danger like this might be another chance to get stronger, and she immediately asked if it was time to wreck her body again. Kim Dane shot back playfully that maybe a few more holes in her stomach would suit her. Han Seon instantly exploded and got right up in his face. Are you kidding me right now? She screamed, demanding that he give her a real power-up instead. The meeting broke down into total chaos right away as Han Seon started throwing attacks at him. Kim Dane dodged while yelling back, and the other 2 girls tried, and failed, to calm them both down, desperately begging them to stop. Even while dodging her playful attacks, Kim Dane recalled one important detail from the original story. The Hero Association had never acted because of this, so he brushed off the risk. Nothing major should happen, right? But he was wrong. At that very same moment, inside the towering headquarters of the Korea Superhuman Association, the situation was already beginning to spiral. Inside the association building, an emergency meeting was underway. One official reported that multiple life signs had been detected in the buried lab. The monsters created by Hanen Group were still alive. A high-ranking official seated at the head of the table then asked for a report from one of their strongest heroes, Shadow Walker. Shadow Walker appeared on the screen and reported that he had tried to infiltrate the lab the previous night, but his shadow-based powers had been completely neutralized by a strange wavelength coming from the site. The official turned to their last option. You heard him. Support will be difficult. Are you still going, Stardust? Below them, Stardust hovered over the huge black crater. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, Stardust looked up and answered, yes. The moment she said it, the dangerous solo mission was formally approved. Wrapped in a brilliant golden aura, Stardust dove headfirst into the darkness of the collapsed underground lab. At the same time, another figure appeared at the edge of the crater. It was Kim Dane, now fully dressed in his villain persona as Egoistic, complete with his trademark mask and top hat. Speaking remotely to his team, he admitted, "This is making me a little nervous since it wasn't part of the plan." Back at base, Han Seon immediately teased him and asked if he already wanted to run back home. He scoffed and puffed himself up for the sake of the stream. "Me, Kim Dane? Scared of some monsters?" "Yeah, right." Back at the base, his teammates could only roll their eyes at his usual act. But underneath the teasing, their smiles carried real concern. "Be careful," they said together as they sent him off and watched him prepare to go live. Then, with a flourish of purple energy, Kim Dane began his broadcast. "Nice to meet you all. This is Egoistic." In an instant, 10,000 viewers poured into the stream, and the chat exploded with questions. He jokingly asked whether everyone was curious about today's terrorism, before casually clarifying that this time, it was just an exploration. Then he revealed where he was, the secret underground lab of the now-destroyed Hainan group. Pretending to be curious himself, he invited his massive audience to uncover the lab's dark secrets together with him. Back at the Hero Association, the officials watched the stream in horror. They realized that the country's most infamous villain was now inside the exact same place as their top hero, Stardust. The head of the association frantically tried to contact her, but there was no signal. Then he realized with growing dread that she had already gone so deep underground that radio contact no longer worked. One official slammed his fist down in fury. "Damn it! Who does Egoistic think he is, barging in there like that? This is insane." But the senior official remained strangely calm. Turning to his stunned assistant, he gave an unexpected order. "Assistant, go get some popcorn. Half caramel, half salted." Meanwhile, Egoistic took his first steps into the dark, abandoned laboratory, using a small drone like a floating flashlight. The creepy atmosphere immediately started getting to him, and he couldn't help wondering what kind of horrors had happened down there. He slowly looked around, his masked face still giving away a trace of real unease as the eerie green glow of the abandoned test chambers flickered around him. As his viewers commented on how terrifying the place felt, Egoistic quickly slipped back into his showman act. "Would I, the man who made all of Korea tremble, really be scared of some leftover traces of experiments like this?" he boasted. His bragging dies on the spot when a sharp metallic clang suddenly rings through the hall. The sound is so sudden and loud that he jerks violently and lets out a frightened scream. In an instant, he summons a whole array of glowing blue guns around himself, ready to blast apart whatever made that terrifying noise. But then the source of the noise reveals itself, a small, fluffy white cat quietly peeking out from behind the corner with an innocent look on its face. Egoistic exhales a huge breath of relief, though one of his floating guns is still pointed straight at the tiny animal. What? It's just a cat, right?" he mutters, trying hard to steady himself. Still, that relief doesn't last long. In a sealed underground lab where every person has mysteriously disappeared, a random living cat showing up is far too strange to ignore. And his suspicion turns out to be right. The cat's body suddenly begins to warp and distort, twisting into a shape no normal creature should ever take. Egoistic doesn't retreat. He braces himself as sinister red tendrils start crawling across the floor, like a warning that something far worse is about to appear. The cute little animal is gone now. In its place stands a grotesque monster with glowing red eyes, perched on top of a heaving, writhing mass of flesh. Egoistic slowly turns, and pure shock spreads across his face as he finally grasps what kind of horrifying thing is standing in front of him. Its transformation complete, the creature reveals a grotesque face like a twisted mask, then hurls itself straight toward the terrified streamer without hesitation. The monster lets out a horrible shriek, opening its huge jaws wide as it rushes in on Egoistic. Screaming in raw panic, Egoistic fires on instinct, unleashing a frantic storm of bullets at the charging creature. Elsewhere in the dark lab, Stardust suddenly stops. The unmistakable sound of rapid gunfire tears through the abandoned halls, making it clear that she is not alone down here. Her eyes narrow at once, and her expression hardens. The moment she recognizes the sound of gunshots, she knows a confrontation is close. Amid the chaos, Dane suddenly remembered the moment before this plan began. He and Han Seon had been lying on the bed, and she kept scolding him, saying he never should have come here. Deep down, he regretted it too and wished more than anything that he were stronger. Back in the present, Dane was in full panic. He blamed himself for not listening to Han Seon and thought he should have stayed home practicing teleportation instead. He had never imagined that increasing his power would be this hard. Just then, a grotesque monster covered in jagged mouths came lunging straight at him, its awful cries echoing through the dark corridor. Dane quickly forced himself to calm down. No, regretting it now won't change anything, he told himself, then used his powers to create guns out of thin air and prepared to fight back. Behind the mask, his expression turned firm with resolve. At this point, he knew he had no choice but to risk everything. Dane charged forward into battle. As he sent his weapons attacking the monsters, he shouted that if he was already here, then he had to catch Behemoth before leaving. He moved with incredible agility, slipping past the enemy's attacks by the narrowest margin every single time. Even in the middle of the fight, Dane still remembered to raise his camera. Somehow, even in a life-and-death struggle, he was determined to record every moment. Then Behemoth appeared right in front of him. Dane did not hesitate for even a second. He stretched out his hand toward it and shouted, "Die!" At that very moment, a massive beam of energy shot in from somewhere else and slammed into Behemoth, the impact throwing Dane backward. The creature let out a roar so agonized it was unbearable to hear as the energy burned through it and its body began to break apart. The blast was powerful enough to shake the whole chamber and bring parts of it crashing down. Dane hit the ground hard, left staring in shock at the scene unfolding before him. In the middle of that chaos, the weapons Dane had created clattered down around him before disappearing from the floor one by one. Sensing immediate danger, Dane ran without looking back. Panic set in when he realized he had left both his camera and his guns behind in the confusion, and he had no clue how deep this place really went. He quickly tried to contact his teammates through the communicator. "All right, Han Seon, can you hear me?" he called, but the only thing that came back was harsh static. The signal simply would not pass through down here. Dane started to feel real fear creeping in, even as he still tried to act brave and insist he was only a little scared. Then his ear twitched. He had just caught a strange sound, a clear sign that someone else was somewhere nearby. A second explosion, even bigger than the last, erupted at the far end of the corridor. Stardust stood right at the center of the blast, and Dane hurriedly threw up his hand to shield himself. When the light finally faded, Stardust came into view. Heat still radiated from her fist, and the moment Dane felt it, a strangely familiar sensation ran through him. Dane stood there in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. The one who had just saved him was the S-rank heroine he had always wanted to meet. "Stardust," he breathed out. Stardust, wrapped in an overwhelming aura of power, turned toward him and immediately recognized the familiar villain as well. Her blue eyes flashed sharply. Egoistic. The two of them faced each other in the ruined corridor. Stardust coldly asked what he was doing here, and Dane, a little flustered, awkwardly answered back, "Stardust, if I may ask, what are you doing here?" "I am a hero," Stardust replied without hesitation. "So cleaning up a place like this shouldn't be surprising, should it?" Dane forced out a smile. "Ah, yes, I suppose that makes sense." But inside, he was cheering wildly. This was perfect timing. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as he had hoped. A dangerous smile appeared on Stardust's face. To her, this was an unexpected catch. Yet despite the pressure of her terrifying presence, Dane was inwardly overjoyed. He could hardly believe Stardust was actually smiling at him. She warned him that if he came along quietly, it would not hurt too much. But Dane barely seemed to register the threat at all. He was completely absorbed in how beautiful she looked. Without another word, Stardust moved first and launched her attack. Dane hastily used his power and barely avoided the strike by a hair. With that, the battle between the two officially began. Stardust kept pressing forward, throwing out one devastating attack after another. All Dane could do was desperately keep dodging and try to stay alive. Little by little, even his defensive abilities began to fail under the pressure. The heroine never gave him even a second to breathe, and he cried out in despair. Realizing he could not keep this up much longer, Dane hurriedly threw up his hand and shouted for her to stop. "Wait, stop!" he yelled, trying to halt her next blow. Pinned against the wall, Dane decided it was time to begin his plan. In a panicked voice, he cried out, "I know. In your eyes, I'm just a villain." Inside, though, Dane was screaming his head off. What do I do? Even so, he pushed on, trying to persuade Stardust. He gestured to the ruined surroundings and told her to look around. This place is incredibly dangerous, and you don't even know exactly where we are, right? So how about this? We form a temporary alliance until we can make it down to the deeper levels? Stardust looked doubtful. Crossing her arms, she asked why he was here in the first place. Dane fumbled for an answer and awkwardly said that he had come out of curiosity, driven by a desire for knowledge. Stardust explained that she had come to investigate Hanan Corporation, the group responsible for the horrific black disaster in the past. She suspected they were preparing something here that could be even worse. After a brief silence, Stardust's lips curled into a strange little smile. "All right," she said at last. Dane was so caught off guard by her answer that he could only stare. Then Stardust made it official and accepted the alliance. "Come with me," she said. She admitted handling all the monsters alone had been difficult, and Dane might actually be useful. With that, she turned and walked off, leaving Dane standing there in a daze. Dane could hardly process what had just happened. He had thrown out that suggestion without ever expecting Stardust to really accept it. Things were unfolding in a way he never could have predicted. Both of them had their own motives. Stardust figured that if she pushed too hard, Egoistic might just run, so it was better to keep him nearby and watch him closely. Meanwhile, Dane was thrilled that everything was moving the way he wanted, and he was eager to learn more about Stardust. Stardust started searching through the nearby drawers one by one, looking for any clues connected to Hanan Corporation and whatever they had been doing here. Dane crept along behind her, curiously peeking over her shoulder to see what she was finding. At that point, he looked less like a partner and more like an obsessed fan. He leaned in a little too close, and it clearly made Stardust deeply uncomfortable. Stardust suddenly spun around and shouted right in Dane's face, "You villain! Why are you sneaking around like that? This is classified material. Get out." Dane flinched hard, hurriedly stepped back, and started blurting out apologies. Dane shrank back in fear, sweat pouring down his face. This is terrifying, he thought to himself. But not long after that, Dane managed to pull himself together again. It looked like another idea had already started forming in his head. In Dane's mind, Stardust suddenly appeared soft, radiant, and almost angelic. He imagined the two of them standing together in a field of white lilies. Dane's face turned red with pure delight. "I love this so much," he thought. Just being beside his idol felt unbelievably good. The two of them kept moving deeper into the base, with Stardust calmly taking the lead the whole way. Following behind her, Dane wondered to himself, has her clairvoyance really developed this far? Eventually, they came to a stop in front of a metal door. A sign on it read, "Superpower Neutralization Room." Dane read the words out loud. Superpower Neutralization Room. Just then, Stardust called his name and stepped so close that he instinctively grew flustered. "Why, yes," he answered, already sensing something was wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, Stardust pointed at the door and firmly ordered, "Go inside." Dane was completely stunned. "And me?" he stammered, unable to believe she was using him to test something that dangerous. Even though he felt like a lab rat, Dane still tried to act cheerful and cooperative. But Stardust did not give him time to put on an act. She simply shoved him inside. Dane stumbled into the pitch-dark room, with no idea what might be waiting for him in the darkness ahead. The moment he stepped through, Stardust slammed the door shut behind him, sealing him inside. Right away, Dane felt that something was off. His hat slipped to the floor, and when he tried to use his powers, nothing happened at all. A shocked realization hit him. My telekinesis isn't working, and teleportation too. Dane stood frozen in the silent room, bathed in an eerie red glow. For the first time in a long while, he felt completely helpless. The door opened, and Stardust stepped inside. Dane turned toward her, both shocked and curious. "It really doesn't work? Is that true? Then what's the principle behind this thing?" Then Dane suddenly went still, staring at Stardust with horror spreading across his face. Using nothing but her bare hand, Stardust slammed a punch into the metal wall with a thunderous impact, cracking it open. And after doing something that absurd, she just stood there calmly, as if it had been nothing special at all. Stardust coolly explained that she had only been checking whether the room really neutralized powers. Dane immediately snapped back in frustration. It really does work. Even I don't lie about things like that. Inside, though, Dane was in complete turmoil. He was awed by Stardust's insane strength, but at the same time frightened by how reckless she was. His emotions were going up and down nonstop. Suddenly, a loud alarm began blaring through the room. Red warning lights started flashing over and over. At the same time, thick steel doors began slamming shut one after another, sealing every possible exit. Both of them were caught off guard and had no chance to respond. They turned to look at the sealed doors and immediately realized the truth. They had been trapped inside. Both Dane and Stardust instantly sensed how dangerous the situation had become. They were now locked inside a cramped enclosed space where every superpower had been disabled. Dane quickly grasped the absurd irony of it all. A hero and a villain, two grown adults, locked up together like something straight out of a cliché plot. Stardust tried with all her might to break open the escape door. Brilliant red light poured from her body as she attacked it again and again, yet the door barely seemed to move. Dane told her it was useless to keep trying, because the door had been designed to unlock automatically after about 3 hours. He even showed her the countdown clock, which read 2 hours 58 minutes 41 seconds. Dane went on to explain that a heavily secured door like this would only open after those 3 hours had passed. He told her not to waste her energy for nothing and said they should just leave together once it opened. Stardust looked both irritated and surprised, standing there in the dark enclosed space as the strange rays of light flickered around her. Blood was running from Stardust's hand. It looked like she had hurt herself while trying to force the door open. Quietly watching from the side, Dane noticed the injury too. Dane slowly got to his feet and told Stardust again not to be reckless, pointing out that she was not even in a condition to properly use her powers right now. Stardust remained where she was, eyes unwavering and hands tightly clenched, carefully watching every move Dane made. Dane straightened up, reached his hand out toward her, and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at him in surprise, her eyes widening with both suspicion and disbelief while he continued holding his hand out to her. Dane gently took Stardust's hand and carefully wrapped it in bandages, even though blood was still slowly soaking through the white gauze. Stardust kept staring at Dane, her deep blue eyes opened wide. There was something impossible to describe in her expression, a mix of surprise and complicated thoughts at what he had just done. Turning her back to him, Stardust said she had no intention of thanking Dane. Dane only grinned and teased that what she had just said sounded close enough to a thank you. At that, Stardust angrily punched the wall and spun around to scold him. Dane quickly backed off and said, yes, got it. Let's stop there. Be careful with your hand." Dane rested a hand on his hat and let out a quiet sigh. Then Dane sat down on the floor and leaned back against the wall, saying he was going to lie down for a while. Stardust watched him with clear astonishment. Dane stretched out on the floor and said there was nothing they could do for the next 3 hours anyway. He even told Stardust she should rest too, maybe close her eyes for a while and save her strength. Stardust looked at him with open suspicion and irritation, her whole face tense with caution. After an hour passed, Stardust finally sat down against the wall, while Dane still lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking that even if he said that, there was no way he could actually fall asleep in a place like this. Tears welled up and streamed down Dane's face as he thought about how he could not lower his guard for even a second. The situation was simply too dangerous. Turning his face away, Dane bitterly thought that he was like a mouse trapped in a jar. And with Stardust nearby, someone stronger than most grown men, even without powers, there was no way he could truly relax. At that exact moment, Stardust also turned her head, and their eyes suddenly met. The instant that happened, Stardust looked slightly flustered and quickly averted her gaze. Dane, of course, seemed to catch that unexpectedly cute side of Stardust. He lightly tugged at his shirt and smiled to himself in quiet satisfaction. 2 hours later, things had gotten worse. The oxygen in the room was running low, and Stardust was starting to struggle for breath. Dane looked drained too, muttering that this time he was seriously exhausted. As Dane watched Stardust breathing with difficulty, she suddenly spoke and brought up the soul bridge. Dane turned toward her with a startled look, clearly not understanding what she meant at first. Gasping for air, Stardust asked him about the car incident, wanting to know if he had been the one behind it. Dane stared back at her with wide eyes, inwardly jolting at the thought that she might have already figured it out. In his mind, Dane recalled the moment his hands wrapped around Mana as he tried to hold up the car that had been falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Still weakened, Stardust pressed him again about the car accident. "I'm asking if you stopped it, didn't you?" she said. Dane gave an awkward scoff. "What, me? A villain? How would I know how to stop something? I only know how to keep moving forward." Stardust glared at him, clearly thinking he was talking complete nonsense. With determination in her eyes, Stardust kept staring at Dane and then asked about the plane crash too, demanding to know why he had told her to save it. Dane's face filled with obvious panic. His eyes widened and shifted around frantically, as if he were desperately searching for an excuse. After a brief pause, Dane started explaining. "I already told you. I'm the villain, and you're the hero. Your existence is what completes me. That's the kind of relationship we have." But inside, Dane was in total confusion, wondering why she was suddenly pressing him like this. At last, with sweat beading on his face, Dane finished by saying, "Isn't it only natural for a hero to go save people?" Dane stayed seated on the floor, still trying to explain himself, while Stardust curled up nearby, her whole face tight with discomfort. Dane told himself that he had probably reacted too strongly out of embarrassment, then hurriedly tried to blame it all on the lack of oxygen. Stardust lowered her head, her eyes turning cold as she reasoned through it. "Then that means you were the one who caused the Soul Bridge collapse." She continued pressing him, asking whether he had known in advance that the monster would appear and head to Soul Bridge to carry out that attack. Dane forced out a smile and mocked her for buying into those ridiculous conspiracy theories people spread online. He kept trying to explain it away, saying he had been surprised too, and that it had obviously all just been a coincidence. But when Dane saw the steady, unwavering look on Stardust's face, he started wondering to himself if she was actually testing him. He looked visibly flustered, anxiously thinking that maybe he had overlooked something important. A horrifying image flashed through his mind. Mapo Bridge blown apart in a sea of fire and smoke. Then came the image of a plane spiraling down in distress, followed by the vision of a gigantic dark monster towering, like pure catastrophe itself, Behemoth. Dane realized then that Stardust was not just believing some random conspiracy nonsense. She was genuinely suspecting that he was the villain behind it all. Looking into Stardust's suspicious gaze, Dane understood where it was coming from. After everything tied to him and those past terrorist incidents, her doubts had formed naturally. In other words, this was the hero's intuition at work. Dane stopped himself from blurting out anything careless, thinking that if he explained badly, Stardust would only grow more suspicious. Instead, he let out a quiet little chuckle. Stardust still looked doubtful, while Dane decided in his head that the only way out now was to push straight through the confrontation. Then Dane suddenly burst into wild laughter and declared, "Yes, I knew everything. I knew the monster would show up, so I took it down first." Stardust sat there completely stunned by what she was hearing. The move Dane imagined in his head was some secret technique, something like an ultimate egoistic-style trump card. Dane kept talking after that, while Stardust's expression slowly darkened more and more. With a sneer, Dane challenged her. "So what are you going to do about it?" In his mind, this whole strategy could be summed up as "so what," and somehow that sounded convincing enough. Stardust leaned back, trying to understand how Dane could have known any of that, wondering if he could somehow see the future. Then Dane pointed at himself and bluntly gave his answer. "Hacking." Dane struck an overly dramatic pose, surrounded in his imagination by glowing red lines of code, his eyes shining as he boasted that as Korea's greatest hacker, knowing some classified information was nothing unusual. Deep inside, he scoffed at the very idea of prophecy, thinking how naive that sounded. Stardust still looked unconvinced and said it was strange either way. Dane answered with a sly smile and red glinting eyes, asking, "What exactly is so strange, Miss Stardust?" Stardust shot him an angry glare and demanded to know why. If he was supposed to be such a villain, he kept preventing civilian casualties. Panic flickered across Dane's face, but he quickly explained that he hated having attention stolen from him. So he timed the monster's appearance and stopped it himself. If too many civilians died, then no one would focus on him anymore. According to him, it was all just part of his show, all for attention. Sweating heavily, Dane forced a smile as his eyes shifted around. He said that as long as things did not spiral completely out of control, he did not care whether civilians lived or died, because it had nothing to do with him. Stardust turned her face away without saying a word, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Looking a little unsettled, Dane tried to press the point one more time, asking Stardust if she understood, while his own rough breathing still echoed in the room. Then Dane put on that sly smile again, his eyes faintly glowing red. In response, Stardust suddenly sprang to her feet, making him instinctively shrink down where he sat. Dane looked straight at Stardust, his expression turning serious and thoughtful now, unable to tell what she was about to do. Stardust simply glared at him in silence for a long moment. Under that wordless stare, Dane began to sweat, unease slowly rising in him. Her expression darkened at once, and her blue eyes opened wide in shock. Dane kept his eyes fixed on Stardust, carefully watching and waiting to see what she would do next. With a cold voice, Stardust told Dane to move aside. He could only stare at her in blank surprise. Dane glanced over at the digital clock on the wall. There were only 10 seconds left before the countdown reached 0, and the door opened. The instant the timer hit 0, a sharp beep rang out, and the heavy door slowly slid open, revealing the way forward. Stardust's knees gave slightly beneath her, her hands still wrapped in bandages. Then she bent down and picked up a small stone from the floor. What Stardust did next caught Dane completely off guard. The stone in her hand crumbled into powder, and light began to shine from her palm, making it clear that her power had returned. "Go straight ahead," Stardust ordered. "Let's move." Behind her, Dane quickly tested his own power as well. Purple energy flowed from his hand and lifted the fragments of the stone Stardust had just crushed. Then he cleared his throat and answered, "Ahem." The two stepped into a long, dark corridor traced with glowing green lines along the walls and floor. The air between them was thick with tension. As they passed a damaged information terminal, Dane stopped for a moment to examine the data flickering across its unstable screen. The terminal showed information on a creature codenamed Teleporter, listing it as an A-rank threat with the ability to teleport instantly and launch surprise attacks. Dane looked genuinely surprised, realizing it had evolved further than expected. A sudden flash of light made both of them lift their heads without thinking. Their search led them to a giant empty vial marked Behemoth Prototype 0. Dane confirmed that this was the chamber where the black disaster that had escaped earlier had originally been held. After that, Dane put on a cheerful act and said their work here was basically done, claiming the lab was empty now as if he were trying to convince Stardust to leave. But inwardly, Dane was impressed by Stardust. She had not been fooled by his flimsy act at all. Her instincts kept telling her there was still something more hidden here, and he quietly admitted to himself that her intuition was amazing. Still pretending to be clueless, Dane nervously suggested they investigate some random direction. But Stardust saw right through that weak attempt to lead her off course. Ignoring his suggestion entirely, she confidently announced they would go another way instead, leaving Dane standing there looking completely bewildered. And as it turned out, her instincts were right. She led them to another room, where they found the real objective, a grotesque creature floating inside a giant containment tube. Dane confirmed it in a low voice. "This is Behemoth." Since the monster was still sealed inside, Stardust immediately moved to a nearby control panel and started checking it for more information. Then, all of a sudden, Stardust turned away from the panel and walked off. Dane panicked and called after her, asking why she would just leave him alone with something as dangerous as Behemoth. But Stardust had only stepped away to review some documents she had found. Dane was left confused by how calm she was being. He had worked so hard to present himself as a true villain, yet she casually turned her back on him anyway. With a bitter little thought, he admitted that his villainous pride had taken a hit. A crooked, wicked smile spread across Dane's face. He decided that words alone were not going to be enough anymore. It was time to show her what a real villain looked like. With a loud crash, the containment glass shattered. Stardust spun around in shock just as Dane declared that he would finally show her his true face. Dane stretched out his hand to absorb the monster's power, and a violent wave burst out from it, sweeping across the entire room. "What the hell are you doing?" Stardust shouted in alarm. Dane's arm, grotesquely covered by Behemoth's flesh, extended forward, and his voice came out calm and mocking. "What does it look like?" He was clearly enjoying the chaos he had created. A cruel grin twisted across Dane's face as crimson energy gathered around his fist. In a cold voice, he declared exactly what this was. "This is betrayal." Stardust screamed in furious outrage, her voice filled with anger and contempt for the man she had reluctantly chosen to trust. Dane looked down at his hand with smug satisfaction, recalling a scene from the original story. There had been a moment when Kim Sun-woo used Behemoth against Stardust. He was now deliberately recreating that very event. That means he trailed off, clearly implying that he would take the villain's role in this situation. Standing across from Stardust, he readied himself for battle. "I'll beat you to death," Stardust shouted as she lunged forward, throwing a punch blazing with golden energy. Dane met her head-on, charging in with his transformed arm. Red and black energy flared wildly around Dane as his arm began to change further. It swelled larger and stretched longer, then shot forward toward the attacking Stardust. Their attacks slammed into each other, sending shockwaves ripping through the room. Stardust was visibly shaken by the force of that collision. She had not expected her own attack to be blocked so easily by something that powerful. Dane answered with a smug smile, looking completely at ease as if the whole battle were under his control. Stardust quickly steadied herself again and threw another punch, but Dane still brushed it aside with ease. The fight exploded into a chain of violent clashes. Stardust's golden light and Dane's dark energy kept colliding again and again, each impact setting off another massive blast. Stardust boldly pushed through the explosions to land a hit, but Dane used teleportation to slip away each time, never letting her get close enough. Dane laughed like a madman and taunted her. "So what? Are you going to blow this whole place up, Stardust? If you do, everything collapses on us too." Then Dane struck with enough force to make Stardust pull back and defend, but even so, the blow still sent her crashing downward. Burning with anger, Stardust shouted at him to fight fair. Dane only gave her a mocking look and replied, "Since when does a villain have to fight fair?" That pushed Stardust's anger to the limit. With a roar, she gathered an enormous amount of energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Their powers collided once more, and this time the explosion was even more terrifying than before, swallowing the area in blinding light. "This is what a real villain looks like, Stardust. Learn it well," Dane taunted, as if he were teaching her a lesson in what true evil meant. Stardust gritted her teeth in fury, but behind her, the shadow of the monster was beginning to rise, ready to join the battle. Even Dane, standing opposite her, was startled by that. A mantis-like monster with long, razor-sharp pincers rushed toward them at incredible speed. Dane immediately judged the situation while still dealing with Stardust. "It's too fast." In the middle of the chaos, Dane realized he could not find a good moment to teleport Stardust away, because the monster's pincer was already far too close to her. As that deadly pincer closed in on Stardust's head, Dane decided there was no more time left. A second later, Dane teleported directly behind Stardust. He threw Stardust out of the attack's path and took the hit in her place. Stardust was left utterly stunned by what he had just done. Panicked and unable to believe what she was seeing, Stardust screamed the name of the enemy who had just saved her life. Before Stardust could even process what had happened, Dane's body began dissolving into a beam of teleportation light. What just happened?" She stammered in shock. That single blow left Dane bleeding heavily, blood pouring from his body without stopping. In the final moments before he vanished, Dane's thoughts were still fixed only on Stardust. "Just now. You owe me one." That thought was the last thing on his mind before he disappeared completely in a flash of light, leaving Stardust alone in the wreckage. The scene shifted to a modern room, where Dane's teammates were anxiously waiting for him. Hanson was grumbling that he always vanished without a word and never once thought about the people waiting for him at home. Then Han Seoun's expression suddenly brightened. "Oh, he's back," she cried, her voice instantly filling with relief and joy. She hurried toward the door to greet him. Honestly, disappearing like that, and becoming unreachable. "Hey, why are you so late getting home?" she said, her tone carrying a small note of complaint. But Han Seon's smile froze the instant she saw him, replaced by pure shock and horror. The other two members turned pale at Han Seon's piercing scream. Both of them rushed over at once to see what had happened. Dane was lying unconscious on the floor in a spreading pool of blood. Han Seon dropped to her knees beside him, horrified by the sight of her brother in that condition. A terrible wound was torn open at his side, and blood was still pouring from it without stopping. The whole group fell into panic. Lee Soo-bin stammered about finding a first aid kit or calling emergency services, while Han Seon desperately shook Dane, trying to get him to wake up. Dane remained unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was hanging right on the edge between life and death. In the middle of the chaos, Shin Haru suddenly spoke up and told the panicking Han Seon to move back. Han Seon looked up at the girl, her eyes trembling with both despair and desperate hope. A green light began to shine from Shin Haru's hands, warm and alive with healing energy. She placed those glowing hands on Dane, carefully pouring the healing power into his wound. Green lights spread through the room as the girl gave everything she had to save Dane. Back in the collapsing laboratory, Stardust was on her knees, breathing hard. Looking toward the now empty behemoth containment, she realized Dane had lost far too much blood. Stardust sat there in complete confusion, her hands trembling as the same question kept echoing in her mind. Why did he save me? By the time Dane came to, someone was feeding him. In a weak voice, he muttered, "Lee Soo-bin, please." It turned out Dane was handcuffed and being force-fed by Lee Soo-bin. Far from his usual cruel villain image, he was practically crying in despair. "Please let me eat by myself. At least leave me a little dignity." Despite Dane's feeble resistance, Lee Soo-bin successfully pushed in another full spoonful. Cheerfully, she praised him with a good boy, while Dane could only accept his fate in misery. The scene then shifted to Shin Haru getting ready to leave. Dane waved goodbye, and Haru turned back for a moment before hesitantly apologizing for hiding her powers until now. Her eyes filled with tears as she thanked Dane for letting her return to school. Dane smiled brightly, easily lifting the heavy mood. He told her that he was the one who should be thankful, then wished Shin Haru a wonderful first day of high school. Everyone, including Han Seon, waved goodbye to Haru and Kim Chae-hyun together. The whole scene felt warm and cheerful, almost like a real family. But the mood changed the moment Haru left. Han Seon suddenly exploded in anger, her eyes bloodshot as she threatened that if her brother dared to sneak out again, she would not let him off easily. Then Han Seon noticed a strange thing Dane had brought home. It looked like a skein of black yarn, but it felt oddly heavy in her hands. Dane stepped closer with a mysterious smile and explained that it was a pressure point massage tool, asking if he could borrow it for a second. Han Seon looked at him with obvious suspicion. The very next moment, Dane used his power to pull it into his hand and flashed a wicked grin. In a low voice, he whispered, "Awake, behemoth." The skein in his hand immediately began glowing with a fierce red light, overflowing with dark energy. Lee Soo-bin and Han Seon both froze on the spot. They could feel the terrifying power pouring out of it, but had no idea what was happening. Then a sharp clang rang out as the handcuffs around Dane suddenly shattered and dropped to the floor. Red energy tendrils from Behemoth rose up, wrapped around Lee Soo-bin and Han Seon, and lifted both of them into the air as they screamed in terror. Meanwhile, Dane leaned back and calmly kept eating, muttering to himself, "Did I do it wrong? Or is it just not done yet?" He turned to look at the two girls dangling upside down and casually asked, "So, are you two going to do it again?" Lee Soo-bin and Han Seon could only scream in fear that they were sorry and would never dare do it again. They hurriedly shouted that they would not, begging him to put them down. Then the scene shifted outside the apartment under a full moon, bringing Dane's little punishment session to an end. In another room, Stardust was sleeping deeply. She suddenly jolted awake with a terrified scream. It seemed she had just seen a horrible nightmare connected to the monster attack from earlier. She sat curled up on the bed, trembling in fear, her gaze fixed distantly out the window. Fear was still written all over her face as Stardust clutched at her chest and tried to steady her breathing after the nightmare. Then Dane's image rose in her mind. In a shaky whisper, she murmured, Egoistic? He'll be okay, right? Time passed, and a month later the story moved to a large school. This was the place where Stardust lived under the cover of an ordinary female student. In class, the heroine sat with her chin resting on one hand, so lost in thought that she did not even notice a friend walking over. A classmate approached after noticing that Lee Hyul seemed distracted. With concern in her voice, she asked, "Hyul, why have you been spacing out so much lately? Is something wrong?" Startled, Hyul quickly replied, No, it's nothing." Her friend clearly did not believe that answer. She moved closer and kept pressing her. "Nothing? Come on, tell me. What is it?" Faced with her friend's excitement, Lee Hyul hesitated. Her thoughts were tangled, and she had no idea how to even begin putting them into words. In the end, Lee Hyul decided to bring up the one hypothetical question that had been bothering her for the past month. Hey, if a villain ended up saving a hero, what would that even mean? Her friend blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding why Lee Hyul would suddenly ask something so strange. Lee Hyul awkwardly fumbled over her words and added, just if a villain saved a hero or something. Lee Hyul quickly waved both hands, trying to laugh it off. "It's nothing. I've probably just been way too immersed in this novel lately." The moment she said that, her friend suddenly lit up, eagerly digging through her bag and proudly saying she was obsessed with a similar novel too. She said that while pulling out her phone in a rush. Then she held the phone right up in front of Lee Hyul and said with a grin, "Tada, what do you think?" Curious despite herself, Lee Hyul looked at the screen. On the display was the cover of a novel titled The Forbidden Love of Villain Egoistic and Heroine Stardust. The illustration showed Egoistic pulling Stardust into a romantic embrace. The instant she saw it, Lee Hyul was so horrified that she lurched forward and smacked her head straight into the desk. Sprawled on the floor, Lee Hyul's thoughts turned into complete chaos. She could barely believe what she had just seen, and the fear she had been suppressing came rushing back. Will he really be okay? He can't actually die, right? Seeing Lee Hyul collapse, her friend panicked and cried out. She hurriedly tried to comfort her, saying that a shameless guy like Egoistic, who had played all of Korea for fools, was definitely still alive somewhere with that same annoying grin on his face. Even so, Lee Hyul couldn't stop thinking about him. Before she knew it, she was even wondering when the next attack would happen, exposing just how much she had been longing for Egoistic. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kim Dane was leisurely peeling an apple when he calmly declared, "There won't be any attacks for the time being." Han Seon and Lee Soo-bin were sitting out in the backyard. The moment they heard what Kim Dane said, Han Seon jumped up in surprise. Kim Dane stayed stretched out in his chair, basking in the fresh air as if nothing mattered. Then he confirmed it again. "It's true. I'm going to rest for a while before I move on to the next plan." Han Seon irritably told him he should just quit for good, but Kim Dane answered in an easy tone, "I'm not the one doing it anymore. Someone else will take over." Han Seon stared at him and asked in surprise, "Someone else?" It was obvious from Kim Dane's expression that he already had something in mind. Kim Dane explained that he couldn't be the only one standing in the spotlight forever. The real issue, he said, was that right now he was still the strongest one around. As proof, he brought up how Stardust had managed to stop Behemoth so easily. That alone showed they would need an even stronger helper for what was waiting ahead. Kim Dane slowly closed his eyes, the outline of a plan already taking shape in his mind. He was going to prepare a new member for Stardust. The scene then shifted to a cafe, where a barista with bright orange hair was greeting customers with cheerful energy. All of a sudden, a male customer carrying a huge bouquet of white flowers shouted, "I love you, Sihi. Please accept my feelings." The girl called Sihi froze on the spot. From a table deeper inside the cafe, Kim Dane was quietly watching the entire thing unfold. Under his breath, he muttered, "This scene happened in the original too, just like I thought." Despite the polite smile she kept on her face, Choi Sihi was boiling inside. Through clenched teeth, she hissed, "Please leave, dear customer. I'm already stressed enough, and now some clown is making a scene in my sacred workplace." An invisible killing intent seemed to spill from her, making the young man in front of her go pale. After being rejected so brutally, the poor guy could do nothing but sob as he ran out of the cafe. From his corner, Kim Dane watched the whole mess and couldn't help laughing to himself. It really is more entertaining in person, he thought. And just like that, the target he wanted was right in front of him. Once the troublesome customer was finally gone, Choi Si-hee, 23 years old, let out a long sigh of relief. She pressed a hand to her forehead, looking utterly drained. Kim Dane stayed in his seat, quietly observing his target, Choi Si-hee. Choi Si-hee rubbed at her head as if trying to clear her mind. For a moment, she wondered whether she had briefly dozed off. Kim Dane's thoughts then revealed a startling truth. In the original story, Choi Si-hee would later become known as Elektra, an A-rank villain. But at this point, she was still nothing more than an ordinary civilian. This part-time job was only a temporary way for her to keep the destructive impulses constantly building inside her under control. Put simply, Choi Si-hee was a ticking time bomb, and Kim Dane knew it well as he left the cafe behind, leaving her stuck with her restless emotions. That night, after dragging herself through an exhausting shift, Choi Si-hee made her way home through a dark alley while grumbling about the pressure crushing her from all sides. Then she stopped and carefully looked around before murmuring, "No one's here, right?" Her heartbeat began to quicken. Once she was sure the alley was empty, she finally started letting out the energy she had been holding back all day. Small sparks of electricity began to crackle from her hands. The current rapidly intensified, wrapping around her whole body in a vivid blue glow that looked both dazzling and powerful. Lightning flickered and danced across her fingertips, beautiful to look at, yet dangerous enough to make anyone step back. The exhausted look she had worn earlier disappeared completely, replaced by a rush of excitement and raw strength as she guided the electric current. At last, she could be herself. A pleased, faintly unhinged smile slowly spread across Choi Si-hee's lips. Then suddenly, a voice drifted out from the darkness. "Beautiful." Choi Si-hee flinched hard, and the electricity around her instantly surged out of control. Kim Dane stepped into view from deeper in the alley. He emerged wearing his familiar villain persona and made his offer without hesitation. "I've been searching for someone like you for a very long time, Miss Choi Si-hee. Would you like to use that power to assist me in my terrorist activities?" The moment she heard the word terrorist, Choi Si-hee exploded with rage. Her power flared violently once more as she snarled, "You insane bastard. Do you think everyone with powers is some villain like you?" Kim Dane only smirked in response. He summoned his blazing red behemoth-like energy and challenged her calmly. "Then attack me. Let's find out how strong you really are." Not about to back down from that provocation, Choi Si-hee poured all of her power into the attack. The blue lightning bolts surrounding her swelled larger and larger, promising a devastating strike. Without another second of hesitation, she released a massive blast of thunder straight at Kim Dane, who stood there before her with infuriating confidence. But her lightning attack was effortlessly blocked and completely canceled out by Kim Dane's red strands of energy. The two streams of power crashed into each other, triggering a terrifying explosion that tore through everything around them. When the smoke finally cleared, Kim Dane was still standing there without a single scratch. Letting out a savage laugh, he mocked Choi Si-hee and asked if that was really all the power she had. Choi Si-hee clenched her teeth in fury, but beneath that anger she felt an odd sense of relief. It was the first time she had ever been able to fight at full strength without holding herself back. As angry as she was, she couldn't deny how thrilling it felt. Before leaving, Kim Dane gave her an offer, saying it would remain open until next week, and told Choi Si-hee to think it over carefully. Choi Si-hee stood there stunned, still unable to process what had just happened, while Kim Dane was already preparing to disappear. Startled, she quickly called out to stop him. But she was already too late. Kim Dane vanished right before her eyes, leaving Choi Si-hee standing alone in the ruins. She lowered her gaze to her hand, where faint sparks were still crackling in the aftermath of the fight. Tired and still confused, she nevertheless couldn't deny one thing. That battle had felt unbelievably satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere. Kim Dane, back in his ordinary appearance, looked utterly desperate and full of pain. Beside him, Lee Soo-bin wore a sorrowful expression as she apologized softly and suggested that maybe their relationship should end here. Kim Dane turned angrily toward Han Seo-eun, demanding to know how she could do this to him after everything he had done for her. Han Seo-eun answered him with a sinister little smile, offering only a cryptic farewell. Then it was revealed that the whole dramatic exchange was just an act during a game of Monopoly. Kim Dane cried out in bitter frustration over his loss, while Han Seon laughed in delight. Apparently, Kim Dane had gone completely bankrupt in the game, and Han Seon mercilessly mocked how pathetic he looked. As the loser, Kim Dane had no choice but to accept his punishment, washing a mountain of dishes for a family of 5 for the next 3 days. While Kim Dane dragged himself off to serve his sentence, Han Seon reminded him that 3 full days had already passed since they talked about recruiting a new member. She couldn't understand why he was still wasting time playing around, but he only answered with calm indifference. Han Seon watched him with narrowed eyes, clearly suspicious and unable to figure out what exactly Kim Dane was plotting. Kim Dane slipped on his gloves and smiled to himself with quiet confidence, certain that the bait he had left out for so long had already been taken. The scene shifted to Choi Si-hee's everyday life. At the cafe, she was absent-mindedly taking customers' orders with an empty, hollow look on her face. The exhaustion was obvious in every movement she made, to the point that she even accidentally spilled coffee while working. It was clear that daily life was steadily wearing her down. The kind manager Yuni noticed how drained Choi Si-hee looked and gently told her to step outside and rest for a while. Si-hee accepted with gratitude and quietly thanked her. She stepped outside and dropped onto a bench with a weary flop. During her break, Choi Si-hee pulled out her phone, her hand trembling slightly as she searched for information about someone. She had grown curious about Egoistic, the name everyone kept bringing up. What she found shocked her. He was no small-time villain, but the most influential villain in Korea, with his own fan cafe and a level of fame greater than most heroes. But the thing that stunned her most was the report that Egoistic's terrorist attacks had never caused civilian deaths. There was always property damage, but the casualty count stayed at 0 every single time. That made Choi Si-hee start wondering if he might actually be a good person after all. The story then returned to explain her background. She was an electricity user who had never truly fought at full power until the day she met Egoistic. The reason was simple. Ever since childhood, her parents had hated people with superpowers and kept Si-hee's abilities tightly restrained. That repression built up inside her like an overcharged battery, and over time the constant tension had turned into violent, destructive urges, something unique to Si-hee herself. As those chaotic thoughts swirled around in her mind, Egoistic's offer kept echoing back to her, urging her to think carefully. She returned to work, and before she knew it, for days had passed since Kim Dane made his offer. She kept working through one dull day after another. Then came day 5, and after that, day 6. At that point, she suddenly froze in place. The name Egoistic flashed through her mind, and her expression changed at once from forced cheerfulness to pure panic. Then finally, it became day 7, exactly 1 week since their encounter. That night, Choi Si-hee stood alone in a dark alley, looking as though she were waiting for someone to come. Her head was slightly lowered, and her face was set with determination, as if she had already made up her mind about something important. Then she suddenly heard a sound. She quickly looked up and called out brightly, "Ego." But it was only a stray cat. Startled by her voice, it puffed itself up and let out a fierce cry. A moment later, the cat darted away and disappeared into the darkness. Embarrassed by her mistake, Choi Si-hee clenched her fists and muttered Egoistic's name under her breath, caught somewhere between irritation and anticipation. At that exact moment, Egoistic really did appear behind her and calmly asked whether she had thought over his offer. After a brief pause, Choi Si-hee let out a breath and answered firmly, "I will do it." Egoistic couldn't hide how pleased he was. Choi Si-hee reached out and took his hand, repeating once more that whatever he asked of her, she would do it. Blushing with excitement, she practically begged him, "Crazy or not, I don't care, just let me smash something already. Hurry up." Kim Dane, a little flustered by her intensity, answered awkwardly, Oh, right. Yes." Not wanting to keep her waiting any longer, Egoistic immediately teleported away, ready to bring her to a special place. The place they arrived at was Ego Base, Kim Dane's hidden secret base. As soon as they arrived, Choi Si-hee was introduced by Egoistic to the rest of his group. With unusual solemnity, Egoistic announced that Choi Si-hee was now the newest member of the family. Caught off guard by such an unexpected welcome, She awkwardly introduced herself by name. Everyone then cheerfully introduced themselves again. In the middle, Lee Subin waved and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Subin." Then Shinharu, still in a school uniform, politely followed with, "Hello, my name is Shinharu." In contrast to the warm mood, Hanseon looked displeased and muttered, "Another girl again." Seeing that, Kim Dane could only helplessly introduce her on her behalf, saying, "This kid's name is Hanseon." After introducing everyone else, Egoistic turned back to Sihi and said, "As for me." Then he slowly reached up and removed his mask. With a smile, he revealed his true identity. "It's Kim Dane." Choi Sihi was left completely stunned. At once, an image flashed through her mind of the familiar young man who had sat drinking quietly in the cafe where she worked. Only then did she realize, in total shock, that Egoistic was actually the handsome customer who had come to her cafe the week before. That sudden revelation threw the whole room into silence. Kim Dane looked awkward. Choi Sihi turned red with embarrassment, and the others were left too stunned to say anything. Too shocked and mortified to control herself, Choi Sihi lost hold of her power, and a huge surge of electricity burst out from her body. The electrical outburst was so intense that Egoistic's entire high-tech base instantly lost power. In the next moment, everything was swallowed by darkness. In the darkness, everyone immediately panicked. Hanseon guessed that the blackout must have been caused by Choi Sihi's electricity. Lee Subin said her whole body felt numb and tingly, while Shinharu could only stare in awe at just how incredible that power was. Then, all at once, everyone froze as a light suddenly cut through the darkness. The beam landed directly on Choi Sihi, making her raise a hand to shield her eyes from the glare. Right in the middle of the confusion, Kim Hak-cheol appeared at the doorway holding a flashlight. The boy irritably asked what everyone was even doing and demanded that they turn the lights back on already so he could finish his homework. The scene outside then showed that it wasn't just the base. The entire neighborhood had been swallowed by darkness. The story then cut to Lee Hyul, who was sitting in front of her computer reading something. She had just gotten a notification saying her membership rank in Egoistic's fan cafe had been upgraded. She ran a hand through her hair and helplessly buried her face against the desk. Her face burning red, Lee Hyul remembered Lee Seola's teasing words and realized she had been automatically promoted in Apple Mango's fan cafe too. Truly an elite member, huh? A real elite member. In the end, Lee Hyul told herself she seriously needed to go to sleep. Then she threw herself onto the bed and kept tossing and turning, unable to calm her thoughts. Clenching her hands in frustration, she kept worrying about Kim Dane and wondered if that guy was really okay. Kim Dane's face rose in her mind again, along with the words he had said before. "You owe me a favor." Lee Hyul lowered her eyes and anxiously whispered, "Egoistic," as if some invisible thread was still connecting the two of them. After that chaotic blackout incident, the warehouse doors slowly swung open. Everyone turned toward the open box. Feeling guilty, Choi Sihi quickly apologized to the group, but Hanseon just said it was fine since she had been bored anyway. In the middle of that strange atmosphere, Kim Dane suddenly placed a hand on Choi Sihi's shoulder. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, suggesting that she come somewhere alone with him. Choi Sihi looked surprised by the sudden proposal. Without saying much, she quietly followed after Kim Dane. The two of them left the others behind and headed toward a more secluded place. They made their way to a large, luxurious mansion hidden in the stillness of the night. As she kept following him, a faint look of worry and uncertainty lingered on Choi Sihi's face. Kim Dane led her into a wide courtyard. Then he turned around, spread his arms, and said, "All right, no one else is here now. It's just the two of us." Looking at him, she asked, "So what now?" With a provocative smile, he urged her on. "Go ahead, do whatever you want. You want to let it out, don't you? With all that power you've been holding in." Choi Sihi looked back at him with steady determination, clearly ready for whatever was about to happen next. Then she let out a cry as electricity began surging violently around her. Staring straight at him, she said, "So you just dodge everything yourself, huh? Egoistic?" Kim Dane. Even after being called by his real name, Kim Dane remained perfectly calm and didn't so much as flinch. In the next instant, Choi Sihi released all the pent-up power inside her, while Kim Dane slowly activated his own ability and gave off a purple glow. Her eyes shone brilliantly, showing just how terrifying the power she was unleashing really was. Faced with that overwhelming burst of power, Kim Dane simply used teleportation to avoid the attack. He laughed in delight, clearly impressed and thoroughly entertained by the strength she was showing him. Choi Si-hee's power created a breathtaking scene, an electrical storm raging outward and devouring everything around her. After pouring out all her strength, Choi Si-hee dropped to her knees on the shattered ground, breathing hard. She was completely spent. Kim Dane walked over to her. Looking up at him, Choi Si-hee asked, "Your terrorist attacks don't hurt people, right?" In a casual tone, he answered, "Of course. I'm a pacifist, after all." She gave him a sneer, clearly unconvinced. "That's nonsense. If nobody gets hurt, then it isn't really violent, is it?" Then, without warning, she changed the subject and asked how old he was. Kim Dane theatrically raised a hand and started counting on his fingers. "Let's see. I'm 22. No, wait. I'm already 23 this year." Choi Si-hee puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "What? We're the same age. Didn't you look me up before bringing me here? Then why were you talking to me so formally?" Smiling a little, she handed him a bottle of water and suggested, "Then drop the honorifics." Kim Dane agreed and took her hand. Just like that, a small pact was formed between them. Standing amid the rubble created by her own power, Kim Dane officially welcomed her in. "Welcome to Team Ego." Choi Si-hee looked completely unimpressed by the name he came up with. "Team Ego? What the hell is that? Is your naming sense really that awful?" A month passed, and Choi Si-hee, now officially part of Team Ego, was in the middle of a special training session with Kim Dane. As he coached her, he explained how to send electricity into the ground. "Yeah, now imagine wrapping the electricity around your feet and firing it down into the earth." She tried to do exactly that, but the unstable current threw off her balance and sent her tumbling over. Kim Dane flinched and quickly dodged aside when she crashed to the ground right next to him. Just then, Han Seon came out of the house, let out a yawn, and asked, "Oh, you're up early. What are you two doing?" Kim Dane answered, "Special training. She's going up against Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Si-hee, still lying flat on the ground, asked skeptically, "Hey, are you sure this is actually going to work?" At that point, even Kim Dane started looking confused. Under his breath, he muttered, "That's weird." But then, all of a sudden, he remembered something important. "Right," he shouted. Excited again, he quickly explained, "It's like wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground. Got it?" "Got it." But Choi Si-hee still looked unsure and mumbled, "Around my feet. I don't really know." After a brief moment of confusion, Choi Si-hee seemed to finally catch the key point. And this time, she succeeded. The electricity stabilized around her feet and let her hover up into the air. Satisfied, Kim Dane declared, "All right, that's enough for today." Behind them, Han Seon cheered happily at the result. After the training session ended, Han Seon happily brought a bottle of water over to Choi Si-hee. "Here, your water." Choi Si-hee smiled, accepted it, and thanked her. She emptied the whole bottle in one go, sweat still pouring off her after the brutal training. When she noticed Kim Dane staring at her, Choi Si-hee turned and asked, "What are you looking at?" Pinching his nose, Kim Dane said, "Go take a shower. You smell like sweat." The moment he said it, Choi Si-hee's expression hardened in anger. She immediately shouted back, "Of course I smell like sweat. I was training." And the anger of an S-rank talent was not something anyone wanted to face. She hurled the empty bottle straight at Kim Dane's face. Kim Dane panicked for a second. A thought flashed through his head. "Si-hee, are you seriously about to tell me to deal with it myself?" But unlike his alarm, Choi Si-hee looked thoroughly entertained. She laughed and teased him. "Whoa, then deal with it yourself." Watching the two bicker like that, Han Seon could only let out an exhausted sigh. Seriously, I wish they would act their age. On the night before the operation, the team was supposedly in intense focus over a game. Han Seon shouted, "Yuni, 9 o'clock. Go to 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was total chaos. One person yelled to press the button, another screamed to shoot already, and Choi Si-hee, clutching the controller, sat there in confusion with no idea which order she was supposed to follow. Then suddenly, some noise made all three of them freeze with obvious alarm on their faces. The screen went dark. Kim Dane shouted for everyone to put the controllers down, while Han Seon yelled back at him to turn on the light first. Lee Subin had walked in. She looked at the three of them huddled under the dim light, supposedly making plans for tomorrow. The noisy gaming mood was gone now, and seeing the team still awake with dawn getting close, she could only sigh. The terrorist attack is today, and you all stayed up the entire night. I guess it's because it's been a while, so everyone's too excited. At Lee Subin's reminder, the whole group broke into nervous sweat. In a gentle voice, she added, "You've all worked very hard." But the tension shot up even higher when Lee Subin brought up the name of this terror plan. Red Edition 2. Then she smiled brightly and suggested, "Instead of doing this, why don't all of you go to sleep right now?" That smile alone was enough to terrify the other three. The moment they heard that, everyone hurried back to their rooms. Choi Si-hee awkwardly wished everyone good night, while Han Seon muttered that she needed sleep if she was going to be ready for tomorrow. Just as Kim Dane was about to leave too, Lee Subin called him back in a sharp voice, her face cold. "Dane, you stay here." Off in the distance, Choi Si-hee and Han Seon whispered to each other that Lee Subin was seriously terrifying when she got angry. Meanwhile, Kim Dane bowed his head and apologized. The next morning, an emergency alert spread everywhere. A villain's terrorist attack had broken out in Seoul. Notably, every civilian within a 250-meter radius had already been evacuated, and there were no casualties at all. Then one question began to spread. Where is Stardust? Stardust was already on her way to the scene, diving down from the sky at breakneck speed. At the center of the attack site, surrounded by broken debris, Choi Si-hee looked up and watched Stardust descend from above. Wearing her new villain outfit, Choi Si-hee sat perched on a pile of bricks and greeted her with a mocking smile. "Hello, Stardust." Choi Si-hee's villain alias was Elektra. Stardust landed and fixed Elektra with a cold, wary stare. Stardust gave a firm order. "Villain, stop this attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will use force to subdue you." Hearing that, Elektra only smirked as sparks began crackling across her hands. "Surrender?" she shouted, "Not a chance," and fired a powerful bolt of electricity straight at Stardust. The sudden preemptive strike caught Stardust off guard. Smiling confidently, with her eyes glowing from power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra. I came here because of him, to face you." And with that, the battle between the two officially began. The story flashed back to a week before Elektra's attack. Dane was sitting in the park with Elektra. She asked why they still had to train when everything seemed done yesterday, and Dane told her it was because he still hadn't taught her the finishing move. With obvious pride, Dane introduced the new technique he had named Thunder Punch. The moment Elektra heard it, she thought the name was awful and mocked Dane's naming sense as hopeless. What she didn't know was that Dane was secretly hurt because the person who had originally named it was actually Elektra herself. Dane began explaining the move. Instead of releasing the electricity outward, imagine winding it tightly into your palm, clenching it down, and then throwing the punch. Elektra followed his instructions, focusing her will into her fist and condensing all of her electrical energy to its absolute limit. A massive electrical force burst from Elektra's hand, triggering a terrifying explosion. Then she drove the punch forward, and the sheer power of it flattened a huge stretch of land. Watching the result from a distance, Dane asked Elektra how Thunder Punch felt. Elektra could only blurt out that it was genuinely terrifying. So for the rest of the week before the attack, the two of them focused entirely on training that one technique. Dane even teased her by telling her to try the move out on Stardust. The comment excited Elektra a little, though she also thought he was unbelievably cruel. Then Dane started acting dramatic, saying that even villains had their own burdens to bear. Elektra could only stare at him speechlessly. Back in the present, Elektra laughed wildly, her whole body wrapped in a fierce electric aura. She wondered out loud if an A-rank hero was really only this strong. Across from her, Stardust was struggling to withstand Elektra's relentless storm of attacks. She kept getting forced farther and farther back. Even so, Stardust continued defending herself, patiently waiting for the right chance to counterattack. Meanwhile, Dane sat comfortably in a safe location, watching the fight through binoculars while munching on popcorn. To him, it was basically a free show. Stardust gritted her teeth as wave after wave of powerful electrical shocks slammed into her. Stardust realized that if she wanted to reach Elektra, she had to endure those tremendous shocks first. Elektra, meanwhile, found it interesting that Stardust could push through that much. If that's the case, then a huge amount of energy began gathering at Elektra's feet. Elektra screamed, "Then what about this one?" and slammed her foot hard into the ground. A massive electric blast slammed straight into Stardust, forcing her to brace herself head-on. The shockwave from the impact tore through everything around them. Elektra realized that winning might be easier than she had expected, and a spark of excitement lit up her face. Then, from inside the raging electric field, a pair of legs slowly stepped forward. Stardust's entire body was glowing with brilliant golden energy. This was the form she took when she unleashed her full power. At the sight of that, Elektra froze in shock, and a hint of panic crept across her face as Stardust kept coming closer. Wrapped in overwhelming power, Stardust came to a stop right in front of Elektra. Elektra quickly sprang back, refusing to let Stardust get any closer. The moment she landed, Elektra started gasping for breath, clearly drained from overexertion. Seeing that opening, Stardust rushed forward, determined to end the battle as fast as possible. Looking at her, Elektra thought to herself that Stardust really was a monster. Had Kim Dane seriously been dealing with someone like this the whole time, as if it were nothing? From the distance, Kim Dane also noticed that Stardust seemed to be slowly adapting to Elektra's attacks. At that moment, another thought crossed Kim Dane's mind. The real reason he had been putting so much effort into strengthening Sihi. It was all to raise Stardust's endurance. Through fights like this, he wanted Stardust herself to become even stronger. Compared to the ordeal she had faced in the original story, this level of hardship was still nothing. Even so, Elektra still refused to give up. Forcing herself back to her feet through the pain, she kept using her power. Stardust spoke up and ordered Elektra to surrender, saying that if she did, she would detain her without hurting her. Hearing that, Elektra looked genuinely shocked. Elektra shouted back in anger, furious that Stardust would look down on her like that. Stardust, understanding exactly what she meant, coldly replied, "That's something you brought on yourself." In the very next instant, Stardust burst forward at full power, while Elektra prepared her own finishing move, Thunder Punch. The two forces collided head-on, triggering a world-shaking explosion that seemed to split space itself apart. The sheer pressure from their clash ripped everything in the area to pieces. Watching from afar, Kim Dane couldn't help shouting out too. He was deeply moved by just how overwhelming both of their powers were. Then, without hesitation, he used his ability to teleport away to another spot. A short while later, Kim Dane landed on the balcony of a house far from the battlefield. Even there, he couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat from the pressure those two had just created. He immediately checked the screen to see how the battle had turned out. A camera wrapped in Kim Dane's power was still hovering at the scene, somehow left intact to record everything. Right now, smoke and dust filled the battlefield, and only Stardust could be seen standing there. Her gaze stayed firm, fixed straight ahead, without lowering her guard for even a second. The ground had split open into a huge chasm, making the terrifying destructive force of their recent clash impossible to ignore. Then Elektra slowly emerged from the smoke, clutching her injured arm. Seeing her, Stardust asked who the him she had mentioned earlier was. Stardust remembered Elektra's earlier words, that she had come to face Stardust because of him. So Stardust pressed further, asking if there was some mastermind standing behind Elektra. Elektra only gritted her teeth and refused to say a single word. Seeing that, Stardust said fine. If Elektra wouldn't talk, then she would pull the answer out herself. Just then, a stream of purple energy appeared out of nowhere, along with a hand that grabbed Elektra. The instant Elektra vanished, Stardust's expression darkened at that all-too-familiar power. Could it be? She wondered, and just as the thought crossed her mind, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, Miss Stardust." Stardust quickly looked up, startled, and turned toward the direction the voice had come from. There in front of her was Kim Dane, holding Elektra in his arms as he hovered calmly in midair. With total confidence, he answered, "Yes, it's me." Kim Dane smiled with smug satisfaction and said, "Long time no see." At the very same time, Kim Dane's Ego Stream channel suddenly went live. The viewer count exploded as people lost their minds over his unexpected return. The viewers were especially curious about the beautiful girl in Kim Dane's arms. They started wildly guessing about their relationship and even joked that it looked like an affair happening right in front of Stardust. Stardust still looked stunned. Holding her head, she asked, "Egoistic, you're still alive?" Kim Dane looked puzzled by the question for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Of course I'm still alive. Though honestly, that's probably not good news for you at all." "Ha ha." Looking straight at him, Stardust said, "Is that so?" "That's a relief." The moment she said it, Kim Dane seemed to catch on to something. Wait just now." Stardust immediately flushed with anger and embarrassment. Naturally, Kim Dane didn't miss the chance to tease her. "Oh wow, I had no idea Stardust cared about me that much. Should I report that I'm safe next time too?" "Ha ha." Weakly, Elektra asked, "Hey, why did you show up so late?" Kim Dane smiled and answered, "Sorry, I had to watch all the way to the very end." The image of Kim Dane carrying Elektra reflected clearly in Stardust's eyes as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. Then suddenly, Kim Dane felt an intense, murderous pressure in the air. Startled, he turned to where it was coming from. Stardust was standing there with blazing red eyes, her whole body burning with fury. She glared at Kim Dane and Elektra with naked hostility. Elektra, horrified, shouted, Hey, what's wrong with her? She looks terrifying." Holding Elektra tighter in his arms, Kim Dane calmly assessed the situation. Let's see. Looks like she wants to tear apart the two villains standing in front of her." Kim Dane kept teasing as usual. "Maybe this is what a hero's rage looks like." His words only made Stardust blush in embarrassed fury. Before Kim Dane could say anything else, Stardust spoke first and demanded, "Why are you here, Egoistic?" Kim Dane was carrying the villain Choi Si-hee in his arms. For a brief second, he wondered if Stardust was calling out to him, then answered his own thought with confidence, saying he had come to save his teammates. Stardust slowly lowered her gaze. With a doubtful, confused expression, she quietly repeated the word teammate, as if she could not believe what she had just heard. Kim Dane didn't care at all about Stardust's reaction. Looking completely fired up, he boldly announced that he would now introduce everyone to his brand new teammates. At once, a giant three-dimensional screen unfolded in the air, showing the words Ego Stream along with the silhouettes of its members. The sight left the heroine Stardust staring upward in stunned silence. Kim Dane proudly declared that this was an alliance, a villain group that would move together from now on under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was utterly shaken. The very idea of villains forming an alliance was something unheard of, and it filled her with shock and disgust. Kim Dane kept up the show, floating in the air as he boasted that he now had comrades just as powerful as Choi Si-hee in his arms. Forced to serve as proof for Kim Dane's grand words, Choi Si-hee looked openly irritated. Meanwhile, Kim Dane went on declaring that he would never terrorize the world alone again. Kim Dane first aimed a warning at Stardust, then quickly corrected himself and said the warning was meant for all of Korea. Hearing that only made Stardust burn with even more anger. Then, in an excited voice, Kim Dane ordered Choi Si-hee forward. "Eliku, discharge 1,000,000 volts." Choi Si-hee obeyed and unleashed a fierce blast of electricity, but she still couldn't stand that ridiculous name. Furious, she shouted, "I told you not to call me that." The overwhelming electric strike released by Choi Si-hee crashed downward and sent Stardust flying far into the distance. Using the chaos as cover, Kim Dane slipped away at once, leaving behind a mocking remark that Stardust was still far too inexperienced to catch him. Taunted by her enemy and forced to watch him escape right in front of her, Stardust could do nothing except scream in helpless rage. Unable to contain her fury, Stardust drove a crushing punch into the ground, splitting and shattering the earth beneath her. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, Stardust felt dirted and humiliated in a way she had never experienced before. Grinding her teeth, she spat out the names Choi Si-hee and Egoistic, and her hatred only deepened. In Stardust's mind, the scene twisted into something far different from reality. She imagined Kim Dane and Choi Si-hee acting intimately, with Kim Dane smugly bragging that he had so many adorable teammates, and that of course the cutest of them all was Eliku. In that fantasy, Choi Si shyly answered. Oh, what are you saying? I told you not to call me that. That thought alone lit a fierce fire of hatred inside Stardust. She swore that the next time they met, she would absolutely destroy Egoistic. The scene shifted to a dark alley. Kim Dane arrived at a hidden location and stared at the brick wall in front of him, wondering if this was the right place. A moment later, Kim Dane drew power into his fist and shouted, "Come here." With one powerful punch, Kim Dane smashed into the wall, cracking it open and revealing a concealed passage beyond. After stepping inside, Kim Dane landed in a dim corridor. He looked around for a moment, then quietly said that he had found the right spot. Kim Dane moved along the ancient hallway, its path lit by eerie blue-flamed candles. It was a secret route, hidden neatly behind a fake wall. At the very end of the corridor, Kim Dane came face to face with a massive jet-black door that gave off a brilliant, majestic glow. The heavy door slowly opened, and Kim Dane stepped into a space that felt entirely separate from the world outside. As soon as he entered, he greeted whoever was inside with a simple hello. There sat the Vine Witch, a woman with mesmerizing green hair, surrounded by an enchanted garden. She lifted her eyes toward the visitor and calmly asked why he had come. Standing before the Vine Witch, Kim Dane did not waste time. He stated his purpose directly and said he wanted her magic to seal a few of his belongings. Kim Dane placed 2 journals and a chest onto the table. One journal contained a record of everything that had happened in the world until now, while the other was meant to record everything that would happen from this point onward. The Vine Witch glanced at the red gem Kim Dane offered as payment. She seemed pleased by it, calling it a beautiful stone before agreeing to do as he asked. The Vine Witch then asked how long he wanted the sealing to last. Without hesitation, Kim Dane answered that he wanted both items sealed until the day he died. Kim Dane's request caught the Vine Witch slightly off guard. She closed her eyes and took a quiet moment to think over such an unusual demand. After that brief pause, the Vine Witch began the ritual. She lifted her hands over the journals, and a radiant magic circle slowly formed in the air. Kim Dane stood in silence and watched as the Vine Witch, surrounded by living plants and swirling magic, recited a long and intricate spell. Green and gold magical light streamed from the Vine Witch's hands, wrapping itself around the journals and the chest. When the spell was complete, a glowing seal appeared on the books. The Vine Witch declared that from that moment on, no one but their owner would be able to look inside. Kim Dane gave her a polite word of thanks. With the transaction finished, Kim Dane turned and began to leave. The Vine Witch silently watched him go while smoke from her pipe drifted lazily through the air. As Kim Dane approached the exit, the Vine Witch spoke up and warned him that the path he had chosen would be an extremely harsh one. At her words, he paused. Kim Dane did not look back. He stayed quiet for a brief moment, then gave a faint smile and answered that it was a road someone had to walk. Kim Dane appeared atop the roof of a high-rise building, purple energy swirling around him beneath the blazing colors of the sunset over the city. Looking down over the wide city below, he reflected in silence. This was also the place where he had decided what his purpose in this world would be. On a huge advertising screen nearby, the image of the heroine Stardust appeared, and it seemed that every one of Kim Dane's thoughts was turning toward her. Kim Dane stretched his body lightly and told himself that from this point on, truly incredible things were about to begin. In a sudden burst of raw emotion, Kim Dane cried out desperately, begging Stardust to trust only him. But that dramatic moment ended almost immediately when his phone started ringing. Han Seon shouted through the phone, telling him to hurry home for dinner because everyone was already waiting for him. Dragged harshly back to reality, Kim Dane answered in a calm voice that he would come home right away. On the other end, Han Seon angrily snapped that he had better get there in 3 seconds. After the call ended, Kim Dane slipped back into his usual calm, confident self. He wore a faint smile as he turned his eyes toward the sunset again. Then he declared that the time had come for the final event of Stage 1. At that same moment, on a highway in Korea, a truck was driving along normally, completely unaware that disaster was only seconds away. Inside a secret control room, several scientists were hard at work. An older man, who appeared to be their leader, announced that the final moment had finally arrived. In the very next instant, The surface of the highway violently burst apart from below, erupting in a massive explosion. From deep beneath the earth, a huge yellow mechanical structure began to rise, signaling the arrival of a brand new threat. The colossal machine rose all the way out of the ground at last. It was a gigantic yellow combat robot, and the moment it appeared, it tore through the highway with terrifying force. Cars swerved wildly, and drivers broke into panicked screams as despair spread in an instant. The elderly man at the head of the new villain group curled his lips into a vicious smile. Calling out to his comrades, he declared that Korea had done nothing but oppress people like them. The robot then launched its assault on the city, setting off huge explosions from a distance. In the middle of that chaos, the old man's voice echoed loudly, announcing that the time had finally come to destroy everything. Then the scene shifts back to an ordinary classroom, where the lesson is going on as usual and students are quietly whispering and chatting among themselves. One male student is watching a video of the villain Elektra, and he can't hide how impressed he is by her beauty. He turns to his friend and asks whether Elektra might actually be in a romantic relationship with the criminal Egoistic. The moment those words are spoken, Stardust reacts with a slight start and quietly sniffs. The other friend keeps going, guessing that Elektra is probably Egoistic's partner in more ways than one. Hearing that, Stardust lets out a small breath of relief and a faint smile touches her face. The conversation keeps building. The student insists that the way Egoistic and Elektra acted close on camera clearly means there is something between them. He even says that no one carries a girl like a princess unless there are feelings involved. Hearing that, the brown-haired friend dryly mocks him, asking if that is really how kids these days think. He argues that because there is nothing serious between them, they can casually hug right in front of the cameras. If it were someone they truly liked, they would never dare act that boldly in public. Stardust hears every single word. The friend nods along and tells him to keep talking. So the student continues, saying that Egoistic's attitude has actually always been consistent and has never really changed. What he says next catches Stardust completely off guard. He says Egoistic only has Stardust and no one else. Then the other friend replies that maybe that is exactly why Stardust seems so pitiful. He says he watched the live stream and nearly cried, because from her side, Egoistic may be only one villain among many, yet still someone she cannot help caring about. Seeing Egoistic wrap his arms around another woman right in front of her, the friend says, who could possibly endure that? In the end, he concludes that their classmate has fallen way too deep into pure delusion. Then, all of a sudden, the blue-haired male student joins in and says that he personally supports the Egoistic and Elektra pairing with real enthusiasm, because the two of them seem to match each other much better. That remark becomes the final trigger. Stardust is so furious that the pen in her hand snaps in two, and a thick, murderous aura begins pouring off her. The blue-haired student immediately seems to realize he said the wrong thing. At the same time, someone beside him whispers that the blonde girl really looks like a hardcore supporter of the Egoistic and Stardust pairing. Just then, the teacher walks into the classroom and announces that class is beginning. Birds flutter past the window outside, making it seem like nothing about the day is unusual at all. But that calm atmosphere is shattered almost immediately. Stardust suddenly rises from her seat, her face filled with shock. An emergency alert has appeared on the screen of her phone. Without the slightest hesitation, Stardust dashes straight out of the classroom. The alert states that an unidentified massive weapon is moving north from the southeastern outskirts of Seoul, and it orders immediate deployment. She makes her way at once toward the headquarters of the Korean Ability Association. By the time she arrives, Stardust is out of breath. She has already changed into her hero costume before getting there. What greets her is an utterly horrifying sight. A gigantic robot is in the middle of tearing through the city. The robot keeps marching forward, spreading panic everywhere and smashing apart everything standing in its path. It lifts one enormous tripod-like leg high into the air, ready to stomp down on a car that is stuck in its way. And cruelly enough, there is still a terrified family inside that car, frozen in panic and unable to escape. At that critical instant, Stardust erupts with power and shoots forward like a bolt of lightning to save them. After shoving the car out of harm's way, she quickly turns to judge the battlefield again. As she hears the family's grateful cries and the cheers around her, Stardust feels fresh strength surge back into her. She focuses her energy, her eyes burning with determination, and then launches herself into the sky to face the giant robot head-on. As Stardust charges straight toward the robot, a voice rings out to mock her, calling her nothing more than a puppet of the government and the association. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the chairman of Hainan Corporation, the man who built the robot, watches the battle with a sinister smile on his face. He wonders whether Stardust can really destroy the last remnant left behind by his company. Stardust fires off a powerful blast of energy straight at the enemy, without holding anything back. But her attack appears to do absolutely nothing to the robot. It immediately counters, blasting Stardust downward and sending her hurtling through the air. Stardust is shocked by just how durable the robot is, and by the crushing power behind its strike, strong enough to smash her straight into a wall. Even so, she does not stay down for long. Stardust quickly regains her balance, rebuilds her momentum, and takes off again. Stardust rushes forward at near light speed, fear and determination shining together in her eyes, when suddenly a shout comes from inside the robot. Someone cries out, "Doctor!" Stardust freezes in confusion, unable to understand what exactly is happening. From inside the robot, the panicked voice of a scientist can be heard asking what in the world is going on. Right after that comes a command from Kim Dane, telling Elektra to move forward. Then, amid a burst of electricity, a scream erupts, so sharp and desperate that it tears through the air. All at once, the robot comes to a stop. Another voice cuts in right after, saying, "Hey, move aside, move aside." A voice then calls out, asking, "Can you hear me, Stardust?" Stardust goes wide-eyed in shock as she recognizes it, and shouts back, "Egoistic." Kim Dane confirms that it is indeed him. Inside the control cabin, the group of scientists has already been completely subdued. His voice goes on as he proudly says that his colleagues at Hainan Corporation are the ones who created this magnificent machine. Egoistic appears on the large screen and explains with theatrical flair that it would be a waste for a true villain like him not to make use of something like this. Inside the control room, Elektra frowns with obvious disgust. Whenever he starts acting like this, he really does look insane. Han Seo-eun, already far too used to it, calmly tells her that she will get used to it soon enough. Kim Dane continues his little performance, taunting Stardust by saying he will use this beautiful toy to crush the city flat, and daring her to try and stop him. But contrary to Kim Dane's expectations, Stardust does not hesitate or lose heart at all. Instead, she suddenly breaks into confident laughter. With blazing eyes and a fearless smile, Stardust declares that she will absolutely stop his destruction, and that Egoistic will answer for everything. Then she shoots toward the robot at terrifying speed, fully resolved to bring the battle to an end herself. Back at the base, Han Seo-eun reports that the machine's power tuning has been completed, while Egoistic only answers with a quiet smile. Kim Dane places his hand on the control bar and thinks to himself, "Hyul, let's try releasing the full power today, just once, and see what happens." Kim Dane grows wildly excited, shouting, "Here we go." He yanks the lever down without any hesitation. The robot under Kim Dane's control pulled its arm back, then swung it hard straight at Stardust. The strike came down with overwhelming force and hit Stardust head-on without missing. The impact made her recoil in shock and sent her flying far backward through the air. From inside the control cabin, Egoistic burst into loud laughter and mocked Stardust, asking if she really thought that level of power could stop a giant octopass weapon. Egoistic then orders Han Seo-eun to push the machine's speed even higher. Hearing that, Stardust also steels herself and decides to throw absolutely everything into this fight. The robot surges forward at terrifying speed, and its mechanical arms twist into sharp drill-like points as it launches a frantic assault on Stardust. Even so, Stardust still manages to slip past the attacks, using her flexible movements to dodge them one after another. Her speed starts to settle into a steady rhythm, and before long, she is keeping up with the robot's relentless attacks. Seeing that, Kim Dane tells Han Seo-eun to raise the speed little by little even more. This time, Stardust comes dangerously close to matching the robot's top speed. She moves like a streak of lightning, weaving past the robot's blows with precise and skillful timing. Watching Stardust fight like that, Kim Dane can barely contain his excitement. He blurts out, "Yes, that's it." A grin spreads across his face as he thinks that maybe today, at last, he can return home safely instead of repeating the tragic ending from before. Meanwhile, inside a government building, a man reports in a tense voice that all preparations are complete. In front of him sits a box, and inside it is a red emergency button. That man is the president of the Republic of Korea, and he now stands before an incredibly difficult choice. With a firm, unshaken expression, he declares that if they want to destroy the giant weapon, there is only one option left. Without letting himself hesitate any longer, the president presses the red button. At once, emergency sirens scream through the entire control room, warning everyone that something has gone terribly wrong. At the same time, inside Egoistic's control room, he panics and calls out to Han Seon while she furiously pounds away at the keyboard. On the main screen, bright red letters flash the words, "Max speed error." By then, Stardust is moving so fast it almost looks like teleportation, slipping around every one of the robot's attacks with ease. She even turns and flashes a triumphant smile toward Kim Dane. Then a horrifying explosion erupts. Fire and thick black smoke burst out from a building in the city, making it clear that the terrorist attack has become even more violent. Inside the control room, where Kim Dane and the others are directing everything, he orders Han Seon to raise the robot's power by another stage. Unlike the other two, who panic at once, Han Seon follows the order with an almost delighted calm. Immediately afterward, the machine fires a massive energy beam, unleashing a terrifying blast with enormous destructive force. Stardust faces it head-on without a moment of hesitation. Even in the middle of that chaos, the heroine Stardust is still smiling with confidence. As if quietly recognizing that she is getting used to this power, Kim Dane encourages her under his breath. "She can do it, Stardust." With a determined shout, Stardust throws herself back into the fight, her whole body shining with brilliant light. She closes the distance in an instant and slams a powerful blow into the robot, setting off a huge explosion. The force of Stardust's attack makes Kim Dane's control room shake violently, and Choi Si-hee and Lee Soo-bin scream in terror. Even Han Seo-eun is rattled for a moment, but Kim Dane only hardens his expression and roars that Stardust still has no chance of winning. After saying that, Kim Dane stomps down on the control pedal, deciding that he will personally take Stardust on. The giant robot under Kim Dane's control starts moving with far greater agility than before, then charges ahead at high speed. Kim Dane is practically overflowing with excitement, boasting about his arcade game skills and declaring that it is finally time to show what he can do. He pilots the robot into a tricky attack aimed straight at Stardust, shouting her name at the top of his lungs. Facing that attack, Stardust smiles again. She can feel it clearly now. Her power is steadily growing stronger. The longer the battle goes on, the more Stardust feels the energy inside her swelling and surging. That was exactly what Kim Dane had intended from the start. Instead of fear, Stardust feels exhilaration rising in her chest. She even taunts Kim Dane, telling him to come at her with more. Wrapped in that rising power, Stardust charges straight at the robot at terrifying speed, her whole body blazing like a fireball. She lands lightly on the giant robot's arm with ease, making the difference in speed and agility painfully obvious. Then Stardust flips gracefully through the air, looking completely in command of the battle. With total confidence, she declares that she has already figured out the robot's movements. Fixing Kim Dane with a sharp stare, Stardust tells him to stay right there and wait for her finishing blow. But in the very next moment, surprise flashes across Stardust's face, and an unexpected strike from the robot slams directly into her. The hit throws her off balance completely and sends her crashing straight down toward the ground. From the control room, Kim Dane laughs like a madman, ridiculing Stardust's confidence as nothing but delusion, because everything is still unfolding exactly according to his plan. After taking that sudden blow, Stardust grits her teeth and powers through it, snarling that Egoistic's endless rambling is driving her insane. Then fierce energy begins pouring out from her entire body. Kim Dane explains that the Octopass robot was built to perform at its absolute best against a single opponent. He prepared this machine specifically for Stardust. At that exact moment, Stardust shoots forward like a launched projectile. Without losing her nerve, Stardust shines with brilliant light, lunges in, and drives an immensely powerful punch into the robot, blowing one of its legs apart. Stardust's blow had clearly done real damage. A red warning flashed across Kim Dane's control screen, showing that one of the robot's components had been impaired. Han Seoeun cried out in panic, asking Kim Dane what he was doing. Even Kim Dane himself looked startled by the force of the backlash running through the robot. But Kim Dane quickly pulled himself together and regained his confidence. He said this was exactly how Stardust was supposed to feel, and that now he was going to fight for real. As soon as he said that, Kim Dane shouted for the Octopass's power to be raised all the way to maximum. Oddly enough, Stardust did not move at all. She simply stood in silence on top of the robot, as if she were waiting for something to happen. Stardust's stillness left Kim Dane confused. He wondered what she was doing, then shouted for even more power, but the others in the room only exchanged silent looks. Han Seoeun let out a weary sigh and reluctantly started typing, carrying out Kim Dane's insane order anyway. At once, the robot began to transform, its parts shifting, folding, and reassembling themselves into a new form built for combat. Stardust frowned as soon as she felt the change. Kim Dane mocked her, asking whether she could still keep up once it started moving at this speed. Then the robot began to move. It closed the gap in an instant and attacked Stardust, and this time she could no longer dodge as easily as before. Stardust was thrown back hard. The robot's new power and speed were beyond even what she had expected. She hit the ground and panted for breath, clearly struggling against Octopass in this transformed state. The whole battle was being broadcast live, and the audience was going wild. People marveled at how high-level the fight was, and even said they hoped Stardust would be promoted to S rank. Meanwhile, Kim Dane wanted to push Stardust even farther than this. The robot lurched around in chaotic movements, making it obvious that Kim Dane was struggling to control it at full power. Han Seoeun shouted at him to stay focused. Stardust stared at the robot, and now she had one more reason she had to bring it down. She had to do it for Egoistic's girls. Stardust tightened her fists and came to a bitter realization. If Egoistic had not been here all this time, pushing her to her limits again and again, then beating this giant robot might have been impossible. It was because of him that her power had finally been drawn out this far. With her resolve renewed, Stardust declared that now they could do it. Then she surged forward, ready to land a decisive blow. Her power crashed violently into the robot like a wave. Inside the control room, Kim Dane gritted his teeth and endured it. The force of that latest hit put tremendous strain on everyone inside. Choi Si-hee stared in shock, realizing Stardust seemed even stronger than before, while Han Seoeun anxiously reported that the robot could only maintain this level of power for 10 more minutes. Even after hearing that warning, Kim Dane just laughed and said he would stubbornly enjoy this fight until the very last second. His recklessness immediately infuriated Choi Si-hee. Choi Si-hee shouted furiously at Kim Dane, calling him insane and warning that the robot was going to explode. But Kim Dane was thrilled out of his mind and kept urging Han Seoeun to continue, while the violent shaking made Lee Soo-bin complain that she was getting motion sick. As for Stardust, once she regained her balance, she planted herself firmly on one of the robot's arms and prepared for the next attack. She gathered her strength and unleashed a rapid barrage of punches into the robot's body, each strike loaded with destructive force. Stardust's eyes sharpened. She had found the cockpit where Kim Dane was inside. Over there. He's in there. Just as Stardust was about to strike, an urgent voice suddenly blasted through her earpiece, ordering her to leave the area immediately. She froze, unable to understand what was going on. Acting on reflex, she jumped back and opened up some distance from the robot, then demanded to know why such an abrupt order had been given. And then she heard the horrifying news. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile to be launched at the robot's location. Stardust was stunned beyond words. Her commander at the control center confirmed it was true. Staring at the screen where a red dot was racing toward them, he warned Stardust that if she stayed inside the blast range, she would die. She could hardly believe such a crazy decision had really been made. Stardust angrily pushed back. She argued that she could destroy the robot herself, and that launching a missile like this would put civilians in danger as well. But the commander told her this was a political decision. The president did not want to face criticism for standing by and doing nothing. Stardust kept arguing that the whole action was reckless, but the commander cut her off and shouted that this was not up for debate and that she had to leave immediately. While Stardust was still reeling from the news, Kim Dane, completely unaware of the danger coming his way, mocked her and asked how much longer she planned to stall, saying his fist was getting impatient. Stardust looked back toward the robot. She realized Kim Dane had stopped attacking and was simply waiting for her, and for a villain, it felt strangely considerate. That was when she understood he had no idea about the missile. In that instant, she made up her mind. Under her breath, Stardust murmured an apology, then firmly pulled off her earpiece, cutting herself off from every order coming from above. Back in the command center, everyone shouted Stardust's name in disbelief. But instead of retreating, Stardust shot up into the sky, heading straight toward the greater threat. At the association headquarters, the staff panicked when they saw Stardust throw away her comms, but her manager remained calm through it all. He believed that, like always, Stardust would find the answer somehow. Trusting the heroine completely, he casually ate popcorn and said they should just wait and watch, even while the people around him were worrying themselves sick. Kim Dane saw Stardust fly off and misunderstood the whole thing. He shouted after her, asking where she thought she was going, convinced she was running away in defeat. But Stardust paid no attention to him at all. She kept climbing higher, her thoughts fixed only on Kim Dane now. He was an A-rank terrorist, and the country had every reason to eliminate him. But for some reason, Stardust realized she did not hate him. A faint smile touched her face as she reached her decision. This time, she would save him. And with that, Stardust flew toward the missile. Stardust shot straight upward through the sky and quickly found the target she was searching for. It was the short-range nuclear missile the government had launched. At that moment, an image of Kim Dane flashed through her mind without warning. No longer hesitating, she hurled herself straight at the small missile. The impact made Stardust grit her teeth in pain, but she forced herself to endure it. The people inside Kim Dane's robot saw it happen and could only stare in shock, whispering to themselves, "Something's coming from over there. What is that? And is that Stardust? Isn't that a missile?" Kim Dane froze in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Stardust, why? High above the city, the struggle had reached its final, desperate peak. Stardust cried out as she reached for support, just as the energy burning at the missile's tail began to weaken. In that instant, she grabbed the missile by the nose, forced it off course, and dragged it away from its original path. Inside the robot, Kim Dane shouted in panic, "Hanseon, have you figured out what that thing is yet?" Sweating as she worked, Hanseon yelled back that she was checking, so he needed to stop rushing her. A moment later, the screen changed to footage from inside the National Assembly. The report came in. They found it. It had been launched from the presidential office. The disarm code is, there's no time. 10 seconds until detonation. Disengage what's left. 9 seconds remained. The old president wore a calm, almost pleasant smile. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. By then, Stardust had already carried the missile to another location. 6. 5. 4. Lee Seola was still out shopping with the bodyguards. 3 seconds. Kim Dane could only stare blankly at Stardust on the screen. 2 seconds. Stardust had managed to force the missile's direction upward. 1 second. With every bit of strength she had left, she hurled it straight into the sky. And the very moment the timer reached 0, an explosion powerful enough to shake the earth tore through the air. The whole sky was washed in blazing red, leaving the students outside staring up in complete confusion. Even Park Joon-ho stopped eating his popcorn when he saw it. The smile on the President of the Republic of Korea's face stiffened and froze. Han Seon hesitated, staring blankly as she muttered that it had exploded. Choi Si-hee jumped up at once and shouted, asking where Stardust was. Kim Dane took off running, screaming her name. On the other side, Stardust had already lost consciousness and was falling freely through the air. Then, in the next instant, a hand shot out and caught her. He pulled her into his arms, still unable to understand what had just happened. A moment later, Stardust weakly opened her eyes. Before she could even say a word, he demanded to know who had told her to stop that missile. What would she have done if she had died because of that? But Stardust gave no answer and only closed her eyes again. Seeing that, Kim Dane felt a sharp ache in his chest. She had just unleashed power that devastating, and now her body had become so frail and drained. She even looked like she might be angry with him. While he was still lost in thought, Stardust slowly opened her eyes again. The way she looked at him only left him more confused. Why are you looking at me like that? You're in the arms of a villain right now, remember? Realizing that, he quickly put on an act. He said he had thought she was just trying to run away, but she was fast enough to create a diversion and even stop a missile. From the way things looked, she must have been aiming for something all along. But as he said that, the truth became clear in his mind. That giant weapon had been only moments away from exploding. If the missile had landed, there would have been no saving it. If she had not noticed in time and rushed to intercept it, then in the end, both of them would have been destroyed together. So why in the world had she stopped that missile? As if she had seen straight through his thoughts. Stardust whispered softly that she had simply wanted to, and besides, this way, they could call the debt between them repaid. After saying that, Stardust forced one last faint smile and then slipped back to sleep in his arms. Egoistic stared at her in bewilderment, unable to understand what that smile had meant. Had she realized that she was not truly his enemy? He carefully laid her down and checked her condition, and only then did he begin to feel relieved. Fortunately, it seemed her life was not in immediate danger. She really was absurdly tough. Then suddenly, a voice called through his earpiece, and Egoistic pressed the line to Han Seon. Han Seon answered, and reported that she had checked. Boss, it was because the president gave the order directly. Egoistic had already suspected as much, so he only nodded quietly. What an unpredictable world. And by now, the whole world had clearly seen Stardust stop the missile. Even now, people still did not understand the connection between the two of us. This situation couldn't go on, he thought, and then he gave the order. Han Seon, start the live stream. Han Seon, who had been anxiously waiting, had been waiting for exactly those words. A moment later, Egoistic's broadcast began. Hello, everyone. I'm Egoistic. Instantly, 67,000 viewers poured in, and the comments exploded all at once. A sudden live stream? Why are you only going live now? That fight had my heart pounding, and I still haven't even caught up. Where are you? You cut the stream right when Stardust flew up. What happened? Why did you go outside? Where's Stardust? Why did Stardust's blonde hair look darker earlier? I need answers. He looked into the camera and casually said, So, where do you think Stardust went? Everyone's curious about that, right? The stream immediately switched to Stardust lying there unconscious. The viewers instantly exploded with reactions. What? Stardust lost? Egoistic is seriously too much. Oh my god, this is insane. He shot back without missing a beat. I'm not the one who left her in that state. The presidential office said they were going to arrest me, so they launched a nuclear missile at Seoul. Yes, that president of the Republic of Korea, all just to get rid of one villain like me. Just to catch me, they were willing to throw away the entire population of Seoul. The comments instantly went wild without stopping, and the president of the Republic of Korea was left speechless. Then a storm of gunfire suddenly tore into the building where he was broadcasting the live stream. After that incident, countless news outlets began reporting that since the new government took office, the country was facing its worst crisis in history, while public calls to impeach the president started rising everywhere. Soon after, another news bulletin was aired. At the International Heroes Association, foreign media reported that discussions were underway about promoting the hero Stardust to S rank. Meanwhile, Lee Seola was relaxing in her office and watching the report. As the news continued, Egoistic casually remarked, Our Haru really is something. Then the next bulletin followed. There were even rumors that the villain Egoistic was also being considered for promotion to S rank. Unlike Stardust, whose promotion was only just being discussed, Egoistic's case had apparently been under review for months already. Association officials even said there might be an official announcement by the end of this month. Just then, a voice called from outside, Miss Ciala, may I come in? Seeing that, she calmly picked up the remote, switched off the TV, and answered in an even tone, Come in. Without the slightest sign of agitation, She kept gently stroking her pet. She was the heir to the SAO ice conglomerate, the ranked hero icicle. The secretary stepped inside and reported that the presidential candidates for the next term had all been bribed. They had pledged to obey the orders of Stardust Corporation. She gave a satisfied nod and asked about the other matters. The secretary replied that the chairman had declared he would hand everything over to Miss Ciala. At last, Ciala's lips curved into a calculating smile. Then, just as quickly, she returned to her usual calm expression and told the secretary that she could leave now. The secretary bowed and quietly turned away. After that, the room sank into a silence that felt strangely eerie. A moment later, Ciala smiled to herself in satisfaction. "Thank you, egoistic, for giving me the chance to swallow Korea whole. I'll make very good use of it." The scene then shifted to Kim Dane's villa. At that moment, he suddenly blurted out in panic, "Guys, something serious has happened." His words immediately drew everyone's attention, and he continued speaking in a worried voice. "It looks like Stardust is starting to suspect you." Han Seon frowned and asked, "Suspicious of what exactly?" He answered that Stardust seemed to think he was not actually a villain. Han Seon stared at him with open disbelief and blurted out, "Are you stupid?" Han Seon kept going, saying there was no way he still believed he looked like a villain. As she chewed, she quietly thought to herself that he really was a broken idiot. With all the girls attacking him at once, he flinched and shouted back, What's wrong with me? When I'm bored, I go terrorize people. Haven't I taken countless hostages?" Shinharu immediately cut in and reminded him that he had released them all anyway. He gasped, then quickly added that he had kidnapped people too, and that he had killed so many villains as well. Choi Si-hee curled her lip and pointed out that he himself was the one who kept saying there were so many villains. Han Seon chimed in right after with a snide thanks, calling him A-rank hero egoistic. Still, he kept trying to explain himself. "Anyway, I've been trying really hard all this time. Whether as a villain or just as a person, it's the same." That only made Choi Si-hee look more confused. What does trying hard at life have to do with this? You really are insane. Then she added that all this time, he had just been trying to look like a villain. Kim Dane immediately yelled back, "Well, of course I was." Hearing that only made Choi Si-hee angrier. She shouted that the moment he started trying to look like a villain, he had already gotten everything wrong. Anyone could tell at a glance. There was no way to mistake it. Then she pressed him harder, asking why he thought she had agreed to join him in the first place, and told him to look at what had just happened. If he had really let that giant machine crash straight into Seoul, what exactly would he have done then? And if it had attacked with full power right from the start, could little Stardust really have stopped it? Han Seon shook her head and added that there was no way she could have stopped it, not even remotely. Lee Soo-bin, peeling an apple at the side, quietly asked if Kim Dane had not intercepted it for her in the first place. He had even adjusted the level of firepower while fighting. Han Seon sneered and said he still could not admit it, just like the idiot he was. He was left speechless for a moment, but still tried to explain that it was all because of that kid, wasn't it? Maybe you still don't understand. Stardust is the very embodiment of justice. For someone like her to start suspecting that a level S terrorist as cruel and inhuman as you might not really be evil, all because of one incident, is impossible. See, she narrowed her eyes and went on. Embodiment of justice, my foot. Do you seriously think Stardust is an idiot? No matter how anyone looks at this, you're not a real villain. Those words hit Kim Dane like a blow straight to the face, leaving him completely stunned on the spot. Then she turned to Han Seon and asked if she agreed. Han Seon immediately went along with it and said of course, someone needed to finally say it. Honestly, what a relief. Kim Dane thought to himself that if Stardust ever found out his evil acts were not because he was insane, but because he was actually trying to protect her and the world, then she would never be able to fight him with full commitment. And if that happened, then naturally she would no longer be able to grow stronger. And in that weakened state, she would never be able to stop the apocalypse. He clenched his fist and shouted that such a thing could never be allowed to happen. But his sudden outburst only startled little Han Seon. Then he put on a confident face and said that, right, for Stardust's sake, there needed to be someone constantly reminding her that he was an extremely evil person. The moment that thought settled in his head, he sprang up at once and told them to stay there. He was heading to Busan. The scene then cut to Shin Haru, who was now standing in front of a tall high-rise building. She looked around at everything with clear delight shining across her face. As soon as she stepped inside, a receptionist approached her, bowed politely, and asked if she was Shinharu. Shinharu gave a small nod and softly answered yes. The receptionist reached to take her backpack and said she would bring the luggage up to the room. Shinharu answered brightly with a thank you. A nervous little flutter rose inside her, and she thought that maybe this would be even better than she expected. Then a soft voice near her ear called her name, Shinharu. The moment she recognized that familiar voice, she turned around in delight and called out, Ciala. The two of them stepped toward each other and wrapped one another in a warm, affectionate hug. Ciala teased her with a smile, saying she had gotten even prettier. Shinharu shyly replied that Ciala had too, really. Then Ciala made a cheerful suggestion. Today, the two of them were going to have a lot of fun. She grabbed Shinharu's hand, raised it high in celebration, and congratulated her on the birth of Korea's very first S-rank heroine. After that, the two of them headed off together to Ciala's villa. From the balcony, Shinharu gazed out over the view and let out a small, excited gasp without meaning to. The scenery was so beautiful it felt almost unreal. Ciala came up behind her with a faint smile. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Shinharu quickly nodded, still taking it all in. With a gesture toward the room, Ciala invited her inside. Come on in. In the dining room, several chefs were busy arranging an extravagant spread of mouth-watering dishes across the table. Then Shinharu spotted something she liked and lit up at once. Mango slices and snow-blended mango too. Without hesitating, she picked up a piece of mango and popped it straight into her mouth. As Shinharu chewed happily, Ciala watched from across the table and teased her with a grin. You really love mango that much? That's adorable. Then she asked with casual curiosity, you know, talking about mango makes me think of egoistic, doesn't it? The moment that familiar name came up, Shinharu gave a slight flinch. Ciala went on. Honestly, I kind of want a villain who's devoted to me too. Everyone around here is so weak. With people like this, how is anyone supposed to reach S-rank? Maybe this is a good chance for me to move up to Seoul after all. I want to try facing egoistic at least once myself. Shinharu rejected the idea immediately. No. She hurried to explain herself. No, it's just, you know how obsessed he is with me. He called me out personally, and if someone else suddenly steps in to fight him, there's no telling what reckless thing he might do. Remember the Seoul Bridge terror incident? He's the kind of person who sometimes causes completely uncontrollable situations. Ciala paused, then admitted that did make sense. He wouldn't really have any reason to call me out otherwise. Shinharu added, that's part of it, yes. But more than that, if you leave, who's going to protect Busan? Just then, Ciala's watch suddenly vibrated with a red alert flashing across it. She stiffened in surprise. Someone touched my office desk. She rose from her seat at once, turned around, and headed out. Haru, I just got an urgent notice. I need to stop by the company for a bit. You stay here and keep enjoying yourself. Shinharu nodded. Okay, go ahead. But inwardly, Ciala was already growing uneasy. What on earth is going on? She got back to the company as fast as she could, scanned the situation, and frowned. Was this really just some kind of system malfunction? Then her small cat gave a quiet meow, making her jolt slightly. Right after that, a familiar voice broke the silence. It's not an error. Seeing the figure now standing before her, Ciala cried out in shock. You. The man calmly continued. I triggered the security protocol because I wanted to meet you. Hello, Liziala. I'm egoistic. Ciala frowned deeply and asked him outright if he had come all this way just to surrender. That question made him laugh out loud, as if something that absurd would ever happen. Egoistic leaned in close and said that what brought him here was simple curiosity. He wanted to see the real face behind Yuzion Corporation for himself. Ciala answered with a mocking sneer, as though she were saying she thought the busy villain who spent all his time babysitting Stardust had finally ended up in prison. Their laughter rang through the wide office space, sharp and echoing in the quiet room. Nearby, the white cat only opened its mouth in a long yawn, utterly uninterested in whatever they were saying. At the same time, Egoistic quietly judged that Ciala really was the one behind everything in the original story. She was far more dangerous than she looked. Meanwhile, Ciala studied this unreadable man and wondered what exactly he was plotting. Then Egoistic suddenly proposed that they work together, leaving Ciala visibly caught off guard. He leaned back casually in his seat, crossed his legs, and invited her without hesitation to stand on his side. A partnership. Beneath his easy smile, calculation flickered quietly in his eyes. Elsewhere at that exact moment, Shin Haru, who had been happily eating, suddenly shivered as though some bad omen had brushed past her. The heroine Stardust looked around in confusion, unable to understand where that strange uneasiness had come from. Back in the office, the air between the two ambitious figures had grown heavy and tense. On the large screen, an image of Lee Seola was displayed, smiling brightly and waving to the public like the perfect righteous hero. Ciala sat there with her arms folded, keeping the same cold and composed expression expected of a hero. But Egoistic insisted that the image of a hero was nothing more than a mask, one hiding her ambition to seize control of the country. With a crooked smile, he declared that he would be the one to help her reach that very goal. Ciala slammed her hand against the table and shot to her feet, furiously demanding to know why he was throwing around such baseless accusations. A freezing aura spread from her as she warned him that if he kept spouting nonsense, she would punish him right there on the spot. Faced with that anger, Egoistic said nothing and simply placed a USB drive down on the desk. Then he turned and started walking away, reminding her that she had been pulling strings behind the scenes with the new government. He told her to think of the USB as a small gift of goodwill for the relationship they were about to build. And then he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a promise that he would return in 1 week. Ciala sank against the desk, her hands trembling from the crushing pressure he had forced onto her in that short encounter. She drew in ragged breaths, feeling for a moment as though her heart had nearly stopped beating. Her eyes stayed fixed on the place where Egoistic had disappeared, while her thoughts spun in utter confusion. The small USB remained on the shining desk in complete silence, and now the name Egoistic haunted her mind more than ever before. He was a villain whose influence reached deep into both politics and culture across Korea. What made him dangerous was not brute force, but the way he could bend public opinion and steer the media however he wanted. Ciala came to realize that Egoistic was closer to an anti-hero than a pure villain, and worse, he now had a grip on her own ambitions. Staring at the USB in front of her, she understood all too clearly that she had no real right to refuse him. After a brief pause, Ciala finally decided to plug the USB into her computer and see what was inside. The folder that appeared had a shocking title: Information Necessary for Ciala to Take Over Korea. She blinked once, then again, still unable to quite believe what she was looking at. Inside was a whole collection of data files, each one incredibly detailed and disturbingly valuable. A slow smile spread across Ciala's lips as she realized she might achieve her goal far sooner than she had ever expected. Her ambitions surged all at once, and she laughed aloud at the thought of the entire country soon bowing at her feet. 1 week later, Kim Dane arrived at Busan Station in casual clothes, a suitcase hanging lightly from one hand. Just as he had promised, he made his way back to Ciala's office building. Egoistic sat down as casually as ever, absent-mindedly stroking the cat before turning to ask whether she had enjoyed his gift. Ciala replied that she would no longer bother asking where that mountain of information had come from. Egoistic immediately followed up by asking what she thought about his proposal for cooperation. She gave a small nod and admitted there was no reason to reject a deal that profitable, which clearly pleased him. As she held the stack of documents, Ciala noticed that he had already started dropping some of the usual social politeness. Perched comfortably while petting the cat, Egoistic said that now that they were allies, he expected her to loosen up a little too. Then he urged her to hurry and check over the contract terms he had brought with him. But the moment Egoistic read the lines stating they must meet at least once a week, he completely froze. Ciala answered as if it were obvious, saying that if they were on the same side now, meeting often was only natural. Sweat began to form on him when he realized she fully expected him to travel all the way down to Busan once every single week. What followed was a tense round of negotiation over how often they would meet, going from once a month to every 10 days, until they finally landed on once every 2 weeks. In the end, Ciala settled it with an unreadable smile and finalized the schedule at once every 2 weeks. Then, without warning, she narrowed her focus and asked why he seemed so strangely fixated on Shinharu. By now, Ciala had realized that many of his villainous acts seemed designed to help Shinharu grow stronger and rise faster. Egoistic thought to himself that this woman was sharp, while Ciala openly admitted that, if she was being honest, she felt jealous. She said that every time he caused an incident, Shinharu's popularity shot even higher, so she wanted to ask him for a favor as well. And the favor Ciala asked for was bizarre. She wanted him to terrorize her the same way he had terrorized Shinharu. Egoistic could only stare at her in stunned silence for a few seconds, as if he genuinely could not believe what he had just heard. Then a sharp sound suddenly cracked through the stillness between them. Ciala grabbed her forehead at once and cried out, complaining that his finger flick had actually hurt. Letting out a sigh, he told her that no normal person would ever beg a criminal to attack them like that. Ciala fired back angrily, insisting that he was not truly evil and that it was unfair for him to care only about Stardust. Egoistic noticed that Ciala seemed weaker than she had been in the original story, and after thinking it over, he agreed to help her become stronger too. He clicked his tongue in reluctant agreement, and that was enough to make her immediately start bombarding him with excited questions about when he planned to act. Egoistic said it would happen soon, but in return, there was one small thing she had to do for him. His condition was simple in wording but strange in content. Whenever she met Shinharu or spoke with her on the phone, Ciala had to keep insulting and bad-mouthing him nonstop. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Stardust was idly scrolling through social media with a bored expression on her face. Ciala looked at him with open contempt, seriously wondering if this man was some kind of pervert with bizarre tastes. Crossing her arms, Ciala repeated his ridiculous request back to him. In other words, he wanted her to go around slandering him in front of Shinharu. As he leisurely stroked the white cat, Egoistic insisted that she smear him as viciously as possible. He wanted Shinharu to see him as the most disgusting, filthy, and shameless villain imaginable. Listening to him proudly assign himself titles like some kind of narcissist, Ciala started to wonder if he had lost his mind. But he only smiled with confidence and told her to trust him. As it turned out, Ciala was no ordinary person either. She was a hardcore Stardust fan who had watched every single episode and believed she understood Shinharu's sense of justice better than anyone else. For the sake of the goal they now shared as partners, she clicked her tongue and reluctantly agreed to try it. With their arrangement settled, Egoistic looked completely satisfied, while the white cat lightly hopped up onto the table. To seal the alliance properly, he held out his hand for a formal handshake, and Ciala blinked as she stared at the black glove covering it. Adjusting his cowboy hat, Egoistic smiled under the mask in that mysterious way of his and said that everything now depended on her. In the end, she had no choice but to reach out and clasp his hand, officially stepping aboard the villain's ship. A handshake between a hero and a villain should have looked dramatic in theory, yet somehow it sparkled with the strange mood of a cheesy romance drama. The moment she turned away, Ciala suddenly looked flustered, realizing she had just signed a bizarre agreement with that complete madman. She scratched at her head and tugged at her hair in frustration, already starting to regret acting so impulsively. But then an unreadable smile slowly spread across her face. To Ciala, Egoistic was like a massive fish that was almost impossible to catch. Her cheeks grew warm as she clenched her fist in determination. She did not want to merely work with him anymore. She wanted to make him hers. That night, over at Shinharu's apartment, the doorbell rang loudly, mixed with the rowdy voice of an uninvited older sister calling from outside. Shinharu froze the instant she opened the door and saw Ciala standing there right in front of her. Ciala flashed a bright smile and even blew her a dramatic air kiss, acting as if the two of them were the closest sisters in the world. And she had not come alone either. Behind her was a full squad of bodyguards and piles of luggage, enough to make it look like she planned to move in for good. Ciala casually kicked off her high heels and tried to walk right in like she owned the place. Shinharu could only stare in confusion and ask what happened to the Busan assignment she was supposed to be handling. She waved it off and said that kind of small-time job could be left to B-rank and C-rank heroes. She needed to make room for her juniors to shine too. Two birds with one stone, wasn't that a bargain? The bodyguard gave a respectful salute and quietly withdrew, leaving Shin Haru scratching her head at how strangely familiar her senior was acting. The second she got inside, Ciala jumped straight onto Shin Haru's bed and rolled around on it like a spoiled cat. She took a deep breath and happily praised how nice Shin Haru's bed smelled. All Shin Haru could do was shout in exasperation at her senior's shameless perversion. Then Ciala spun around and suggested they have a drink, saying she had even brought some expensive alcohol all the way from home. Shin Haru could only stare at her, completely speechless. Her senior's unpredictability was honestly impossible to understand. After hearing her praise the scent so much, Shin Haru even leaned in and sniffed herself, wondering if she really smelled unusual enough to get that kind of reaction. Grinning from ear to ear, Ciala proudly showed off the 2 bottles she had brought and kept urging Shin Haru to drink with her. In the end, since it already felt too late to back out, Shin Haru clicked her tongue and agreed. At that point, she figured she might as well drink and blow off some steam. Before long, cans of beer and bottles of liquor were being opened one after another across the coffee table. Ciala cleared her throat, straightened herself up, and put on a more serious face before starting the bad-mouthing act Egoistic had told her to perform. She threw herself fully into it, calling Egoistic a narcissist and the filthiest kind of trash. She even sneered that it was unbelievable a pervert like him had his own fan cafe. A cold sweat broke out on Shin Haru's back. She had not expected her senior to have such brutally harsh opinions about that villain. Sitting across from her, Ciala kept going without pause, insisting that all those terror incidents were just staged so Egoistic could drag everyone's attention toward himself. The longer she went on, the harsher and heavier her words became. Scum of society. A man who acted above the law. Shin Haru lowered her head, unable to answer right away. Then, right at the peak of it, Ciala slammed the table and shouted that someone like him deserved to be torn apart for everything he had done. At that point, even Shin Haru started to feel it was getting excessive. She paused and looked at her senior, noticing how strangely fired up she was today. Unable to stay quiet any longer, Shin Haru finally spoke up in his defense. She reminded Ciala that Egoistic had once risked his life to save her. Villain or not, he was not as terrible as she was making him sound. Shin Haru stared quietly at the beer can in her hand, thinking it over. She simply could not believe that Egoistic was the selfish kind of man her senior had just described. But by the time she finished speaking, she found that Ciala had already collapsed face first onto the table, still mumbling that he was an unbelievably evil man. In the end, it turned out she had gotten completely drunk while overacting so hard, and now she was fast asleep in the middle of a pile of empty cans. Shin Haru let out a tired sigh, then carefully scooped her senior up and carried her over to the bed. As she watched Ciala sleeping there, Shin Haru could not help wondering why her senior had suddenly poured out such vicious complaints about Egoistic. Standing beside the bed and looking down at the sleeping Ciala, Shin Haru suddenly realized that those earlier insults had not sounded sincere at all. Her eyes drifted to Ciala's phone screen, which was still lit up. It was open to Egoistic's official fan cafe page, and even part of the Apple Mango squad group. That only made Shin Haru start worrying about when the next attack might happen. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa on a bright and sunny morning. Little Lee Chi-yoon was hurriedly finishing the soup in his bowl, so he would not end up late for school. Around the breakfast table, Egoistic's group had gathered in a warm and peaceful scene. Lee Chae-yoon waved at everyone before dashing off to school. Kim Dane, Choi Si-hee, and Lee Soo-bin all cheerfully waved goodbye to the boy as he left. Lee Chae-yoon shuffled in wearing pajamas and yawning over and over again. As Kim Dane reminded Lee Chae-yoon to be careful at school, he also glanced at her, looking like her jaw might fall off from how hard she was yawning. Kim Dane teased her, asking what in the world she had been doing the night before to end up looking like a walking corpse. Lee Chae-yoon shoveled rice into her mouth and muttered that it was a private matter. Kim Dane only looked at her with even more suspicion. Lightly tapping the table, Kim Dane told everyone to focus because he was about to explain the new plan. He added that Seo-yoon could keep eating while she listened. With a serious look on his face, Kim Dane announced that their next attack would take place in Busan the following week. Seo-yoon looked a little surprised and wondered aloud whether Stardust would actually come all the way there to stop them. Kim Dane wondered what kind of reason could make the head of Stardust's fan club travel that far. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon kept her attention fixed on her bowl as she ate. Then he revealed that they currently had a partner in Busan, and that this person had specifically requested a terrorist attack. Seo Yoon was left stunned by the sheer absurdity of that mysterious partner's request. At the same time, Ciala was sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of the scheme that was about to unfold. 1 week later, at Busan Beach, the atmosphere had turned dark and ominous beneath a sky crowded with thick black clouds. The people on the shore slowly began whispering among themselves, pointing up at the sky with fear written all over their faces. A gigantic pirate ship was hovering right above the city, and the people below instantly began screaming and running in panic. Standing proudly at the prow with a microphone in hand, Egoistic boldly announced his arrival over Busan. Then he raised his voice and called for his co-star. "Now then, come on out, Lee Seola." A string of loud explosions suddenly burst out along the side of the pirate ship. From high above, a barrage of enormous black spheres came pouring down. Those bomb-like spheres were dropping straight toward the crowded area packed with people below. But in the next instant, a massive wall of ice surged up from the ground and blocked the entire barrage. Lee Seola stood proudly on top of the frozen structure. Her freezing power spread in every direction at once, locking all of the black spheres in midair. Pointing straight at the ship, Ciala shouted, "There's the villain." In that moment, she looked exactly like a righteous heroine. Inside, though, she was thrilled and blushing, delighted that she finally got to say such a cool line herself. By chance, Shinharu saw the whole thing playing on a giant screen attached to a building. The moment she realized Lee Seola was in Busan, she decided to head there immediately. A streak of golden light sliced across the Busan sky as Shinharu flew toward the scene at full speed. The moment she landed, Shinharu gritted her teeth at the chaos spread out before her and shouted in anger, unable to understand what the hell was going on. Above the skies of Busan, the flying ship Alice of the Lapis Dan pirates sailed arrogantly through the clouds. Yellow sat there polishing his gun, still amazed that their crew had actually pulled off something on this scale. Blue stood nearby with his arms crossed, his expression thoughtful and strangely tense. The crew quietly basked in their unbelievable luck, pleased that they had gotten their hands on such a fancy ship and carried out a successful terror attack. Even Blue admitted that his heart was pounding from all the excitement. Then Captain Red, the man in the red rabbit hat, shouted to fire up the crew and prepare to plunder all around Busan. "Aye, Captain." The whole group answered back in one loud voice. Getting even more worked up, Red declared that their style was simple. If they saw something, they took it. Then a strange voice suddenly cut in and said that it all belonged to Egoistic now. Red and Yellow both flinched and turned, unable to understand what had just happened behind them. Then Egoistic stepped into view with his usual smile and bluntly announced, "This ship belongs to me now." Red instantly raised his gun and shouted at the man to show himself properly and stop acting so insolent. And yet only a few seconds later, the three captains were already down on their knees in tears, their guns tossed aside. Egoistic calmly told them to relax and not get so worked up. Then he shared what he called good news. From this point on, Lapis Dan would officially become an ally of the Ego Stream organization. Red frowned hard, clearly nowhere near pleased about being dragged into that arrangement. But with Choi Si-hee's overwhelming power right in front of them, the crew had no choice except to shout that they were thrilled and overjoyed. Egoistic immediately started assigning positions, ordering everyone to get ready for the terror act that was about to begin. The amateur pirates scurried around while grumbling under their breath, secretly cursing Egoistic as a truly evil man. Egoistic ordered Lee Soo-bin to take the helm, and his assistant accepted the task right away with perfect professionalism. Choi Si-hee awkwardly asked what she was supposed to do, and Egoistic told her to just go rest in the cabin. Watching the show would be enough. With that, everything was in place for them to head toward Houndy Beach. Even so, Choi Si-hee still felt unsettled and could not shake the feeling that someone else was really behind all of this. At that very moment, Lee Seola appeared in the sky like the perfect image of a heroine descending to deliver justice. Ciala put on an exaggerated performance, smiling brightly and pointing at the villain in a dramatic pose for the cameras. The Ego Stream broadcast exploded with attention, and people online lost their minds at the sight of this brand-new villain alliance. Viewers started examining Lappy's Dan more closely, wondering why the members looked so drained, like they had already been squeezed dry. Egoistic grabbed the microphone and played up his villain role, taunting the Pride of Busan to stop him if they were really that capable. Lee Seola did not back down either, boldly declaring that she would freeze every last one of them. Right on cue, fake explosions began echoing through the streets of Busan. Lee Seola charged through the sky like a raging blizzard made of ice. Enormous pillars and waves of ice burst upward, creating a scene so flashy it left the viewers staring in awe. The people watching the stream went wild, flooding the chat with comments calling the pair Apple Mango. Ciala launched her attack with full force, determined not to let the wicked Egoistic get away. She sprang high into the air and headed straight for the flying ship Alice. For a fully scripted action sequence, her performance was honestly flawless. From aboard the ship, Egoistic watched it all unfold and secretly praised how much Ciala's acting had improved. Meanwhile, Stardust tore through the sky like a blazing streak of gold. Back at headquarters, her superiors reported that Lee Seola had already taken control of the situation and ordered her to return, but Stardust ignored them completely. Shinharu's eyes were filled with resolve. She was sure that unless she saw it with her own eyes, she would never feel at ease. That golden trail cut across the sky at terrifying speed, heading straight toward Busan. On the ship, Yellow kept firing his gun exactly as the script demanded, shouting, "Die!" Ciala unleashed a freezing attack, and a blue aura spread out from her in a way that looked almost unreal. With that serious expression on her face, it was obvious she was completely absorbed in the role of a savior heroine. Then, leaping high into the air, Ciala rushed toward the flying ship with a trail of icy wind following behind her. From the deck, Egoistic watched in silence and thought that Ciala's control over her powers was even better than he had expected. A dazzling midair maneuver followed, so acrobatic that the pirate crew below could only stare with their mouths hanging open. The two Lappy's Dan captains threw themselves into the act too, screaming in sync for Lee Seola to stay away from the ship. Ciala came in at breakneck speed, carving bright, shimmering trails across the sky as she closed in. Then Egoistic raised his voice and played the villain protecting his men. "You're not taking my people that easily." A powerful burst of icy wind shot forward and slammed into the ship's defenses, setting off a massive explosion. Ciala pressed even harder, deciding that she would finish the whole act with the biggest attack yet. Snow and ice spread rapidly over part of Alice's hull. The crushing weight of it dragged the ship sharply to one side, while smoke and dust poured into the air. Egoistic was genuinely stunned. Even he had not expected Ciala to push things this far. Ciala answered with a triumphant smile, perfectly wearing the look of a heroine who had just pulled off something spectacular. Then a gigantic pillar of ice erupted from below and pinned the flying ship in place in midair. Now Alice looked like some enormous frozen sculpture hanging in the sky. Egoistic grabbed his head and put on a performance of failure, blaming himself for letting Lee Seola land a direct hit on the ship. Ciala let out a scoff and asked what he planned to do now that the ship looked ready to explode. Egoistic shouted that they would retreat, while the ship shook violently beneath them as if it might fall apart at any second. Lee Seola stayed in character and yelled back that he was not getting away, reaching out after him as if trying to stop him. Egoistic dropped to the floor and muttered that terrorizing Busan was not easy, then quietly shut off the live stream. The instant the stream ended, both of them finally let out relieved breaths, and Egoistic immediately showered Ciala with praise for her top-tier acting. He even told her to thaw Yellow out while she was at it, saying he could not stand looking at the poor guy's miserable expression anymore. But just as they were starting to enjoy the moment, Egoistic suddenly went still, as if he had sensed that something was seriously wrong. Ciala noticed him go quiet and turned toward him in confusion, not understanding what had suddenly changed. Cold sweat broke out on Egoistic's face as he muttered, "No way. You've got to be kidding me. Why is she here?" A golden streak like a falling meteor ripped through the clouds and came hurtling toward the ship at terrifying speed. Then Stardust appeared, her face burning with anger, and both egoistic and Lee Seola froze in shock. Ciala moved quickly over the frozen surface, telling herself over and over that she had to stay calm right now. Her eyes sharpened, her whole focus narrowing as she prepared herself for the worst-case scenario. A blinding light flared up ahead, and within that glow, Stardust stood alone, facing Ciala. As the light gradually faded, Stardust remained perfectly still, her expression dark and unusually serious. She lifted her gaze toward the sky, where egoistic ship Alice was already drawing farther away behind the gray clouds. Ciala hurried over, unable to hide how shocked she was to find Stardust here at a moment like this. Stardust said nothing. She only lowered her head, her hair falling over her eyes and making the whole atmosphere turn heavy. Without speaking a single word, she began walking slowly along the shore, leaving Ciala watching her in growing anxiety. Then, all of a sudden, Stardust turned and asked a question that made Ciala jolt. "What were you two talking about just now?" Forcing a smile, Ciala tried to brush it off and said it was nothing, just a bit of scolding thrown back and forth. But Stardust stepped closer, her eyes sharp, and said she had clearly seen the two of them laughing together. Ciala immediately started sweating, caught completely off guard and unable to answer right away. She hurriedly tried to explain that she had only been mocking him and that there had been nothing funny about it at all. But when Stardust remained disturbingly silent, Ciala began to feel genuinely uneasy. Then Stardust suddenly bent forward, making Ciala flinch as she thought she was about to do something drastic. Ciala quickly reached out and grabbed Stardust's hand, trying to stop whatever she might do next. Words rushed out of her as she started asking whether Stardust was planning to chase after Egoistic. Stardust spun around with an angry look and sharply ordered Ciala to let go of her right away. Ciala refused to let it go, stubbornly telling herself that the moment Stardust left, something awful was bound to happen. She quickly reminded Stardust of the threat he had made before. If anyone tried to pursue him, he would blow everything up and wipe out the entire city. Stardust fell silent at that. Ciala kept pleading with her, begging her to think first about the innocent civilians who would be caught in the danger. Stardust stopped in place for a moment, as if she had finally accepted that there was no other choice but to back down. In the end, she quietly turned around and began to walk away. Ciala let out a long breath, relieved that she had somehow managed to hold the hothead back. Stardust said she was heading straight back to Seoul, then told Ciala to be careful while she stayed behind on her own. Ciala waved her off and called after her, reminding her friend to contact her the second she arrived somewhere safe. The instant Stardust disappeared, Ciala grabbed her head and groaned, muttering that the whole ordeal had probably aged her by 10 years from stress alone. Even as she watched Stardust leave, she still could not stop thinking about that strange mood from earlier, and it continued to bother her. Ciala remained standing there in a daze, staring blankly up at the sky where the ship had vanished only moments ago. Then suddenly, a thought flashed across her mind so sharply that she gasped. Wait, could that really have been what she thought it was? Ciala let out a quiet laugh to herself, imagining Stardust acting out of jealousy, and found herself thinking that side of her friend was unexpectedly cute. Meanwhile, Stardust tore across the sea at almost light speed, her flight carving an enormous trail through the water behind her. No matter how fast she moved, images of Egoistic kept circling through her mind over and over without stopping. She tightened her fist and muttered under her breath that he was her villain, hers alone, and belonged to no one else. Back at the base, Kim Dane wore an awkward, guilty look as Lee Soo-bin scolded him for disappearing like that and making everyone worry sick. On the television, the news was already in complete chaos, making a huge fuss over Egoistic suddenly targeting Lee Seola instead of going after Stardust like he usually did. Some reporters even went so far as to wildly exaggerate the situation, claiming this meant the villain had entered some brand new romantic phase. Choi Si-hee was so angry she looked ready to explode on the spot. She could not believe the media was capable of being this absurd. She and Han Seon both shot Kim Dane sharp glares that felt like bullets, making cold sweat run down his back. Lee Soo-bin, however, did not seem interested in the tension at all. She simply walked in and told everyone to settle down and eat some chilled mango first. Still too stunned to process anything, Kim Dane blinked as a neatly cut golden slice of mango was suddenly placed right in front of him. When he looked up, it was Lee Soo-bin smiling brightly at him, though for some reason the air around her felt strangely cold and sharp. Before he could even react, Lee Soo-bin pushed the mango straight into Kim Dane's mouth. The family affection was warm in theory, but the pressure behind it was terrifying. Then Kim Dane abruptly told Lee Soo-bin to come with him on a trip, leaving her staring at him in confusion, unable to guess what he was planning this time. The place he took her to was the Excal Auction House, a gathering spot for the richest people in the world. The moment they stepped inside, Kim Dane put on a grave expression and said this was the kind of place where tragic villains were born, which left Lee Soo-bin completely shocked. Up on the stage, the host began presenting the next item for auction, while Kim Dane watched with a small, knowing smirk. It was introduced as the ring of a deceased B-rank hero, and the bidding was set to begin at $10,000. But Kim Dane knew the ring was anything but ordinary. Hidden inside it was a power that could give birth to an S-rank villain, and he quietly began calculating his next move. An elderly man was the first to call out a bid of $25,000, wearing an especially smug expression as he did. Without a second of hesitation, Kim Dane lifted his paddle and jumped the price straight to $100,000, stunning the entire room and especially Lee Soo-bin. The old man shook with rage after being outbid so badly, while Kim Dane leaned in and whispered with satisfaction that he had just prevented a future villain from being created. The old man twisted his face and forced out another bid, adding only $5,000 more, but sweat was already pouring down from the strain. Kim Dane showed him absolutely no mercy and immediately shouted $150,000, leaving the man completely speechless. In the end, the ring went to Kim Dane. He adjusted his glasses and declared with a sneer that the item belonged to him now. Back at home, Choi Si-hee and Han Soon were in total uproar after discovering that 200 million won had suddenly disappeared from their account. Standing there with their hands on their hips, they began interrogating Kim Dane and Lee Soo-bin, while he calmly asked whether they really wanted to know where the money had gone. Then he opened his hand and revealed the ring he had just bought, looking unbearably proud of himself as he showed it off. Choi Si-hee stared at the ring and bluntly called it ugly, but Kim Dane insisted that it was no ordinary piece of junk. As he spoke, he started spinning the ring on his finger, clearly preparing to draw out the hidden power sleeping inside it. At once, a deep violet aura burst brilliantly from the ring, wrapping around Kim Dane and making him look strangely dark and mysterious. The girls all recoiled in alarm as that ominous energy rapidly spread and swallowed up the room around them. In midair, a swirling vortex of darkness opened, looking like a gate leading straight into the realm of the dead. From inside the void, fragments of icy armor and burning eyes slowly began to take shape little by little. A massive armored knight stepped out from the darkness, radiating a terrifying pressure, and demanded to know who had awakened him from his long sleep. Lee Soo-bin, Choi Si-hee, and Han Soon all froze where they stood, the color draining from their faces at the sight of such a terrifying being. Kim Dane stared at the knight for a brief moment, then casually asked in a flat voice, "You're a Death Knight?" The knight looked ready to announce his grand and glorious name, but Kim Dane cut him off midway and simply called him Death Knight. Still unsatisfied, the young man decided that D6 sounded shorter, sharper, and cooler, leaving the knight utterly dumbfounded by the sudden rename. A violet light burst from the ring on Kim Dane's hand, and in an instant, the air made it clear that some kind of summoning ritual had begun. From the rising purple smoke, a towering figure stepped out, clad in horned armor and a demonic mask. He drew in a deep breath, almost savoring the open air and warm sunlight of the outside world. Kim Dane stayed relaxed in his chair, casually called him D6, and told him to get moving already. The newly summoned demon just stood there, clearly bewildered by the situation. As D6 began muttering something about being a saint of some kind, Kim Dane tightened his grip through the ring, and a purple aura immediately wrapped around him. The subordinate let out a scream of pain as the forceful control crushed down on him. Kim Dane did not even blink, his expression staying calm the whole time. Nearby, Choi Si-hee asked in pure disbelief what exactly Kim Dane thought he was doing. He only gave a smug little smile and said he was simply training him. D-sik quickly dropped to his knees, shaking as he begged his master never to seal him back inside that ring again. For someone who looked so terrifying, he was surprisingly pathetic. He whined that the inside of the ring was pitch black and unbearably cramped. Kim Dane merely gave a soft hum, sounding barely interested. Kim Dane told him that after being sealed away for so long, he would soon find him a worthy opponent to cure that boredom. At those words, D-sik's mood visibly lifted. Kim Dane flashed a sly grin and added that D-sik would have plenty of hard work to do for him from now on. Choi Si-hee panicked at once and asked if Kim Dane was seriously planning to send this smoky suit of armor out to fight Stardust. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. Choi Si-hee warned him that Stardust was overwhelmingly strong and asked how long this thing could possibly last against her. Kim Dane, however, looked completely unshaken. He egged D-sik on, telling him to prove himself to Choi Si-hee and show her that he was not some weak little joke. The very next moment, a massive axe appeared in D-sik's hands. He looked ready to carry out his master's command without delay. D-sik tightened his grip on the axe and prepared to show what he could do. Thick purple energy began pouring off him in waves. Then he started swinging the axe wildly through the yard, each slash ripping through the air with brutal force. Every heavy swing made the ground shudder and sent dust flying everywhere. It was obvious at a glance that this guy was no ordinary pushover. One wide sweep tore across the entire garden, blowing away everything in its path as purple energy surged through the space. Choi Si-hee could only stare in shock. D-sik threw his head back and laughed, saying this was nothing more than his basic level of skill. Kim Dane then revealed, looking quite satisfied with himself, that D-sik had originally been an S-rank villain, so power on this level was hardly surprising. All of a sudden, a sharp scream rang out and startled Kim Dane. Choi Si-hee turned around at once, her face filling with concern. It turned out that Lee Ha-yeol was standing there in tears at the sight of the ruined garden. Behind her, another woman was trembling with fury. Lee Ha-yeol spun toward Kim Dane and shouted, asking if he had any idea how much effort it took to replant the trees that the two of them had just destroyed during their reckless training. Kim Dane and Choi Si-hee instantly broke into a cold sweat. Kim Dane hurriedly shoved all the blame onto D-sik. D-sik, still innocent and confused, asked if his master wanted him to do it one more time, which only made things far worse. D-sik stood there blankly, completely dazed by everyone's reaction. He genuinely seemed unable to understand what he had done wrong. In the end, Lee Ha-yeol punished D-sik by making him exercise out in the yard, forcing him to keep his arms straight while doing push-ups. Kim Dane and Choi Si-hee could only watch in silence, not daring to step in. The next morning, peace had finally returned to the base, with birds chirping in the background. For the moment at least, everything seemed calm again. Online, social media was buzzing non-stop over the latest photos. Some people were even openly jealous of the newly rumored couple. The picture of egoistic standing together with Lee Se-la was spreading everywhere, and people had already started shipping them as a pair. Those intimate-looking photos sent fans into a frenzy. People praised how good the two looked together and enthusiastically cheered the pairing on. Meanwhile, Shin Haru was hammering away at her keyboard in frustration. She was furious that the egoistic ex-Lee Se-la ship was stealing attention from her own. Shin Haru trembled with anger, unable to accept that this new pairing had gained such overwhelming support. Jealousy burned hot inside the young heroine. The scene then shifted to the Hero Association headquarters, a large modern building standing right in the middle of the city. A female staff member in a neat suit walked down the corridor, while Shin Haru was already there waiting in her usual hero outfit. The staff member greeted her warmly and asked what had brought her there. Shin Haru answered that she was on standby and waiting for deployment orders. The staff member wished her good luck and walked away. Shin Haru forced a smile in return, but her thoughts were clearly somewhere else. A moment later, Shin Haru's eyes turned cold. She could not stop worrying about what she would do if Egoistic kept carrying out attacks in Busan. She pressed her lips together as her fighting spirit steadily rose. Shin Haru swore to herself that if he showed up again, she would not let it slide. Just then, loud alarms rang throughout the entire building. A terrorist attack had just been reported in downtown Seoul. At once, Shinharu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. This was exactly the chance she had been waiting for. Wrapped in a bright golden aura, Shinharu shot forward at once. She raced between the skyscrapers at incredible speed. Her destination was an old apartment complex marked for demolition, where smoke and dust were already rising thick into the air. It was obvious this coming clash would not be an easy one. Stardust arrived at the scene of the attack and landed lightly. The collapsing buildings had filled the area with so much dust that it was hard to see clearly. She suddenly stopped as she felt an intense pressure drawing near. This presence was far too heavy to belong to some ordinary criminal. Disik appeared in deep purple armor and proudly called himself Egoistic's Dark Knight. With arrogant confidence, he challenged anyone brave enough to face him. Back at the base, Kim Dane was happily eating popcorn while watching the battle livestream with sparkling excitement. Beside him, Choi Si-hee sat in speechless disbelief at how shamelessly clueless her brother was. Disik loudly proclaimed that he was the opponent Stardust would have to overcome today. The purple energy around his body only kept growing thicker and stronger. Stardust narrowed her eyes and carefully looked over this new enemy. Even after his dramatic entrance, she did not seem especially impressed. The two of them rushed at each other without hesitation. Their first clash sent huge shockwaves bursting through the air and rattled the entire area. D6 swung his enormous axe again and again in a relentless barrage, forcing Stardust onto constant defense without giving her even a moment to breathe. Stardust's expression had gone so cold, it was almost frightening. At that moment, the only thing filling her mind was one question: where was Egoistic really hiding? The instant their two streams of power collided, a massive explosion erupted, and a blinding ring of light burst outward across the air. One explosion after another roared through the demolition site. The fight had become brutally intense, and neither side showed even the slightest sign of backing off. Stardust's power crashed head-on into D6's purple energy, sending sparks and violent shockwaves flying in every direction. D6 laughed loudly, clearly thrilled by the clash. Even he seemed genuinely surprised by how much strength the young heroine still had left. Under the livestream, viewers had already started complaining that Egoistic's usual commentary was missing. Stardust herself also felt that something important was absent from this fight. Her irritation began to rise for real. Had Egoistic really started caring only about Busan now, while completely ignoring Seoul? The two kept exchanging devastating blows without pause, tearing apart everything around the battlefield as the clash dragged on. D6 then gathered all his strength into a long-range blast of energy and fired it straight at Stardust with terrifying speed. He laughed as he admitted that Egoistic had been right to judge her as a truly powerful opponent. Stardust clenched her teeth in fury. She could not accept that after bracing herself to face Egoistic, he had sent only some subordinate in his place. She shouted and demanded to know where Egoistic was, asking if he was hiding somewhere nearby and watching all of this unfold. D6 sneered and crushed that hope at once, saying Egoistic was not coming. He alone, he claimed, was more than enough for her. Stardust froze for a few seconds, visibly stunned. Those words struck her pride like a blade driven straight into the heart of a top hero. In deep disappointment, she quietly muttered that he really was not coming. That feeling of being cast aside stung her even more than the enemy's attacks. D6 began condensing an enormous sphere of purple energy in one hand, clearly preparing a finishing strike to end the battle in one blow. He told her to stop dragging things out and finish this one-on-one already. He had no patience left for any more playing around. Then Stardust suddenly let out a bitter, almost crazed laugh. She remembered how last time he had brought an entire warship to Busan just to face her. And now, instead of coming himself, he had sent nothing but a single lackey. Stardust felt openly insulted, as though she no longer meant anything to him at all. Back at the base, Kim Dane suddenly went stiff, cold sweat pouring down him. The strange change awakening on the livestream told him something had gone very wrong. Stardust exploded with power as a blazing aura burst around her. Her eyes turned white with killing intent, and she swore that she would make Egoistic understand she was not someone he could look down on. Earlier, Kim Dane had been sitting on the ground while giving his summoned subordinate careful instructions about an important part of the plan. He told him to hold back as much as possible while fighting Stardust, then at the right moment pretend to lose and immediately retreat. Hearing that, the Dark Knight felt deeply offended. How could someone of his noble standing be forced to put on a performance for a mere human? But when he met his master's sharp stare, he reluctantly gave in and said that carrying out such a task would not be difficult. Back in the middle of the battle, Stardust came diving down from above with fierce, overwhelming momentum. Kim Dane's subordinate was no weakling either, and he decided it was time to show at least a little of his real ability. The knight brandished his spear in open challenge, daring Stardust to come straight at him. Watching the scene from afar, Kim Dane could only let out a tired sigh at how overly fired up his subordinate had become. Through the narrow slit in his mask, the knight saw Stardust hurtling toward him like a blazing comet. Then she threw out a terrifyingly powerful punch, catching him completely off guard. The impact exploded into a massive shockwave that blew apart everything nearby and sent D6 crashing hard into the ground. Stardust landed with all her force, while the Dark Knight's body began to break apart and dissolve into nothing. Even as he vanished, he still made sure to leave behind a few dramatic threats, declaring that he was immortal. The purple smoke slowly scattered into the air, leaving only his promise that he would return for revenge next time. Stardust watched the fading figure in silence, while the disappearing lackey muttered that his master really knew how to make life difficult for him. She remained standing motionless in the rubble, and the exhaustion in her eyes was now impossible to hide after such a fierce fight. Before long, night settled over the quiet mansion and wrapped everything in darkness. On the Stardust fan forum, footage from the latest battle was uploaded almost instantly and began spreading at an incredible speed. Kim Dane sat comfortably in front of his computer, planning to take a relaxed look through the reactions from netizens. But the easy smile on his face disappeared the moment he noticed a strange comment on the screen. Fans were already speculating that Stardust's sudden awakening had not been triggered by a powerful enemy at all, but by hearing that Egoistic would not be showing up that day. Kim Dane immediately lost it and furiously started typing, warning that he would ban anyone who kept talking nonsense in his channel. After venting for a while, he fell quiet and began thinking hard about why Stardust had suddenly grown so unusually strong. After all, he had clearly told D6 to hold back as much as he possibly could. Just then, Kim Dane's phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence that had settled over the room. On the other end, Ciala immediately started scolding him for sending someone else in his place instead of showing up himself. She reminded him that they had an appointment tomorrow, and Kim Dane could do nothing but click his tongue and let the complaint slide. After the call ended, Ciala remained seated alone in the dark office, wearing a thoughtful, calculating expression. Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled to herself, looking very satisfied with whatever she had been setting into motion. The lights from the skyscrapers were still shining brightly, cutting through the cold night with a restless glow. Despite how strong she always looked on the outside, Stardust lay awake in bed, quietly murmuring the name of her eternal enemy, Egoistic. The next morning, the atmosphere at Yuseong Corporation's headquarters felt unusually heavy and solemn. Inside the luxurious office, Kim Dane was already there in Egoistic's disguise, seated calmly on the sofa, as if he had been waiting. A strange object suddenly flew across the room, and he caught it neatly with one hand without the slightest trouble. It was a USB drive containing important information, something Ciala had just casually tossed over to him. She told him that this was the final batch of documents he had asked her to gather. Kim Dane took it, smoothly tossed her a compliment, and then told her to handle the rest of the plan from here. Ciala stepped closer with a mysterious smile, carrying herself like everything was already perfectly under control. Kim Dane found himself wondering how she had managed to get hold of classified information that even major corporations had failed to uncover. He paused for a brief moment when he noticed a slightly unusual look crossing her face. Ciala suddenly blushed, hesitated for a second, and then awkwardly asked if she could visit his home sometime. Without even thinking it over, Kim Dane flatly turned her down, leaving her puffing in embarrassed frustration. Still not giving up, Ciala pressed him and asked for the real name of the villain sitting in front of her. Kim Dane answered in an indifferent tone that constantly being called by his alias did feel a little strange sometimes. She even went on to complain that his mask looked bulky and like a complete hassle to keep wearing. Kim Dane fell quiet after that, his eyes hidden behind the mask, and still impossible to read. Ciala let out a frustrated growl and asked whether he really thought she was the kind of person who would betray her own teammates. He thought to himself that revealing his identity would not really matter, but the real problem was that she was far too close to Stardust. When he still said nothing, she sulked and muttered that he could just forget it. Then Ciala asked him about the plan going forward, but Kim Dane only gave a loose shrug and admitted he did not really know. For now, he intended to lie low and rest until the end of the year while waiting for a major event to happen. She stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting him to plan such a long break from everything. Kim Dane stepped toward the teleport gate, then reminded Ciala to visit Stardust often while he was gone. As she stood there still bewildered, he suddenly stopped as though he had just remembered something important. "From now on, call me Dane," he said quietly, finally giving her his real name. Ciala was completely stunned, unable to believe that this normally cautious villain had actually revealed his identity to her. Then he disappeared in a swirl of purple smoke, leaving her standing there alone and dazed in the wide office. The sharp click of Ciala's heels echoed loudly as she walked back across the wooden floor. She returned to her desk and immediately started typing at high speed, her expression focused and intent. A faint, knowing smile slowly spread across her face, as if things were unfolding exactly the way she wanted. Just then, the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, announcing an incoming call. On the other end, a pair of hands held a phone tightly, waiting for someone to pick up. Stardust, who was sitting in front of her computer, was caught off guard by the sudden ringing. She answered the call, and right away Ciala's excited voice told her they needed to go out immediately. Ciala cheerfully explained that she was in Seoul now and wanted to see her best friend right away. But Stardust instantly felt that something was off. Her instincts were warning her that trouble was coming. Back at home, Ciala greeted Shin Haru with a bright smile and opened her arms wide to welcome her in. Shin Haru rushed straight over and hugged her sister tightly, all the exhaustion in her body seeming to melt away at once. Knowing her sister well, Ciala pulled out a bowl of mango shaved ice from the fridge to comfort her. Shin Haru hesitated, looking like she had something she needed to say first. She lowered her head and apologized quietly. Ciala set the overflowing bowl down on the table and gently asked what she thought she had done wrong. Shin Haru was still being haunted by everything that had happened back in Busan, and most of all by the cold way she herself had treated Ciala at the time. Ciala gently took Shin Haru's hand and told her not to keep tormenting herself over something so small. Her sister softly reassured her that anyone in that situation would have reacted the same way, so she should stop worrying and just eat in peace. Hearing those words, Shin Haru finally lifted her head, her expression looking noticeably less troubled than before. Late that night, Ciala sat alone with a glass of wine in hand, quietly staring out at the city lights. Shin Haru had already fallen fast asleep after the long day, but Ciala still could not bring herself to sleep. The look in Egoistic's eyes and the smile he had shown her that day kept lingering in her thoughts. She guessed that he would stay quiet until the end of the year, remaining completely silent until then. But Ciala had a strong feeling that this criminal was quietly preparing something enormous for next year. The scene then shifted to a dark, oppressive place where the Moonlight Cult was in the middle of performing a ritual. Ancient murals slowly emerged beneath the flickering torchlight, their faded images trembling in the gloom. Below the dark stone steps, the cult leader declared in a grave voice that this world needed to be purified. He lifted his staff high into the air and called upon the moonlight to lend him its power. The devotees gathered below cried out in wild devotion, shouting his words back with feverish passion. Then the leader abruptly raised one hand and ordered the entire crowd into silence. The great door slowly creaked open, and an icy cold spilled out from within. The arrival of that person alone was enough to make the devotees tremble in fear. The sound of their shaking and shivering quietly spread through the temple hall. A young woman slowly made her way up toward the high dais with measured steps. Every eye in the temple turned toward that mysterious silhouette at once. The cult leader's lips curled into a dark, sinister smile. He declared that when energy finally covered the whole world, the Moon Priestess, with her blazing red eyes, would descend to pass judgment on humanity. Back with Kim Dane, he was shivering a little in the bitter winter cold. Morning at the egoistic base had begun with breakfast, and Lee Soo-bin mentioned that Kim Chi-hyun had already been on duty since early dawn. Carrying over a steaming bowl of rice, Lee Soo-bin urged everyone to eat quickly before the food got cold. But the peaceful mood instantly shattered when Han Seo-eun yelled after spotting someone secretly picking beans out of her bowl. On the other side, Choi Si-hee was doing exactly the same thing and got caught too. Off to the side, Kim Dane sat there sweating as he stared at the pile of beans sitting in his own bowl. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him, like he had somehow gone back to being scolded by his mother at home. Only then did Kim Dane really begin to realize just how dependable the people around him actually were. Han Seo-eun, with intelligence bordering on the superhuman, should by all rights be S rank. Lee Ha-yeol, the only one in all of Korea with such a rare healing ability, was also worthy of S rank. And Choi Si-hee, who now handled combat, was still only A rank for the moment, but she would definitely grow stronger and reach S rank someday. As for D-Sik, if he had been S rank in the original story, then he was still S rank now without question. Kim Dane smiled to himself, thinking that his current lineup had become truly top tier. Lee Ha-yeol politely greeted everyone before hurrying off to school. Lee Soo-bin stood beside her and reminded her to study hard, while Kim Dane watched the scene with quiet admiration for how diligent she was. Choi Si-hee watched the girls' retreating figures and, with a touch of nostalgia, found herself remembering the old days as she cheered Lee Ha-yeol on. Han Seo-eun joined in with bright enthusiasm, and the atmosphere inside the base really started to feel like a true family. After breakfast, Lee Soo-bin began cleaning up the dishes and told Han Seo-eun and Choi Si-hee to hurry downstairs to the basement and get to work. Lee Soo-bin wondered what those two had been sneaking off to do down there lately, since they were barely ever seen upstairs anymore. Watching the girls clatter down the stairs, Kim Dane thought that the days were getting dark earlier now, and that the first snow of the season was probably close. Outside the window, D6 still stood guard in silence. Kim Dane knew that the Moonlight cult would make its move when the snow finally began to fall. He turned his head and called out Lee Soo-bin's name while she was still busy finishing the chores. With a knowing smile, Kim Dane said that while he could not promise them sunshine, he could at least make sure they got more than enough moonlight. Lee Soo-bin could only glance back at him with a doubtful look, clearly not understanding what kind of nonsense her boss was suddenly talking about. Then the scene abruptly shifted to a freezing night, broken by a blood-curdling scream. It turned out Han Seo-eun was trembling from the cold up on the rooftop. Kim Dane could only sigh and remind her to wear another jacket next time. Choi Si-hee also complained, asking whether Kim Dane had dragged everyone out in the middle of the night just to admire the city lights like it was some romantic outing. Kim Dane's expression turned serious as he asked the two girls whether they had ever heard about the Moonlight cult's reputation. He explained that they were a vicious group of fanatics who were planning to bring the whole country to ruin very soon. The claim that no one in the country would be able to stop them left both girls completely stunned. But then Kim Dane gave a proud little smile and added that, other than him, nobody had the ability to pull it off. He told Han Seo-eun to quickly take the special protective goggles out of her backpack. The specialized goggles were brought out and prepared almost immediately. Kim Dane told everyone to put them on so they could see the magic circles the cult had secretly spread all over Seoul. After putting the goggles on himself, he eagerly asked whether everyone could see the unbelievable sight now appearing before them. But Han Seo-eun and Choi Si-hee only stood there in stunned silence. The horrifying view had frozen them where they stood. Choi Si-hee finally snapped and called him an idiot, because through those lenses, the entire city of Seoul was blazing with enormous magic circles, like a giant minefield waiting to explode. The cult's magic had already spread over the entire city, quietly signaling that a horrifying disaster was about to descend before anyone even realized it. In the middle of the night, Choi Si-hee trembled from the cold deep in her bones, grumbling that everything around her was so bright she still couldn't make out the glowing circle. Kim Dane floated beside her and told her to stop looking so narrowly and try taking in a wider field of view. He then suggested she narrow her eyes a little, saying it might help her vision lock onto the right point. Lee Chae-yoon focused herself and carefully peered ahead through the specialized goggles. On the radar screen, an unusual bright point finally appeared. It looked like she had located exactly what they were searching for. Lee Chae-yoon raised her hand and pointed toward the edge of the city, where a dim glow was faintly flickering in the distance. Getting far too excited, Kim Dane immediately scooped up his little sister and showered her with endless praise. Caught off guard the moment she was lifted into the air, Lee Chae-yoon let out a startled scream. Her whole face turned bright red as she angrily demanded that her ridiculous brother put her down right away. Still flustered, Lee Chae-yoon muttered that Kim Dane was an idiot, while Choi Si-hee remained totally lost about what had just happened. The girl quickly turned her face away, her sulky pout written all over her expression. The group came down into a narrow alley, and Choi Si-hee was stunned when she saw golden magic letters covering the walls on every side. Kim Dane explained that this was the work of the Moonlight Cult. They had been secretly drawing these symbols all across Seoul for years without anyone noticing. According to him, anyone who touched those sigils would lose memories or have their abilities weakened, the very trap that had caused the hero's disastrous collapse in the original story. That single event had once reduced Seoul to ruins and pushed Stardust into complete despair. Choi Si-hee asked if they should just erase it on the spot, but Kim Dane clearly had something else in mind. Without warning, a violet light suddenly burst up in the center of the alley. Choi Si-hee jumped in surprise as a strange woman appeared out of thin air right before them. Kim Dane introduced her as the Vine Witch, saying she was here to help him alter the magic circle the way he wanted. The Vine Witch looked at Kim Dane with a deep, meaningful gaze, and both Lee Chae-yoon and Choi Si-hee began to feel that something about this was off. Choi Si-hee quietly studied the beautiful woman, thinking that she felt completely different from anyone she had ever seen before. The Vine Witch then walked calmly toward the glowing wall. She pressed her hand against the magic circle, and at once the characters began to twist, shift, and rewrite themselves. A strong green current of energy spread outward, wrapping the entire alley in its glow. As she chanted an ancient spell, the Vine Witch summoned shining vines made of pure light. Then, all of a sudden, she reached out and touched Kim Dane's chest with one finger, making Choi Si-hee cry out in alarm. The Vine Witch's magical power slowly flowed from her fingertip into Kim Dane's body. When the spell was finally complete, Kim Dane asked if everything had been finished properly. The Vine Witch explained that once the magic circle activated, Kim Dane alone would remain completely unhindered within its area. Hearing that, he gave a smug little smile, satisfied that everything was unfolding just as he had planned. The Vine Witch stared straight into Kim Dane's eyes and remarked that he already knew the answer, yet he still chose to ask anyway. She then glanced at the two pouting girls behind him and guessed that they were people on his side. Kim Dane clapped his hands with bright excitement and told everyone they had done a great job, adding that they should wash up and get some sleep. Lee Chae-yoon and Choi Si-hee were still frowning, and they demanded that Kim Dane treat them to something really delicious tomorrow to make up for this. The Vine Witch quietly watched the lively little scene playing out among the group, almost like looking at a family. Then, without any warning at all, she leaned down and planted a loud kiss on Kim Dane's cheek. Kim Dane froze on the spot and slowly raised a hand to his cheek, his face full of disbelief. The Vine Witch gave him a sly smile and softly told him that she would always stand by his side. Behind them, the two girls screamed in total shock at the sudden cultural whiplash. In another place, a heavily built man ground his teeth and crushed a rock apart in his hand. He spat onto the ground with open contempt. This rogue villain burst into delighted laughter, declaring that his body enhancement had turned out even better than expected. Freshly augmented and overflowing with murderous intent, with veins bulging across his body, he swore to destroy anyone foolish enough to stand in his path. Meanwhile, back at the base, the mood had become fairly calm after the long day finally came to an end. Kim Dane sat there eating popcorn while watching the news, shocked to see Stardust end the battle with a single strike, and Han Seon beside him confirmed that it was true. The sight of Stardust standing in a drifting cloud of magical smoke after crushing the enemy so quickly earned the admiration and respect of everyone watching. As the group sat together on the sofa, Kim Dane let out a long, heavy sigh, unable to hide his concern over the current situation. Leaning back, he worried that Shin Haru had become much stronger than he had expected far too quickly. If this kept up, she would skip over the training she truly needed and start growing complacent instead. Kim Dane quietly ran the numbers under his breath, convinced that the greatest disaster of all would arrive with the very first snowfall. Beside him, Lee Chi-yoon was muttering something about outfits and firepower, and Kim Dane turned to ask what she had been so absorbed in lately, always glued to her phone. The hacker girl didn't even bother answering him, her fingers still flying non-stop across the keyboard. Kim Dane was left completely baffled when Lee Chi-yoon suddenly shoved her phone screen right in front of his face. It turned out she had just opened an official fan cafe for Egoistic called Mango Squad, proudly naming herself the white-haired genius hacker of the group. After declaring that, Lee Chi-yoon immediately dashed off to continue her work, leaving Kim Dane staring after her in total confusion. Choi Si-hee stuck out her tongue and teased her brother from the side. Kim Dane decided it wasn't worth worrying about and sat down at the desk to focus on what really mattered. He got busy writing an anonymous letter to Park Joon-ho, warning the Hero Association to prepare evacuations because a major terror attack would happen on the first snowfall. Right around then, Lee Soo-bin arrived as well. Watching him write the letter, Lee Soo-bin teased Kim Dane for suddenly acting so sentimental. Not long after that, the group headed out to celebrate because Lee Ha-yeol had passed an important exam. Still in her school uniform, Lee Ha-yeol smiled brightly and thanked everyone with genuine warmth. The mood at the gathering was lively, and Kim Dane told Lee Ha-yeol to forget about grades for now and just enjoy the food. While they were eating, Kim Dane curiously asked which department she was planning to apply to in college. With a shy look, Lee Ha-yeol revealed that she had applied to medical school, making both Kim Dane and Choi Si-hee stare in surprise that a healer like her had chosen that road. Just as the meal was going smoothly, Lee Chae-yoon started nagging Kim Dane again, and he snapped back at her to stop prying and just eat. At that exact moment, the phone in Kim Dane's pocket suddenly began buzzing like crazy, catching him by surprise. The caller was Lee Seo-la, inviting Kim Dane to dinner, but he flatly turned her down, saying he was already eating with his family. But the instant snow was mentioned, Kim Dane's expression changed completely, and he blurted out in shock, "What? The first snowfall is happening right now." When he looked out the window, the wind was already carrying strange pink snowflakes as they began covering the streets of Seoul. Kim Dane's eyes sharpened at once. He knew the grand performance had finally begun. Amid the dazzling pink snowfall, a woman with blazing red eyes appeared, giving off a deeply menacing presence. She was the Moon Priestess, the one destined to unleash the coming calamity of pink snow. A vortex of pink energy tore through the ground, dragging up bricks, stones, and debris in every direction, while Shadow Walker stood at the center of it looking utterly helpless. He was smashed straight into the earth, and the burst of dark power around him scattered like muddy water. Shadow Walker raised his head in stunned disbelief, muttering as though he truly couldn't understand why this was happening to him. Lee Seo-la saw it and immediately sprinted over, while in the middle of it all Shadow Walker was screaming in pain. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure, realizing that his powers were completely useless against that bizarre energy. Lee Seo-la glanced back, her face tightening with stress as she watched her teammate being tortured right in front of her. The pink storm kept rampaging wildly, reducing cars and houses alike to piles of wreckage. Shadow Walker was tossed around like a rag doll, completely unable to fight back. Lee Seo-la held her position with enormous pillars of ice, but even those were quickly swallowed by the mass of pink energy. Shadow Walker let out a desperate howl as the swirling haze dragged him deeper inside. Seeing that, Lee Seo-la could only stand there in stunned shock, frozen in place. Then a violent burst of energy exploded outward and devastated a huge stretch of the area. A blazing pillar of golden light came crashing down, as if it meant to crush everything beneath it. Lee Seo-la screamed when she realized that the figure that had just shot past her was none other than Stardust. She was thrown to the ground, and had to grit her teeth just to force herself back up again. Even in that desperate situation, the heroine lifted her head with unwavering determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, Kim Dane's group was sitting surprisingly calmly inside a noodle shop, while on TV the internet was in chaos, with people everywhere shouting for egoistic. Lee Chae-yoon was yelling that they needed to go save people, while Kim Dane casually kept eating his black bean noodles like nothing unusual was happening. Everyone around the table watched the television with worried faces, all except Kim Dane, who stayed completely devoted to his bowl. He flashed a bright smile and told them all to keep eating, saying it simply wasn't his moment to step in yet. Kim Dane then started explaining the plan, saying they had to let the Moon Priestess stir up a little more chaos to properly lure her in. He even insisted it was for Stardust's sake, all while the TV continued showing her getting beaten around. Waving his chopsticks around, Kim Dane argued that a hero needed to suffer a little, or else they'd only become lazy and complacent. Looking at Kim Dane's oddly philosophical expression, Lee Chae-yoon and the others were left speechless, inwardly deciding that their brother was completely insane. Back on the battlefield, Lee Seola skated along icy paths to dodge the deadly beams of energy. She gathered power into both hands, preparing to unleash a large-scale attack. A gigantic spear of ice shot forward and tore through the rubble with tremendous force. Unfortunately, it didn't last even a moment. The instant the ice spear touched that pink energy, it exploded into hundreds of shattered pieces. Another pink whirlwind immediately swept in and wrapped itself around Lee Seola once again. She flinched hard and whipped around the moment she sensed someone right at her side. Wave after wave of energy slammed into her, tearing apart the ice structure she had only just managed to raise. Lee Seola was thrown backward, panic flashing openly across her face. She hurriedly tried to form an ice slide to soften the impact, but it barely seemed to help at all. Sweat poured off her like she was drenched in water, and she realized with a chill that if this kept going, they were all going to die here. Then, in a blur, Stardust shot past Lee Seola. The very next second, Stardust charged straight into the center of the vortex without hesitation. She threw herself right into the heart of the blast, even tossing Kim Dane a sarcastic little wink as she dove in. A violent impact struck her at once, sending her spinning through the air like a kite that had lost its string. Amid the blinding flashes, Stardust struggled to steady herself and force her balance back under control. She stared in horror, unable to understand what this energy even was or why it felt so overwhelmingly terrifying. Without even thinking it through, she drove her powerful fist straight toward the center of the vortex. A moment later, Stardust's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected those attacks to chase her so stubbornly. Then she realized in disbelief that those missile-like blasts had already flattened entire city blocks. She clenched her teeth and fought to keep herself steady under the relentless rain of energy fire. Looking toward the middle of the storm, she suddenly gasped when she spotted the silhouette of a child standing there. The heroine lunged through the air, desperately trying to dodge the attacks that kept locking onto her. One direct hit knocked her off balance, and a cry of pain burst from her mouth. Stardust crashed down and staggered as she landed, crushed by the horrifying pressure pouring from the pink vortex. Before she could even react, a blinding flash suddenly surged straight at her. A devastating beam slammed into Stardust, and she let out a painfully raw scream. Then came a massive explosion, blasting dust and chunks of brick everywhere, like confetti thrown at the saddest celebration imaginable. When the smoke finally cleared, the sight that emerged was the three heroes sprawled helplessly across the cold ground. Lee Seola and Shadow Walker both turned to look at Stardust, their faces filled with worry. Stardust dropped heavily to the ground, her eyes empty as she stared blankly at the ruined battlefield. Breathing hard, she felt one painful truth flash through her mind. Egoistic had really been holding back this whole time. The pink beams continued gouging through the earth, destroying whatever had somehow been left standing. In the middle of that living hell, civilians screamed and ran in every direction, fleeing in hopeless panic. Stardust sank to her knees, finally realizing how arrogant she had been when she treated Egoistic's little games so lightly. Compared to this catastrophic power, every terror attack from the past now seemed like child's play. Her gaze shook uncontrollably, and the collapse of her spirit was now plain on her face. Lee Seola looked over the desperate scene, trembling as she wondered how they could possibly stop something like this. Then she suddenly froze when she noticed the strange expression spreading across her teammate's face. Stardust couldn't hold herself together any longer, and tears began streaming down her dirt-streaked face. Back at the restaurant, Kim Dane's face turned pale the moment he saw that, and a pained cry slipped out of him. He completely lost control and tried to rush out to save the woman he loved, while the others frantically scrambled to stop him. Han Seo-eun and the others piled on to restrain Kim Dane, but he kept screaming Shin Haru's name like a man possessed. As things spiraled out of hand, Choi Si-hee stepped forward with electricity crackling in her hand and told everyone to move aside so she could handle it. A brutal electric shock lit Kim Dane up down to the bone, and his scream echoed through the restroom. While Kim Dane lay face down afterward, the others had no choice but to bow and apologize to the nearby diners for the chaos. He remained unconscious on the floor, still mumbling Shin Haru's name in his delirious state. Meanwhile, Stardust was still crying among the ruins, completely powerless and utterly broken.